two communities. It's a conflict between two ideas of nation state. And as to when does it end, I think needless to say, it ends when Pakistan stops escalating.
Shweta, good morning to everybody. What you just said, Shweta, it suits the Western world. The Western world is also fighting a similar thing, but on a different level. We are fighting terror. They are fighting yet another ideological war, and they would much like to portray the Western world the threat of Islam to the Western world indirectly, and having India as a face. Having said that, obviously the kind of activities that are taking place right now, terror is one part which triggered it, but now is the time to hit and destroy the source of terror. Would like to be diplomatic in this aspect. The terror source, the hub, is the Pakistan army. Even if we were to talk about terror, do whatever we wish to, who is indulging in spreading this terror? The Pak army. The Pakistan army, not just now, they openly have admitted for the last 3 decades, but if we know it well, the Kabalis have been doing it since 1947. There is no doubt that this terror that we are talking about is primarily an ideology which is there. We don't say that a particular ideology is, sort of under the garb of terror, trying to spread or impose their views on the world. We have to fight. And right now, irrespective of whatever it may be, the trigger of it, terror has been a nuisance. Pakistan has been using terror as an instrument of state policy. Pakistan has had 5.5 lakhs of the military personnel not fighting for a conventional war, but only to defend terror, propagate terror, invest money in terror, and obviously putting India on a back foot at all times.
Right.
It's not done. It's enough. Is enough. We have to strike.
I think we've made it clear. Enough is enough. Come to think of it, we've made it very clear, Lieutenant General, by retaliating in same manner, in similar fashion, in a manner that goes on to suggest that India was prepared for any escalation on Pakistan's side. Let's listen into what Tammy Bruce, the spokesperson for US Department of State, had to say on the escalating war between India and Pakistan. In fact, let's also get a view of what the Western media is thinking and feeling of it. But let's first listen into Tammy Bruce.
What I can say here, a few more things, certainly. We continue to urge India and Pakistan to work towards a responsible solution in this, and we've been saying that certainly from the beginning. We also want to say that what matters in this particular instance right now where we're at is that the phone calls happened, that we are remaining engaged with both governments at, again, multiple levels. We, though, will not engage in the nature of discussing what the conversations have been or what we've conveyed. Certainly there's a lot already on the record when it comes to our reaction to what's been happening here. So there's some discussion that Pakistan wants an independent investigation as to what has happened regarding the terrorist attack. And of course what we say to that is we want the perpetrators to be held accountable and are supportive of any efforts to that end. All right, Sean. Well, obviously in today's world, that's a call that we've been making for decades. It is the dynamic that we've seen in the Middle East disrupting lives, and clearly what happened in Kashmir is awful, and we've all, of course, we send our condolences. The world has rejected the nature of that kind of violence overall, of course, and certainly the President has and continues to. But at this moment in time, there's like one thing that has to stop, which is a back and forth and a continuation of this. And that is what we're focused on right now. The message from the Secretary, and I think from the United States as a whole in general, is that the violence should stop, that the military action, war, as we've seen in that region, certainly in the Middle East, has clearly for generations proven that it is not a solution because it never ends. There has to be a change in that regard. So obviously, when it comes to solving a problem, this administration has made itself clear. that war, the military, more violence is not a solution. Diplomacy is a solution, new ideas to stop generational violence and problems. Andrea.
That is Tammy Bruce for you, spokesperson, U.S. Department of State, suggesting more violence is not the solution. A position India has also taken for a very long time now. Violence is not the solution. Military action is not the solution. India wasn't the one to escalate, and perhaps it's about time for Pakistan to also realize that any escalatory measures by Pakistan will be met with equal retaliation. Now, moving on to sources now suggesting us that 50 drones were successfully neutralized during a large-scale counter-drone operation conducted by Indian Army Air Defence units in the areas of Udhampur, Samba, Jammu, Akhnur, Nagrota and Pathankot areas last night, when Pakistan made failed attempts to send drones all across various places along the line of control and international border. The engagement involved extensive use of L-70 guns. There were other systems used, including Shilka systems and advanced counter-UAS equipments that were used by Pakistan. All 50 drones were successfully neutralized by India. All right, big breaking news coming in there, of course, by the way of what transpired late last night. Major General Dr. Rajan Kochar also joining us on the show. Major General, a sense of understanding now emerging as to how many drones were put into action by Pakistan, as many as 50, and all were taken down.
So you see, since last 48 hours, we are seeing how effective our air defense system has been, and how ineffective the Pakistani defense system has been. It's very vital to invest in these kind of resources for the armed forces, because if you have a potent air defense system, a lot can be saved and a lot can be achieved. Now, trying to analyze this statement of the United States first, and then coming to the war preparedness of Pakistan and India. So, the statement is on, I think, expected lines, because we have to fight this battle alone. We have to realize it, that our battles are going to be fought by us only, and nobody from outside is going to fight the battle for us. The United States and India have certain agreements, which I'm sure the US will honor at this point of time: the COSA, the LIMUA, the BECA, and the USASA. So these agreements basically compel United States to share intel with us, communication with us, and also in case we need some kind of weapon platforms and systems from the US, it has to be made available to us. So I think to that extent, the United States is going to be supporting India in this war. On the diplomatic front, it is keeping a even stance, saying that we don't want to get into this war. Second aspect now is the war preparedness of India and Pakistan. I'll start with India first. What I have been speaking to the people and observing also, we are fully equipped and prepared to take on Pakistan. And if you have a comparison of the military strength of the two countries in terms of soldiers, in terms of manpower, we are, as far as army is concerned, it is a ratio of 2:1 on our side. Air Force also 2:1. Navy, yes, we are 3:1 as far as Navy is concerned, because Pakistan Navy is extremely weak right now, and the numbers of their warships and submarines are quite low as compared to India. They don't have an aircraft carrier also. So on the military strength, I think if this actually gets into a conventional war, which it is too early to say that if Pakistan tries an incursion into India and tries to bring in the ground forces, then I think Pakistan is going to have it, very, very badly. So I have my doubts whether Pakistan will try to get his ground forces into the campaign as of now, because the next 48 hours are going to be crucial on the type of air action by Pakistan. And of course, we have retaliated. I think the damage assessment, in the course of the day, there will be an official briefing from India's side, and we will come to know what kind of damage assessment has been there on our side as well as on their side, because
Right.
that dictate
Absolutely.
to us.
Major
the
General,
next-
we'll try and get more details on damage assessment as well. But something interesting you pointed out, it's very short of being called a conventional war. Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, what is the threshold for a conventional war? If one were to call it a war, come to think of it, the escalations that have transpired in the last couple of hours, I think we are one announcement short of a war. But in your assessment, sir, what's the threshold for calling it a conventional military war?
Whether we are at war, you call it conventional or you call it hybrid, call it proxy, whatever. Right now, it's a conventional war. It's a war. It depends now how we go about it. There is nothing more that as a soldier I can tell you. This is war. This is the way what we are prepared for. This is what we are trained for. And this is what we are doing right now. We are using all that we can, and we should. The aim is to target the source of terror, and that's the Pakistan army. Where is the doubt? Do we need to be qualifying that we are still not at war, or we are still trying to go? Nothing. We are at war. What is? If along the LOC you are fighting with all the might that you have, the Pakis are trying to infiltrate wherever they can. What is it? It's war. They're using air, they're using missiles, they're using drones, we're using Navy, we're using air, everything, the entire, whatever is available to us. We are at war. It's time, and we finish it off at the earliest. There's no question. We have to do it now or never. There is
All
no
right.
question that, no, we are just about on an escalatory ladder. We are at war, and let's finish it off. As fast
The
as we
reason
can.
I asked you that, Lieutenant General, is we haven't declared it yet, and until the government of India declares it yet, I don't have the authority to say it on air. I understand it's your position, it's your point of view, sir.
Declaration is one part. This is war. This
No,
is
I
what
agree
is
100%, sir. I agree. It's just that until an official declaration comes I think it will be easy for me to do it, but not the right thing for me to do it. Air Marshal Dipendu Chaudhary, I have to ask you, sir, I think any sane Indian in any part of this country is hoping that we do not get any more damage than the Pakistani forces while they continue to do what they do. The civil force also does not get any more damage. The civilians don't have to be hurt in the process. I think that's not anybody who we speak to today would not want war, at least a full-blown war, one that could hurt our soldiers as well. Where does the de-escalation start from here? Because come to think of it, if you assess everything that has transpired in the last couple of hours, it does look like Pakistan is undeterred. It wants to hurt us militarily. It is hurting our civilian forces as well. It's hurting our civilians to the point at least 15 people have died in Poonch alone. Shelling is reported once again in Uri. So it is continuing with its effort to build pressure on India. If it were to de-escalate from here, sir, what measures could we expect?
Thank you, Shweta. I'll just step back a few paces and just go over a few aspects. One was on the US position vis-a-vis India. Some of their open statements indicate the level of their engagement and knowledge and awareness. You are aware what the President of the United States mentioned. He says, this war, this has been going on for centuries. Obviously, a century ago, we didn't have Pakistan. So obviously, their general awareness is on the lower side. And then the spokesperson, we are getting clubbed with the Middle East. So that's the realm of the US depth of engagement. And I think it was very aptly brought out. I think very clear to India that India has to solve its own problems. So the US is not really going to do very much to it. And all these agreements that we have, which was out. Frankly, these are agreements all biased towards assistance from India to America should they get into an engagement, especially in the Indo-Pacific construct in the recent years. So that's an entirely different spin. On the issue of, if you noticed, they tried, in the discussion, which you showed right at the beginning, and they brought in this religious factor. This is nothing surprising because given General Muni's statement, where he brought out openly about this two-nation theory and how Hindus are entirely different, I think that would have set some narrative, and that would have put the idea in the minds of a lot of common Americans who are not aware, and in fact, a lot of Americans in positions of power who are not aware of the intricacies and the dynamics which occur in this part of the country. On the issue of the drones which have been coming in on a large scale, like we discussed it last evening as well, this is bound to happen. They are trying very hard to saturate our systems. And now these mass-scale drones which have come in, which have been tackled wonderfully by the Army's air defense, and it's a credit to the older guns which have paid dividends in the high-end technology. But do understand these are cheap, low-level drones which are meant to saturate and create more nuisance value than real serious damage. But like I said, drones are from different scales and levels. On the issue of war, now that's a very interesting thing. If you notice, in the last several decades, I don't think any country has really declared war. Even the Russia-Ukraine war is not a declared war. But the definition of war has become so diffused. And this kind of a gray zone warfare, which we have been talking about for decades, that has been happening. And what has happened in India and the actions taken by Pakistan are classic copycat tactics, which they have lifted off from the playbook of the Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran against Israel. And obviously, they've been watching the Russo-Ukraine war very carefully. So this is a mixed match approach to warfare. But the fact is, which was brought out also, I think one of the speakers, I think with General Kulkarni, when he underlined it very clearly, that they have brought in their hard power into action as well and have started hitting military targets. So this escalates it to a higher level. Whether India will declare it a war or will it continue in this manner in a diffuse sort of a rollover into a higher degree and higher level of operations. But one thing I'm absolutely in agreement that there is no denying that hard power will have to kick in at some point if this game goes on. De-escalation is in the hands of the Pakistan.
All right.
Unless and until the Pakistani military realizes this, and unfortunately the military is under tremendous pressure to save face. So this is going to be a challenge.
All right. It's going to be a challenge, and if there were to be a de-escalation, I think the unanimous voices, I think Pakistan will have to initiate it at its own accord. Gentlemen, stay with us. Let's slip into a very quick break. We'll be back in just a bit.
Mama must be missing us, na?
Let's take you for a spin, give me one day. Feel the itch under my skin, it's a one day. You believe it when you see me and done, hey. It doesn't matter, just gotta get going.
New GT line, Taigun and Virtus. Volkswagen.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
Smashing corporate boundaries through sport. The News9 Corporate Badminton Championship 2025, in collaboration with Padma Shri Pulela Gopichand, offers corporations a unique opportunity to boost employee engagement through sport.
It's a perfect blend of fun, fitness and competition. So I invite all the corporate people out there to come to the court and showcase their passion for sports as well.
Top corporates are already in. Are you?
Presenting sponsor, Srinidhi University, Kindle the Light Within. Co-powered by Tata AIG, with you always. Venue partner, Gopichand Academy. Sports medicine partner, CSSH, Center for Spine and Sports Health. Associate sponsor, Blue Star, built on trust. Dinshas since 1932. D-Beats, a diamond is forever. Tata New. Celebration partner, Big Bull, the future of clubbing.
All right, we continue to bring you all the latest updates in Operation Sindoor. Breaking news coming in on your screens right now. Security has been heightened in Amritsar. Now, Shri Guru Ram Das Ji International Airport security has been heightened. Functions of the airport have been shut until further notice. So, Amritsar joins a long list of airports which are under tighter security. Security has been now heightened in Amritsar. The international airport, Shri Guru Ram Das Ji, is now under special security. The functions of the airport have been shut. So the Amritsar airport has also been shut as of this morning. More news, of course, coming in by the way of what transpired late last night. As many as 50 drones, we are given to understand, were successfully neutralized during a large-scale counter-drone operation conducted by the Indian Army Air Defence units in the areas of Udhampur, Samba, Jammu, Aknoor, Nagrota, Pathankot areas. The engagement involved extensive use of L-70 guns, the Shilka systems and other advanced counter-UAS equipments, which now demonstrate Indian Army's robust capability to counter any aerial threats. And news also coming in from Uri right now. Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire in Uri as well. Civilian cars have been now targeted by Pakistan in Uri as of this morning. Pakistan, in its attempt to target civilian infrastructure, civilians as well as military installations, is now continuing to bomb across the LOC using mortar, artillery as well as drones, 50 of which were neutralized by Indian Army Air Defence Unit. On the show with us is Major General Dr. Rajan Kochar, Air Marshal Dipendu Chaudhary. Also with us is Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni. Sanjay Kulkarni is not with us. Major General Rajan Kochar, you were talking about how the entirety of last night, there was a sense of chaos, there was mayhem, and as we wake up this morning, we are now trying to make sense of what transpired, sir. 50 drones, a swarm drone attack by Pakistan, all of it neutralized, goes on to suggest that India is prepared, sir, for any eventuality and any further attack that Pakistan and Pakistan soil may emanate on India in days and hours to come.
Shweta, this is the beginning. Pakistan is not going to de-escalate whatever we may say, and there is no international pressure working anywhere on us or Pakistan. So we have to accept the fact that we are heading into a full-fledged war. Why we are saying that it's not a full-fledged war as of now? Because all the resources of a war have not been used so far, and once these resources also get into play, so I would right now like to term it as a limited conventional conflict. And in days to come, when we see the land forces also getting into play, then I think is a very, very serious sort of a concern. And why I'm saying is that Pakistan Army has a sustenance level. We have been evaluating this. I have done a series of staff checks on this. Around, if it goes into an intense mode of fighting, around 7 to 10 days. And that is why we are seeing this predominance of drone warfare. And why I'm saying this is because 2 years back, Pakistan formed its drone brigade, and it had immense help from China and Turkey. Bayraktar drones are there with Pakistan. Akinci drones are there with Pakistan from Turkey and from China also. So there is, I would say, a sufficient amount of drones for Pakistan to carry out these swarm drone attacks, as you mentioned, because this is the beginning, and it's a low-cost option, and it also results in stretching our air defense resources. We all need to understand one thing: we don't have unlimited ammunition, unlimited air defense resources. Now, India also has its own constraints, and we must realize this. You see, bravado
To
is
that on constraints, Major General, I think it's also important to understand the constraints that India may not face. I think in war rhetoric, we often forget a lot about how prepared we are as a country to go to war and whether it is in anybody's interest at all in the long run. Let me get in Air Marshal Dipendu Chaudhary, who's still with us. Sir, I think something very interesting that Major General pointed out, and he said that the sustenance levels of Pakistani army could be at about 7 to 10 days, but at the same time, come to think of it, for it to be declared a full-fledged war, there's not been enough mobilization of, in the Indian army. So far, we've only seen the Indian Air Force being mobilized. We've seen, some part of Navy also preparing itself since late last night. But as far as the mobilization of Indian Army forces is concerned, that hasn't really happened, and that could only happen when this escalates further. That could perhaps be what we should fear in the long run.
Tata, I would like to make one point clear. Any nation. So nobody would like to. They would always like to keep the powder warm and dry. That means your equipment and ammunition conserved, ready. Your troops and all your military forces of all the three services at a certain level of readiness, and no one commits the whole all its resources in one go, and that is the norm of war across the world, and that's how it's been for centuries. This is no different, but the difference here is that unlike us, Pakistani military is also it's between the devil and the deep sea. It has started this whole series of actions, which the coach mentioned is a limited one, and I quite tend to agree with that. It's probably the first level of but do understand the Pakistani military is constrained to keep its backyard safe. It has issues down south, it has issues on its western borders, up in the north. So Pakistan is also stressed. Do understand that the Pakistani Air Force itself is also carrying out limited action, and this is a tradition which the Pakistani Air Force has been doing even in previous wars. It conserves its assets and does not want to lose it because it's not a very big Air Force. So that is the challenge. But the issue is that they are relatively much weaker. Their war fighting capacity. There's something called a combat capacity and a combat sustenance, stamina. I think we exceed them far more in this. So we are very clear, and like I said earlier, and I think as we talked about, this whole calibration business is all about this. It's about stated actions at the right level at the right time, and you bring in all your resources. You mentioned the Air Force has been mobilized. What actually has happened is, yes, the Air Force has been activated for its air defense, and that happens well before all this would have started. Please understand that it's not started after the moment the first attack happened. It would have occurred. The moment this increased air activity or some when the airspace was closed, things were very clear. Pakistan did that in Balakot as well. So the point is there are enough signals. The question is, yes, war will hurt Pakistan. It will hurt us equally. And please, like there's a whole saying that says, never ask the price of war to a soldier. He knows it best. So for a civilian's perspective as well, and for a national perspective, war is the last thing that India wants. But we have been pushed, lines have been crossed. And yet, I think we're showing tremendous amount of restraint and maturity in not doing the whole hog. And I think that call, when it is needed, will be taken most certainly.
All right. I think war is the last thing that anybody wants, but India continues to show restraint as far as its military capabilities is concerned. Let me quickly play up now. My colleague Irfan Qureshi was on ground yesterday when the Jammu blackout occurred. He was there at the site of panic. Let's see what he brings us.
उड़ी सेक्टर में इस समय हम मौजूद है और लगातार उड़ी सेक्टर में शेलिंग जो है वो हो रहा है और हम यहां पर उड़ी सेक्टर को लगातार कवर कर रहे हैं और आप देख सकते हैं जो यहां पर लोग मौजूद हैं वो अब शेलिंग की वजह से बाहर भाग रहे हैं अपने घरों से और जो आसपास के यहां शॉपकीपर्स वगैरह है और अंदर जो है अंडरग्राउंड जो यहां पर स्पेस है उसकी ओर जा रहे हैं और आप देख सकते हैं ये तमाम लोग जो है यहाँ शॉप्स में, होटल्स में और बाकी जगहों पर काम करते हैं। तमाम जो बिस्तर वगैरह सोने का सामान है वो लेते हुए यहाँ पर भागते हुए पहुंचे हैं और लगातार सरहदी इलाकों में नॉर्थ सेक्टर की बात करें खासतौर पर मैसिव शेलिंग जो है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से की जा रही है और इस मैसिव शेलिंग में टंगधार, करना, केरन और ऊडी सेक्टर कुपवाड़ा लगातार दहलते हुए दिख रहा है। टीवी 9 भारतवर्ष टीम लगातार इस इलाके में मौजूद है और एक मैसिव तैयारी जो है वो इस पूरी स्थिति से निपटने के लिए है और भारतीय सेना लगातार जवाब दे रही है। लेकिन इस पूरे इलाके में शेलिंग से साफ तौर पर खौफ का माहौल है। इधर थोड़ा अंदर जाने की मैं कोशिश करूंगा। आप देख सकते हैं ये पूरा इलाका है। ये किस वजह से कैसे हुआ है ये क्रैक? ये पहले ये क्रैक हुआ है, ये जो स्थानीय लोग बता रहे हैं, ये भी जब मैसिव शेलिंग इस इलाके में इससे पहले हुई थी। तो ये जगह है जहां पर ये तमाम लोग बैठेंगे। इस तरह भी आप देखिए क्रैक्स, क्योंकि ये बिल्डिंग जो है, मुर्तजा थोड़ा आगे आके दिखाएं, ये बिल्डिंग जो है शेलिंग की चपेट में आया था और ये क्रैक्स अभी भी इस बिल्डिंग में मौजूद है। तो आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह की मैसिव शेलिंग इस इलाके में होती है। और जहां पर हम मौजूद है, यहां पर एक तरफ भारतीय सेना की पोस्ट्स है और दूसरी तरफ जो है लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो शेलिंग है वो लगातार इस समय यहां पर हो रही है और ये तमाम लोग यहां इस समय छुप रहे हैं और टीवी 9 भारतवर्ष यहां पर लगातार मौजूद है। इस तरफ कुछ लोगों से बात भी करेंगे। क्या नाम है भाई आपका?
मेरा नाम मशहूर अहमद।
कहाँ से हैं आप?
गरकोट से।
गरकोट यानी ऊडी से ही है आप?
ऊडी से।
तो अगर आपकी बात हुई?
घर में अभी किया था फोन।
क्या सिचुएशन है
वो ये हालात, यही पूछ रहे थे हालात कैसे हुआ जा रहे।
तो आप डरे हुए तो नहीं है?
नहीं डरे नहीं।
हाँ, यहाँ आप सेफ महसूस कर रहे हैं बंकर में?
यहाँ जी थोड़ा।
तो लगातार कुछ दिन से शेलिंग हो रहा है भाई?
हाँ, बहुत पिछले कुछ दिनों से हो रहा था, बीच में रुक गया था। आज अभी मुझे घर से आया फोन। हाँ। मेरे घर के आसपास पड़ रहे हैं गोले, इससे बहुत जबरदस्त।
यहाँ भी इस समय पीछे वाली साइड से लगातार शेलिंग सुन रहे हैं?
हाँ, यहाँ चारों साइड से आवाज आ रही है। मुझे घर से फोन किया, मैं वो डर के मारे बात ही नहीं कर सकते अभी।
तो साफ तौर पर यह स्थिति यहां पर है और लगातार जिस तरह पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो बैक टू बैक ड्रोन अटैक्स जम्मू के कई इलाकों में, खासतौर पर जम्मू के एयरपोर्ट के आसपास, उधमपुर, अखनूर और वही पठानकोट तक लगातार अटैक किया जा रहा है, जिसे भारतीय सुरक्षा बल जो है लगातार नाकाम कर रहे हैं। और आज ये भी स्पष्ट किया गया आधिकारिक रूप से कि करीबन 15 ऐसी लोकेशंस है जहां पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन से और मिसाइल से अटैक करने की कोशिश की, तो उसे नाकाम किया गया है। लेकिन स्थिति गंभीर है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के इलाकों में और यहां फिलहाल लोग जो है वो सेफ्टी की ओर भाग रहे हैं। हालांकि प्रशासन की तरफ से, सुरक्षा बलों की तरफ से भी इस इलाके में काफी इवैक्यूएशन भी किया गया, जो कि खासतौर पर जीरो लाइन और रेड जोन इलाके के लोग थे। और सलामाबाद से लगातार टीवी 9 भारतवर्ष ने जिस तरह रिपोर्ट दिखाया, उसके चलते वहां से भी लोगों को निकाला गया, क्योंकि वहां पर काफी ऐसे मकान थे वो जो कि आग की चपेट में आए थे।
All right, let's shift focus to now more breaking news coming in. An official statement from the Indian Army, ADGPI, Pakistani Army armed forces launched multiple attacks. That's what Indian Army has written as of this morning, using drones and other munitions along the entire western border. On the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May 2025, Pakistani troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. The drone attacks were effectively repulsed and befitting reply was given to the ceasefire violations. Indian Army remains committed to safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. All nefarious designs will be responded with force. Well, that's the news coming in. As far as early morning at 7:30 in India is concerned, the Indian Army has now responded to the launched multiple attacks of Pakistani armed forces, suggesting that a befitting reply was given to all ceasefire violations. Remember, Pakistani troops have resorted to ceasefire violations along the entire line of control. Just a couple of minutes ago, you heard my colleague Irfan Qureshi speaking from Uri, where people were also assembling in a bunker to safeguard themselves, and that has been the case throughout the Western Front. And Indian Army now suggesting that they have repulsed and given a befitting reply to all ceasefire violation. Major General Dr. Rajan is with us. Also with us is Air Marshal Chaudhry. I have to come to you first, Major General. You know, as the picture emerges clear, there was a very difficult night that the Indian Armed Forces were able to retaliate, and They say, and I quote, all nefarious designs will be responded with force. So essentially, that is the position Indian Army is taking right now, that if you come to us, we're not going to take it sitting down. We will respond to you appropriately and proportionately, and that's exactly what Indian Army has done, sir, through the day, through the night, in fact, as of yesterday. I have to ask you, sir, since our ongoing conversation on the combat capability of India, which was also pointed out by Air Marshal, that it's far greater than Pakistan, it's far longer than Pakistan, but at the same time nobody really needs a war. But come to think of it, all the actions of Pakistani army in the past couple of hours at least go on to suggest that they are not going to back down.
Shweta, firstly I would like to comment on this statement from the ADG-PI. I consider this as a very mature and a measured statement. Absolutely no rhetoric in this statement, because the kind of statements we hear from his counterpart in Pakistan, DG ISPR, it's totally rhetoric and a lot of unwanted information or unverified information is given. One thing interesting in this statement, what I see is that there is no mention of any intrusion by enemy aircrafts. I really see that he has mentioned drones, but on these channels since yesterday evening, we are hearing that one pilot has been captured and I believe 3 aircrafts have been shot down and things like that. So maybe that information has not been corroborated. So right. I sincerely feel, because this war, you will see there will be an information vacuum at times. You will not know what actually is happening on the ground, and it is rightly so, because we can't be covering the news that today Indian Army has crossed this area, Indian Army
Absolutely.
is moving.
And a lot of that fake news or the fog of war is also weighing on on people's psyche. I think it's important to be responsible, and that statement that has now come in from the Indian Army goes on to suggest that basically there was a second wave of drone attack by about 4 a.m. in the morning, but Indian air defense system tried to neutralize it all. Aditya Rajkol also joining us on the show right now. Aditya, it does look like the Indian Army's mature response has finally come out, suggesting that the Pakistani armed forces launched multiple attacks, all of which were thwarted.
Well, that's right, Shweta. A big development coming in, the statement from the Indian Army on the Operation Sindoor, that Pakistan armed forces launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions along entire western border on the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May. Pakistani troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. The drone attacks were effectively repulsed and befitting reply was given to the ceasefire violations. The Indian Army says that it remains committed to safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. All nefarious designs will be responded appropriately. So a very mature, very calm, actual statement coming in from the Indian Army on what has transpired over the past. We know for sure that 50 Pakistani drones were successfully neutralized last night during a large-scale counter-drone operation conducted by the Indian Army's air defense units in the areas of Udhampur, Samba, Jammu, Akhnor, Nagrota and Pathankot areas as well. So clearly a big development. Apart from that, I can brief you that at the line of control between India and Pakistan, heavy artillery shelling has continued overnight. A lot of civilian areas have been targeted as well. The police lines of Poonch in Jammu and Kashmir also came under attack. There have been no casualties as such at the military level or the police level that have been received. One woman, unfortunately, has lost her life in Uri of North Kashmir in Pakistani shelling, while at least 8 others are injured in that area. So that's the latest we are picking up right now. Heavy shelling in Uri, Kupwara and Poonch areas of Jammu and Kashmir between India and Pakistan. But apart from that, at least 2 barrage of swarm drones were sent in from Pakistan. Drone attacks were launched This happened last night at around 8 p.m. and then again at around 4 or 4:15 a.m. this morning. But both these attacks have been repulsed, and very critical role has been played, of course, by the Indian Army, the security forces, giving a very tough response to the Pakistani aggression. And I must compliment the engagement that involved the Indian Army's air defense units, and especially extensive use of the L-70 guns, the Zu-23 mm, the Shilaka systems, and other advanced counter-UAS equipment, which clearly demonstrated Indian Army's robust capability to counter aerial threats. So that's the latest that we are picking up as of
Aditya,
now.
I have to indulge you in at least two confirmations or clarity on two aspects of what's transpired in the last couple of hours. One, of course, is the downing of that Pakistani aircraft. Any confirmation at all on whether India successfully downed one aircraft and whether India is in custody of one Pakistani pilot?
Well, yes, certainly. A very, strong response was given to the Pakistani scrambling of the jets, etc. But no official word yet by the Indian Army or, of course, Indian Air Force or any other wings of the government, clearly in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and Rajasthan. Yes, we know that there have been attempts made by the Pakistan Air Force as well as the Pakistan Army to, intrude into India and conduct attacks. But as of now, no official word on the downing of the jets. Yesterday evening, we had heard reports of at least 2 to 3 jets of the Pakistan Air Force that could have been targeted in 3 different areas. One being Pathankot in Punjab, second being, of course, Akhnoor in Jammu and Kashmir, and third being Jaisalmer in Rajasthan. But as of now, there's no official word. We are waiting for a briefing of the Indian Army and the MEA that could happen later in the day to give details of the retaliation and, of course, Pakistan escalating this conflict with India.
Right. And before I let you go, I think another piece of news which is also doing the rounds, and I believe it can firmly be denied now. Did India carry out any more strikes on Lahore, Karachi, and so far as Islamabad? That is what a lot of media was also reporting as of last night.
Or, as you rightly pointed out, a lot of misinformation and disinformation is doing rounds. So we at News9 would not like to speculate on the operations that are still underway. I can only confirm that Operation Sindoor is still underway. It's far from over. Yes, India has conducted retaliation in Pakistan. The scope of the retaliation, the location of the retaliation, and the way it has been done is still not clear. It will only be reflected when officially confirmed by the MEA, Indian Army, and the Indian Air Force. So rest assured, the Indian forces are at their job. We, of course, will respect the, sensitivity and the security-related operations will not be discussed. But I can tell you, retaliations are underway. Indian Army has, laid out the entire map of how to respond to any kind of escalation or provocation from Pakistan. And it has been communicated to both US as well as Saudi that if at all there is retaliation, if at all civilians are killed, if at all, Pakistan tries to do any misadventure, there will be twice the level of reaction from India.
All right. And can we expect some sort of confirmation on what transpired at about perhaps 9 or 10 o'clock today? When is the press conference by Ministry of Defence?
Well, no, again, I've checked with the MOD, Ministry of Defence and the Ministry of External Affairs. Again, misinformation on the press conference. There's no official word. We will perhaps see it later in the day because right now several operations are still underway. The security forces and the district administrations are also trying to assess whether there was any kind of damage or not. I can also brief you that there was a massive encounter that broke out in Samba of Jammu and Kashmir last night.
Okay.
There was presence of 10 to 12 terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed that was noticed. There was intelligence inputs. The BSF engaged them. And there are unconfirmed reports, although the BSF has confirmed and officially released a statement that this encounter did take place and they repulsed the infiltration. I'm being told that 7 terrorists have been killed there. Since the operation is still underway, we don't have the details, but later in the day, the BSF, the Border Security Force, could come up with a statement. So some good news there from Samba International Border near Jammu. but the operations are underway all across. And as you said about the official word, I think the main detailed official version could come somewhat in the evening.
Version could come in the evening as far as the operations that were carried out by India is concerned. But we do know now that there were a volley of attacks, drone attacks, missile attacks that were carried out throughout late last night as far as early this morning. The second round of attacks about 4 a.m. this morning, where sirens were sounded in many western fronts, including as far as Punjab and Amritsar. Aditya, thank you for all those details. Air Marshal Dipendu Chaudhary continues to be with us. Air Marshal, as the fog of the war settle down and we get more clarity on what really transpired, it does look like there's a clear picture emerging, Air Marshal, that India does continue to have an upper hand. None of those strikes that Pakistan tried making on India's soil has been successful. Not the first round, not the second round.
That's certainly what seems to me emerging. And Shweta, just understand, we must all grasp this aspect very clearly, that when conflicts occur at this level, and we are a big nation, we are two big nations, a long border. It's not small one-off conflict in some part of the world. So the scale of the conflict and the kind of engagement which is emerging, like I was mentioning, that this is a very diffuse state of affairs where conflict is on. The lines are still not very clear between conflict and a higher level of engagement, which is possibly the last level of engagement is war, which nobody wants. But the fact of it is that this is exactly what is going to happen. A lot of gray areas emerge, a lot of news, disruptions, false narratives. There will be counter narratives coming from the other side, which they are masters at. But look at the difference in the approach to the whole thing. Every response, official or otherwise, has been measured. We're not created a level of hysteria which Pakistan tries to do. We're very measured, balanced, and it talks enormous about the resilience of our people and our capabilities.
Absolutely.
Look at the amount of damage which has been taking place in the borders. Our civilians are, taking it taking it on the chest with square shoulders. They know what's coming, and the reason why they are and why there is no panic in our country is simply because they.
All right, I think we seem to have. Air Marshal, we seem to have lost his voice there, but I think what he was simply saying, to sum it up, is as the fog of the war settles, we will now be realizing the extent of the damage that caused by Pakistan, as well as the extent of the damage that India has caused Pakistan. It's been difficult 24 hours, but more difficult last 12 hours in which Pakistan has attacked India at least multiple times. 2 such attacks that India is now confirming as we speak. We'll try and get you all those details live here on News9. Time for a short break. We'll be back in just a bit.
बेबो का एक ही रूल, रोज खाओ अंडे विदाउट भूल। 'Cause eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool. Summer में एनर्जी हो जाती है कम, खाओ अंडे एनर्जेटिक रहो हरदम। Strength और पावर मिले हर रोज with proteins and minerals का daily dose। Eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool. संडे हो या मंडे, रोज खाओ अंडे।
Smashing corporate boundaries through sport. The News9 Corporate Badminton Championship 2025, in collaboration with Padma Shri Pulela Gopichand, offers corporations a unique opportunity to boost employee engagement through sport.
It's a perfect blend of fun, fitness and competition. So I invite all the corporate people out there to come to the court and showcase their passion for sports as well.
Top corporates are already in. Are you?
Presenting sponsor, Srinidhi University, Kindle the Light Within. Co-powered by Tata AG, with you always. Venue partner, Gopichand Academy. Sports medicine partner, CSSH, Center for Spine and Sports Health. Associate sponsor, Blue Star, built on trust. Dinshas since 1932. D-Beats, a diamond is forever. Tata New. Celebration partner, Big Bull, the future of clubbing.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9, English news as it should be.
India at war with Pakistan-backed terrorists, says India's envoy to the US, Vinay Quatra. A woman was killed and another injured in cross-border shelling by Pakistan in Uri area of north of Kashmir's Baramulla district. In a major boost to India's maritime strength, Arnala, the first of 8 indigenously designed anti-submarine warfare shallow water crafts, has been delivered to the Indian Navy. Amritsar Shri Guru Ram Das Ji International Airport closed until further notice. Indian Army neutralizes as many as 50 drones launched by Pakistan in a large-scale counter-drone operation over the night. You're watching News9. I'm Shweta Kothari. We continue to track all the details emerging in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. Now, Indian Army repulsed a swarm drone attack by Pakistan using its anti-drone weapons last night. This is the second such attack carried out by Pakistan. The second wave began at 4 a.m. after the first wave that began at about 8:30, the second began at 4 a.m., which was effectively taken care of by the Indian Army. Pakistani troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. The drone attacks were effectively repulsed and a befitting reply was given to all the ceasefire violations. The L-70 and the Zu-23 guns were used to effectively neutralize all the drones. And this is in view of India-Pakistan border escalation. The Indian Army repulsed a swarm drone attack after the initial attacks that were carried out across the Jammu region at about 8:30, and the other western front, it is now given to understand, a second wave also began at 4 a.m. this morning, and that too was effectively taken care of by the Indian Army. What are L-70s and the Zu-23 that were used by the Indian Army? Let's take a look. The L-70 is an anti-aircraft gun. It was effectively deployed yesterday. The guns can bring down all unmanned aerial vehicles. So they have likely to have brought down the UAVs, have brought down the drones that Pakistan was operating. The gun has enhanced target acquisition and automatic target tracking capability. L-70 has a high-resolution electro-optical sensor as well. The L-70 is also equipped with a muzzle velocity radar. And they were effectively used yesterday along with Zu-23 guns to neutralize all the drones sent out by Pakistan, as many as 50 drones sent by Pakistan. My colleague Deepak Vadana joining us live from Vijay Chowk. He is at the center of all the action that is likely to take place in the national capital. Deepak, we now know that at least no press conference by Ministry of Defence that's been called at about 9:30 or 10 o'clock. That also was a part of all that misinformation doing the rounds. But some confirmation now coming in from the Indian Army on the volley of drones that were sent out by Pakistan, suggesting that all were effectively neutralized and they were sent out in two chunks. One, of course, was the attack that took place at 8:30 at night, which was last night, and the other one which took place at about 4 in the morning. What do we know about the second wave of attack?
So the second wave of attack, Shweta, was meant so that at least some drones would hit something in India, and the Pakistani army basically needs something to save face. As of the last few days, the Pakistani air defense systems have been exposed, and these are the Chinese supplied H-series air defense systems. What they found is that they found the Indian air defense shield to be almost impenetrable. The latest wave of attacks that came was actually disrupted by Indian surface-to-air defense systems, including the Akash, which is a rather long-range, looking at distances up to 100 kilometer and above. Then the Zu-23 that was used and the L-70, these actually look at close air defense, so within ranges of say 1 to 5 kilometers. Furthermore, we also have the MR-SAMs, which are the medium-range surface-to-air missiles. These have taken care of any intrusion, any aerial intruder in the ranges of 70 to 100 kilometers. So what we have here is a state-of-the-art defense system that has neutralized virtually every single incoming intruder on part of the Pakistani army. Presently, we also have some updates for you. The RM will be meeting the CDS very soon. There are also some meetings that are going to happen with the DG BSF and the leadership of the CRPF. So things are moving fast at Vijay Chowk this morning, Shweta.
Things moving fast at the center of all the action. That is the Vijay Chowk this morning. That is what my colleague Deepak Badana is bringing us. Is also giving us details of India's air defense systems, the close air defense system by the way of L-70 and Zu-23, as well as the MR-SAMs, which have been effectively deployed by India. Air Marshal VPS Rana, who's also a defense and strategy expert, joining us on the show. Air Marshal, India's defense preparedness at full show since yesterday. So be it the S-400s, the MR-SAMs or the close air defense systems, it essentially means that all the equipment that India has in its arsenal was able to effectively neutralize any attack that Pakistan likely carried out in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, thank you, Sweta. I think whatever is the news reports that we have seen, there have been swarms of drones that have attacked many positions inside, are mainly attacking the airfields and the vital installations. This is an era of drone war. These particularly, all these drones, particularly the swarm drones, are too much of a nuisance. They may not create the kind of damage, but it creates a lot of panic. It creates as you would have seen in Jammu, Pathankot, Avantipur and further up, there was a lot of panic on ground, despite we shooting down as many as what report says, more than 50 such drones. But there are drones and there are drones. The drones could be a very cheap, the $50, $100 kind of drone. And then there are very, very highly sophisticated drone systems, like probably the one we used to neutralize.
Right. Marshal, how many swarm drones does Pakistan have, and are they the cheaper versions of the drones, the sophisticated drones that India has?
Yeah, but they have all these kind of this thing. Mostly the Chinese supplied. When you talk about a swarm drones is nothing but sending large number of drones together.
All right. Yes, sir. All right. We've lost Air Marshal VPS Rana. Deepak Badana continues to be with us. Deepak, we were talking about Pakistan's air defense capabilities. While we do know that India has hit out Lahore's ability to defend itself, it has hit out at Lahore, specifically at the HQ-9 air defense system of Lahore. I also want to understand from you, as far as Pakistan's drone systems is concerned, the swarm drones that were sent out to Pakistan, how many does Pakistan have in its kitty? Could you perhaps run us through what we know about Pakistan's drones, its capabilities to enter India and attack India?
See, Shweta, one of the reasons that people go in for swarm drones is the relative, price consciousness behind the whole idea. Now, each of these drones doesn't cost a lot of money, and therefore any army has the capability of getting hundreds, if not thousands, of these drones. The idea is to send a lot of these cheap drones to overwhelm enemy air defense systems. So what air defense systems do is that each air defense system has a dedicated radar, a CPU, which actually detects targets, detects the ranges, and then takes the action to neutralize them. The Pakistani hope is that by sending these volleys, large volleys of these drones, they are trying to overwhelm the Indian air defense system by sheer numbers. However, they haven't succeeded so far. And mind you, that India has a security grid of over 1800 kilometers, if I'm not wrong. So India's got approximately 1800 kilometers of airspace to defend. And these the targets for these were 15 military installations, air bases, radar stations that Pakistan wanted to take out. What India's done in Lahore is that we've practically denuded their air defense capability, and Lahore is now in a state of blackout wherein it is extremely vulnerable to any aerial intrusion. Furthermore, Pakistani air defense systems, the HQ series that you noted, has been found wanting, and this should be a matter of concern for the PLA as well. Because this is based on the S-300 systems that China bought from the Russians. Our defense systems, the premier one that India has, is the S-400, which is the latest state-of-the-art, the best air defense system in the world. So their hope is that they want to denude India's air defense capabilities, and they found themselves wanting here. Furthermore, the Pakistani army and the defense establishment in Pakistan is facing a lot of heat from its populace. People are openly questioning them, when at a time when the Pakistani army takes almost 50 to 55% of Pakistan's budget every single year, the Pakistanis now see that they are, even with all this money, the rich generals of the Pakistani army have been found incapable of the only charge that they profess the Pakistani army is for, which is the defense of Pakistan.
Right.
And this is, the Pakistani army being exposed today.
All right. Shots on your screens right now. The aftermath of shelling in Uri, and on your screens right now, the rubble of perhaps some of the shops that were standing on ground there, which have suffered as a result of cross-border violation, of shelling, of the ceasefire violation by Pakistan since this morning. Heavy shelling has been reported across various sectors, including Uri, and the aftermath of which is now emerging very, very clearly on your screens. There is news of one civilian life, a woman who's laid down her life, who's died in that shelling, but that is all that we have as far as Uri is concerned. In Poonch, we know at least 15 people have died. So that's the confirmation we're getting as of this morning. Uri there on your screens right now, visuals coming in of the aftermath of the continuous shelling that civilians continue to face across the border. Air Marshal VPS Rana is back with us. Air Marshal, as my colleague was pointing out, an attempt through the swarm drone was made to overwhelm India's air defense system to see if at least one will hit, but none of them did. But I want you to talk to us about the capability of Pakistan's air preparedness, right now, when we do know Lahore is highly susceptible. To what extent do you think Pakistan can really face up to India's air capabilities?
See, like rightly Deepak said, these swarm drones, in my opinion, also was basically to probe and overwhelm your system. We have a typical situation nowadays in drone warfare that should you be taking this against, like he said, the price consciousness, that a huge expensive systems you cannot be probably using against these kind of swarm drones. But like you covered earlier, L-70, Zu-23 kind of guns, which actually had probably gone out of fashion because of the sophistication of the air attacks, now are back in favor, primarily because of these kind of swarm drone attacks. These are the cheaper drones and can effectively be taken down by L-70, Zu-23 kind of air defense guns, and I think they are the best weapon systems as far as to take care of these kind of cheap swarm drones that are coming to probably saturate your air defenses. And then the main defenses, main air defense units, which comprises your S-400, MR-SAM, AKAS, and also the shoulder-fired missiles can then be for a little, more serious kind of air attack that would take place. As far as the Lahore was concerned, they also have HQ9, which, as per the reports, was taken down yesterday. And also other, I believe there are other 7 AD systems that have been taken down. This is something known as a suppression of enemy air defenses. Before you prepare for going deep into enemy, you actually have to neutralize the enemy air defenses in terms of their missile capability, in terms of their radars, which are picking you up 24/7. So I think yesterday's some of these precise attacks that Indian Air Force probably did was mainly to take down and reduce the capability of their air defense system. So, but this would not be all. The air defense system comprises the whole network of radars, your AWACS, AEWs, and they are on 24/7. And then there is a multi-layered defenses in terms of, like what Deepak also covered. You have systems which take care of around 200, 400 kilometers, then around 100, then at 70. So this is, and then the point defense, which is L-70 shoulder-fired guns and short-range air defense systems, which take care of.
So correct me if I'm wrong. It wouldn't be fair to say that India has completely taken out the air defense of Lahore.
No, not at all, not at all. We should not be complacent by just putting these at all. There's a whole system in place. There are multiple layers of radars. There are multiple layers of air defenses. Radar gives the warning, command and control center.
Right, but how significant is the taking down of HQ9 in your assessment?
It is very significant. I'm sure it has been planned that way, that when you are giving a response, the response should not be just a rhetoric kind of thing like the swarm drones that the Pakistan probably did on us. When we did respond back to their attacks, we went very, very precise and took down their air defense units, which is, in any case, when you prepare for an air war, when you prepare for air strikes, the first thing that you need to do is suppress the enemy air defenses, either through hard kill or through soft kill. And that's what we did. So probably we would have created certain gaps. It's a part of the deeper plan. We would have created gaps, which then when we go and strike with our aircrafts, then possibly, and for that matter, even the missiles, you have taken down their detection capability, then it becomes...
Stay with us, sir. Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava also joining us on the show. Air Vice Marshal, I think very, very important, piecing together of what's transpired since late last night, and that is, it does look like there is a volley of attacks on India to also test India's air defense preparedness. Could this mean that more serious equipments could be used perhaps in a day or two to come? Is this an attempt by Pakistan to divert India to something that could be brewing, perhaps much larger from what we have seen since yesterday, sir? Has Pakistan effectively used all its air equipments, or the more serious are still in its kitty and it's still yet to test it out?
So, Shweta, I'm totally in agreement with the Air Marshal who just spoke about our multi-layer defense system, where strategic layer is there, which goes from 150 to 400 plus, and then we have 40 to 150 kind of layer with different equipment, and then we have layers which are below 40 kilometers, then closure weapon systems. So these are the multi-layered things, and of course we take care of ballistic missile defense too in the strategic layer. Coming to the capability of the enemy, and when you dovetail this with the kind of satellite or space assets we have for radar intelligence, for EM intelligence, for communication intelligence, for imagery intelligence. So all that together makes a system of our way of tracking what goes on from the enemy side, what is their plot in terms of their, the order of tank, what we call order of battle in terms of tanks, troops concentrations, aircraft concentrations, airfield. they are all known to us. We know. And this attempt which was done by the Pakistan is with the swarm drones. Swarm drones can be engaged by, there are many, many methods which are non-kinetic methods. Like we now also have directed energy weapons, which is something like laser guns you see in Star Wars. So they can also be deployed and they're ready and available. So idea being, the idea of air defense network with the on the Indian side is very robust, and it can take care of from smallest to highest level. But Air Marshal brought it out very correctly and I think very aptly that it is the cost of engagement. If I'm going to shoot down a very low priced item with a very high priced missile, it's not the real thing to do. But we can engage at various levels. That is for assuring the country. And specific details, of course, we will not be talking at this point of time. Coming to the side of Pakistan. Pakistan, we have tested in many ways. Their air defense there is very, very weak. Let me tell you this, and through you to the audience, our audience. It was, you remember 2022 when BrahMos was accidentally fired, so-called accident firing, and it landed up in Pakistan, and there was no way they could detect anywhere, anytime. That was also a test case to see how alert or how significant is the air defense system. Pakistan has been investing mostly in the optics, like buying some kind of JF-17s, because as far as budgets are concerned, they're as such not in comparison with Indian side, but also their generals and their military top leadership has been siphoning a lot of dollars from there.
Right. So I'll come to that. I'll come to that, Air Vice Marshal. Air Marshal, a pointed question to you right now. Could this be an attempt by Pakistan right now to really engage India so that the more serious equipments can come in later? Is this, in your assessment, perhaps a diversionary tactic?
Absolutely. I don't think this is the main idea. Their idea would be, like I said, probably to probe and just see how your air defense systems are activated. It's a battle of wits when you are in the battlefield, whether what the action that you do, is it perceived in similar manner by the enemy, or is the enemy smarter and sees that this is a deception technique, tactics. So I'm sure at various levels, all these deception measures that are being done, or for that matter, for the creating confusion through the disinformation, I'm sure there is a serious business behind all this. But in my opinion, Pakistan will be well advised not to take it to the next level, because if it goes to the next level, then Pakistan certainly will have decimation at hand. Because these are very easy to handle. You send a swarm of drones, it is not very expensive, not very this thing. But once you come to the serious business of employing your air assets deep inside onto strategic targets, then things are felt by the entire hierarchy, from the government to the military and a common man. As of now, whatever actions that have happened is just more of a nuisance tactics and just to create that panic amongst the civil populace. But I think our civil population is also smart enough to know all these diversionary tactics, and we should be vigilant and on the lookout for any serious breakout that may happen.
India's air defense preparedness, I think we've fared pretty well on that scale. Let's quickly get in Deepak Badana back into this conversation. Deepak, the unified voice is that in Pakistan is well advised not to take it forward, but you can't expect that from Pakistan. At least with the way things have quickly escalated in the last couple of hours, it does look like it's not a measured response, unlike what India did. We sat for good 15 days after Pahalgam. Let's also tell our viewers very, very categorically, we prepared a list of what India believes to be terror camps operating in Pakistan. It was a targeted precision strike on those terror camps. No civilian infrastructure, no military installation was targeted. But on the other hand, Deepak, come to think of it, what Pakistan really did seemed to be, in a hurry, unprepared, not measured, rather quickly without preparing enough, without trying to identify what are some of these locations that they're targeting. I mean, there is no terror outfit operating in India. There are no units operating in India. So might as well, affect and target civilians, might as well target military installations, and that's exactly what they've done. I want you to take us through, all that's come out from the government since yesterday. And in a second round of briefing, Deepak, we saw the government categorically suggesting that the round of attacks that Pakistan carried out, and this was until it started attacking Jammu late last night and various other western fronts, the government made it very, very clear that the ball is now in Pakistan's court. If they escalate, they will decide to take it forward.
Well, Shweta, the stereotype about the Pakistani armed forces is that they're brilliant at tactical levels, but they're very short-sighted at the strategic level. When you look at their actions post-Pahalgam, there was no measured response. It seems that there was nothing planned and coordinated. Rather, it was impulsive action. As I said earlier, they need to save face in front of their citizenry. Coming to the attacks on Jammu, and in fact, as far as away as, say, Jaisalmer and Bhuj. So what Pakistan has done is, in an attempt to create equivalence, they've exposed their support for terrorism. Because while India has targeted exclusively almost these terror infrastructure and terror training camps in Pakistan, Pakistan has equated that with Indian military installations. Furthermore, coming to the the MEA's press briefing yesterday, Vikram Misri, the foreign secretary, actually noted it, and he was very clear and concise in what he said. He said that it is Pakistan which actually escalated. India understands the 26th April attack on Pahalgam as the escalation of violence. India has the right to resort to or take any necessary measures to counter such threats. And post that, you see waves after waves of Pakistani attacks which have failed dismally. So the foreign ministry has stated clearly that the role of de-escalation, the charge actually lies with the Pakistani armed forces, and the Pakistani armed forces with their Hafiz chief, Mr. Asim Munir, they find themselves caught in a bind. The fact is that they cannot afford a war. They know that they cannot win a war, but should they not fight, they will be damned. So Asim Munir has painted himself into this corner where he doesn't know what to do. And you see this diverse range of voices coming out of Pakistan in response. At one end, a spokesperson speaking to the media in Moscow talks about how he starts saber rattling and talking about nuclear weapons and threatening not just India but the world, because he sees that if Pakistan will use any weapon for its defense, it doesn't care for the consequences. So it's like a man who's put a gun to his own head.
Come to think of it, it's blatant disregard for your own people. When you say that you don't really care about the consequences of using nuclear weapon, it's not just disregard for our law and order internationally, but also your own people who've put you in charge, at least as far as the civilian government of Pakistan is concerned. But I think we all know the civilian defense is a dummy government which has been stated by the Pakistani army. So it's literally the Pakistani army that is calling the shots as far as what's coming out of the civilian government in Pakistan is concerned. Captain Akhilesh Saxena is a Kargil war veteran, also joining us on the show. I think let's also quickly get in what transpired by the way of attacks in the Samba international border. We also know now that BSF confirmed that there was a movement detected. There was an infiltration bid at the international border, and the BSF in fact responded appropriately. There's some sort of confirmation on that as well, and there was an attempt made to infiltrate the border. We don't know if terrorists are dead. There is some news coming in that as many as 7 to 8 terrorists may have been killed, but we'll wait for some confirmation from the BSF with regards to that. But we do know that there was infiltration attempt made through the Samba international border. Captain Akhilesh Saxena, it does look like it's a multi-frontal battle. On one hand, Pakistan is ensuring that it continues to send in drones and missiles. At the same time, terrorists are also trying to infiltrate through the international border.
As I mentioned earlier, that India has to fight the battle in 2.5 front, and that's a reality today. Because while army will be working on our western and on our northern border, you will see all these attacks like Siadin attacks. You will see some of the sleeper cell getting activated, and this will become more and more. because we have got our internal enemy within us. So I think it's a very important message to all the citizens of the country that this is the time to stay united. First, we should not be looking at the rumor. There will be rumors floating all around. You will see a lot of cyber attacks. You will see a lot of fake news coming in. So stay united. And second thing, just ensure whenever you get a chance, any suspicious movement, please give the information to army or to the police or to authority. Because what we will see as we will start our attack on Pakistan and start excusing them, they will start using all their sleeper cells. And there are many internal enemies which we have seen over the past, which are within our country, right? So today is the time to deal with them also. So while we will be ensuring that we
Captain Saxena, you say there are a lot of internal enemies also operating in India. Who are you referring to?
When I say internal enemy, there are sleeper cells. There are terrorists which are just staying there, and there is a term called overground worker, right? They are not full-fledged terrorists, but they are working for terrorists, and whenever they are required, they comes into play. Like in Pahalgam attack also, there was a role of many overground workers. So they are, somehow they are sympathizers, supporters, and provide. So we have to, this is the time when we have to identify, because they will try to take the advantage of the, fluid situation. And there could be an internal disturbance, internal attacks on armed forces and others. So as a citizen, we also need to be like a soldier, right? We need to ensure that we are taking care of our internal front. And
Absolutely.
That's a very, very important thing.
Right. No, so while we talk about what's happening internally, we now know Indian ambassador to the United States, Vinay Quatra, has spoken to CNN. Let's quickly take a look at that interview. I think it's important to understand how world is perceiving the escalation that is brewing between India and Pakistan.
Now, this was Pakistan's way of saying to the world, look, we stand with the terrorists. We will do what's good for the terrorists, not what's good for the rest of the country.
Is India at war with Pakistan?
We are at war with the terrorists. And we will, as I said, bring justice to the victims and hold them accountable.
Is this in part a religious war between Pakistani Muslims and Indian Hindus?
I think it is Indian action against the terrorists. The ones who carried out those killings of the civilians. Our frame of reference in doing these attacks, in holding them accountable, is holding terrorism accountable. That's our frame. It is India and terror activities backed by Pakistan, which were responsible for killing of the 26 innocent civilians.
You say you're at war with the terrorists. At what point will you be satisfied?
Well, as I said, when we did our attacks, measured attacks, proportionate attacks day before yesterday, that was precisely the point we were trying to convey, that these terrorists carried out these brutal killings of 26 civilians.
So are you done with the attacks, or do you think they're going to continue?
If I could just complete. So when we did this day before yesterday, our assumption was that we have completed what we set out to do ourselves vis-a-vis the terrorists. We, from our perspective, had brought a certain finality to it. But it was, of course, subject to whether Pakistan has brought finality to it. Pakistan chose to escalate it further. Now it's duty bound for us to respond to.
All right, Vinay Quatra suggesting that India brought some sort of finality to it by the way of Operation Sindoor, carrying out those military precision strikes, but it didn't look like it was finality from Pakistan's side that attacked India. It was a failed attack on as many as 15 Indian cities, post which India sent out drones and missiles to Pakistan, and since late last night we've seen a volley of drones and missiles being launched from Pakistan up until this morning. We're tracking all those details for you here on News9. Time for a short break. We'll be back with more on the other side.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
Others see a teenage tantrum. I see you standing your ground. The world sees stubbornness. I see a soft, soft heart. I see you, my daughter, 16 and already owning your story. And I couldn't be more proud. For you, only natural diamonds. Smashing corporate boundaries through sport. The News9 Corporate Badminton Championship 2025, in collaboration with Padma Shri Pulela Gopichand, offers corporations a unique opportunity to boost employee engagement through sport.
It's a perfect blend of fun, fitness and competition. So I invite all the corporate people out there to come to the court and showcase their passion for sports as well.
Top corporates are already in. Are you?
Presenting sponsor, Srinidhi University, Kindle the Light Within. Co-powered by Tata AG, with you always. Venue partner, Gopichand Academy. Sports medicine partner, CSSH, Center for Spine and Sports Health. Associate sponsor, Blue Star, built on trust. Dinshas since 1932. D-Beats, a diamond is forever. Tata New. Celebration partner, Big Bull, the future of clubbing.
Welcome back. You're watching News9. I'm Shweta Kothari. We continue to track the aftermath of Operation Sindoor and the ongoing efforts by India to protect its borders. A volley of attacks was carried out by Pakistan, the latest one at 4 in the morning. 50 drones were brought down by India. They were completely neutralized by the Indian air defense systems. Air Marshal VPS Rana continues to be with us. Air Marshal, this is an evolving situation. The Indian government has also now continuously said that Operation Sindoor is far from over. And I also want our viewers to quickly know what India has done in retaliation to Pakistan's escalation. After carrying out Operation Sindoor, Pakistan attempted to attack as many as 15 Indian cities from Jammu to Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat. These cities, some major cities and these states were on Pakistan's radar. All efforts to target India failed, Air Marshal, post which India carried out retaliatory strikes. It sent out its own drones and brought down air defense system in Lahore. And since last night, we've seen Pakistan trying to get some sort of upper hand, in its war with India and hasn't been able to do so. Where does it take us from here on, sir, on the escalatory ladder? I think at this point, would it be fair to say that Pakistan has substantially escalated the matter and therefore the ball is in their court to whether de-escalate the situation right now?
Absolutely. I mean, it is up to Pakistan. In our response, we've been very, very measured, precise, and we have, like you have already covered, we haven't attacked their any of this thing other than the terror organization. And as a response to their attack on our district, to some of their AD units, to again just send a message. We could have decimated the entire network the way we had gone, but we have just sent the message across that it is enough, you need to withdraw. But should Pakistan not be taking that lesson from all these precise attacks that we have done, then they are going unnecessary escalating this. They are more on the optics and less on the serious this thing. Why I say that is that they also are sending more and more of swarm drones, more and more of these projectiles which have been brought down. I don't see any of this really a serious threat other than few loitering munitions that have been reported in Jammu, and apparently I saw it in the news that at least 4 loitering munitions were reported in Jammu region. That is something little serious effort, which, and again kudos to the air defense, our air defense, that we have taken down those. They have a Blaze kind of a series, which is again a kamikaze kind of drones, which are a little more sophisticated, which can be really guided to the
have they deployed kamikaze? Have they deployed the more serious drones yet?
I believe so. I mean, I saw it in the news that even in Jammu there are around 4 such kind of drones have been brought down. So that is the only serious effort that I see till now. Other than that, most of the I see not much in the swarm drone attack. It is more of a nuisance and more of a probing. But should they be coming to attack with that high-end missiles, And also these kind of drones which can actually hit on our at least the tactical high value targets within Army, Air Force bases, then I will see that that is further the escalation ladder. But we don't see that yet. They are more onto optics, more for the domestic audiences that see India attacked us and we have gone whole hog. We have across the border. We have gone from Punch to Jaisalmer and attacked everywhere. None of those attacks have been effective, primarily because of a response of our air defense system. And secondly, also they not utilizing real serious weapons, in my opinion, so far.
Used very serious weapons so far. It seems like that swarm drone attack was a nuisance, perhaps a diversionary tactic. That is what is Air Marshal suggesting right now. Stay with us. More breaking news coming in on the show. The president of the World Bank, Ajay Banga, has met with Prime Minister Modi on Thursday amid suspended Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan. The meeting between Prime Minister Modi and the World Bank chief took place at the former's residence, which is the Prime Minister's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, following the Indian airstrikes on the terror infrastructure in Pakistan as well as the POK. The meeting took place at Prime Minister's residence on Wednesday. Pakistan also attempted to target, remember, Indian military installations in at least 15 cities. It failed. And after India attacked its air defense, it further escalated the attack later at night, which started at 8:30 at night, carried on till about 4 in the morning as of today. It looks like on the back of that, President of the World Bank, Ajay Banga, has met with Prime Minister Modi. Is this an attempt by the World Bank to broker some sort of a deal as far as Indus Water Treaty is concerned? Remember, government in its five-pronged approach after Pahalgam terror attack suspended the Indus Water Treaty, put it in abeyance, which essentially means that every time government holds back water or releases water, it is not informing its Pakistani counterparts anymore, which was one of the measures that India was bound to do under the treaty. But since it has kept the treaty in abeyance, it is not bound to inform Pakistan. Now, that has resulted in a flood-like situation occurring in Pakistan in the last couple of days. We are yet to understand what this meeting between World Bank President and Prime Minister could mean. And before we understand that, remember, let's quickly run our viewers through what has transpired yet again. The President of the World Bank, Ajay Banga, met with Prime Minister Modi on Thursday amid suspended Indus Water Treaty. Now, as I mentioned, since the abeyance of the Indus Water Treaty, Pakistan has also urged the World Bank to intervene in the matter to ensure that India lives up to its expectation under Indus Water Treaty, and that is keep Pakistani officials informed every time it is releasing water on one of the tributaries of Indus River. However, India hasn't done so since it kept in abeyance the Indus Water Treaty. Now, Pakistan has approached various international authorities, including the World Bank, to urge India to adhere to the terms under Indus Water Treaty. In the back of all of that, Ajay Banga has met with Prime Minister. My colleague Karthik Malhotra joining us on the phone line. Karthik, what are we to read of that meeting between Ajay Banga and Prime Minister Modi?
Clear, the World Bank is not going to interfere with the Indus Water Treaty, and that is the word which is coming out from Ajay Banga. He's the World Bank president. He did meet Prime Minister Modi as well as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman yesterday and said that the multilateral agency will not interfere in the Indus Water Treaty. Remember, the Indus Water Treaty was one of the first diplomatic strikes that India had made against Pakistan after the horrific April 22nd Pahalgam attacks, which took the lives of 26 innocent civilians in India on Indian soil. Now, there was an interview that Ajay Banga had also done with a leading TV news channel in India, and to quote him from that interview, Ajay Banga also said that we have to pay the fees of those guys through a trust fund that was set up at the bank at the time of the creation of the treaty. That's our role. We have no role to play beyond that. So World Bank very clearly saying that there is absolutely no interference that can be expected from the World Bank, and Ajay Banga being very, very clear as World Bank president that he's not going to interfere in India's decision to keep the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance.
All right, Ajay Banga making it clear that there will be no role played by World Bank as far as Indus Water Treaty and its suspension is concerned. Karthik, thank you very much for all those details. And that crucial meeting comes on the back of India putting a halt and containing some of that water flow and then releasing it, which may have resulted in a flood-like situation in the low-lying areas of Jhelum and its the tributaries of Indus River. And more news coming in as the conflict began. There's been a lot of misinformation in circulation in India and elsewhere. We bring you some of the fact checks to help you sort what's real from what's fake. And on your screens right now, a fact check that has been put out by PIB. Was there a drone attack in Jalandhar? To that, the video of a drone strike in Jalandhar, which is widely being circulated, PIB says this is an unrelated video of a farm fire. The video was shot earlier and the drone attack began later. So no, there was no drone strike video from Jalandhar. There is no drone strike in Jalandhar. So the visuals that you're seeing on your screens right now, on the right of that fire is likely a farm fire. The second round of fact check that PIB has made is that of a social media post falsely claiming that Indian military used Ambala Air Base. Another news that's coming in from PIB is that fake news circulating about a Fidain attack on an army brigade in Rajouri in Jammu. Now PIB has fact checked it. It says that no such Fidain or suicide attack has happened on any army cantonment area. On your screens, of course, that fact check that's been put out by PIB suggesting that there was in fact no Fidain attack. Next, a letter has been shared on social media claiming that Chief of the Army Staff V.K. Narayan has sent a confidential letter regarding military preparedness to the army officer of Northern Commandant. This letter is also completely fake. So on your screens, that letter is in fact a fake and is not an official letter issued by the Indian Army. And a fact check that has come in by PIB, a social media post falsely claiming that Indian military used Ambala Air Base to attack Amritsar and its own citizen. Again, completely baseless and a part of a concrete misinformation campaign, a concerted campaign by perhaps Pakistani trolls. There is absolutely no Indian military base that has been used by India to target its own people. Another round of fact check by PIB is that social media posts are claiming that entry to airports across India has been banned. Again, this is fake. Some airports are closed, details of which we'll share with you very, very shortly, but no airport entries are not banned. So there you have it, the PIB fact-checking some of those crucial news items, a flurry of which is currently floating on social media. And let's keep a track of that. It's very essential for everybody today to prepare to ensure that we don't fall prey to a volley of fake news item being shared on social media. So be particular before you share any of those news items. It might as well be fake.
हमारे मित्र थे राम राम अभी ये रोज का ही चालू है
All right, as I come to the end of this broadcast, Air Marshal VPS Rana continues to be with me. Air Marshal, let's sum this up for our viewers, shall we? What we're looking at right now is an escalation and Pakistan seemed to be eyeing up the escalatory ladder and not stopping its attacks. And you know, we continue to share all those details. So I have to ask you, if in a point blank fashion, where do you see this heading from here?
See, it is anybody's guess, but this is very important point to take home is that the low-cost warfare is the reality in today's warfare tactics and the doctrine. Particularly use of the drones all over. You have seen, if you people follow what is happening in Ukraine, Russia, what's also happening in Russia, in Israel with the Hamas attacks, and we see the imprint of those kind of things here. In fact, your picture right now is as if it's a similar kind of attacks that Hamas generally has been doing, and all other attacks also that's happening on Israel. These are low-cost warfare which can carry on for days and years. So we are here for that kind of warfare. We must be very, very well warned that this could continue for a much longer than we expect, unless we really go serious and strike them where it hits them very, very hard. We are trying through the signaling, we are trying through our precise attacks, but despite that, it could actually be long drawn. Another dimension to this by Pakistan is now almost integrating terror into their war doctrine. It's a well-known fact that they are using terror network, they are using terrorists for putting for the objectives of their nation.
Right.
So these are the two things that we really have to be wary of. That it could be much longer in this spectrum than getting into something very serious.
Right. Marshal, does this also set a precedent, sir? Does it also set a precedent every time Pakistan uses sub-conventional methods like terrorism or a proxy war by the way of terrorism, there's going to be military action? And this hasn't really happened, come to think of it. I think for all the viewers right now, it's also important to understand this is the first time that Indian government, its armed forces, have taken it head on. Up until now, we gave out dossiers, we gave out proofs, we conducted investigations. But despite that, I think it has met with little to no change. And so this time around, I think Indian government, Indian armed forces have flipped the game, suggesting sub-conventional measures will be met with conventional force.
Absolutely. Very, very rightly said. And I think that's the best thing to do. We must make it very clear that any action by terrorists will be an act of war. And for that matter, even the kind of drone attacks which Pakistan has been denying for all these, even for these drones and also for the terrorists. But we must be apprised that all these actions are their part of their doctrine. And we must respond to this as a war act. And I think then only probably the lesson would go. And I think we have done pretty well this time, signaling that any of these actions will not go unpunished, and we will respond as if this has been an act of war on us. We haven't declared it a war yet, but all our actions have been very, very precise, calculated, and probably driving home the point to Pakistan that none of this we will take that this is not your doing. It is absolutely your doing. Anything that emanates from Pakistan is an act of war, and that is how we should take it, and that's how we should respond to it.
All right, that is how we should take it. That is how we should respond to it. Marshal, before I let you go, I think it's also important to understand India's actions so far, and India continues to say have been responsible, measured, but that hasn't been the case since yesterday. Since yesterday, I believe you started retaliating to every time there's been an attack. So be it an attack on the 15 Indian cities along the western border to the attacks that we saw overnight, there could be some sort of retaliatory action from India. We don't know whether operations are being carried on in Karachi, Islamabad. Those reports are not confirmed. We'll wait for that confirmation yet. But I have to ask you, sir, if it comes to a warlike situation, what is the eventuality we are looking at?
See, eventually Pakistan does not hold good as far as the conventional war is concerned. When the war goes to a much serious level or missiles and your aircrafts and your army actually getting into the contact battle. I think once it gets to that serious end of the business, then Pakistan will be a loser all along. And that is precisely what their strategy right now is, that they would probably want to just play likewise and going in the model of the Ukraine and Hamas war, that you continue doing this low-cost warfare and try to keep that
India engaged.
Entire populace in that state of panic
Right.
and fear. But I think we are doing in a very well measured, calculated fashion. When we attacked Lahore, Karachi, Rawalpindi, all these places, also there have been attack without any collateral damage whatsoever. They have been very precise. We have not doing any indiscriminate act so far. But once it comes to a serious business of the larger missiles being fired or the aircraft doing the air strikes deep inside, then I think things would be a little out of control. And that is precisely what I think Pakistan is not looking at. They somehow wanting to just keep the pot boiling and keep it simmering and keep doing this low-cost warfare. And we should be very obvious that we should not let this get...
Absolutely. Extremely wary of it. Air Marshal BPS Rana, a tit-for-tat reaction that Pakistan seemed to be, doing consistently, not really faring well for its own war game as far as the inter-border terrorism is concerned and the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan is concerned. Air Marshal, we'll try and get you back, sir, but thank you very much for all those details on that crucial development across the border, across the line of control. Shelling, mortars are being used. People are dying in Uri. You saw just a couple of minutes ago visuals coming in of the aftermath of that attack. As many as 15 people have died in Poonch. It's a developing situation. Overnight, there's been a sense of panic and fear in Jammu, in Rajasthan, and Chandigarh, very close to Delhi, where air sirens went off. People hid. They sought shelter. There was a blackout in process, and warplanes were seen hovering over India's airspace. An attempt being made by Pakistan to infiltrate. It hasn't been successful so far. It will try again, and India is prepared. But that's all from me on this show. Thank you very much for watching. News and updates will continue on the other side.
बेबो का एक ही रूल, रोज खाओ अंडे without भूल. Cause eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool. Summer में एनर्जी हो जाती है कम. खाओ अंडे, एनर्जेटिक रहो हरदम. Strength और power मिले हर रोज with proteins and minerals का daily dose. Eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool. संडे हो या मंडे, रोज खाओ अंडे.
Smashing corporate boundaries through sport. The News9 Corporate Badminton Championship 2025, in collaboration with Padma Shri Pulela Gopichand, offers corporations a unique opportunity to boost employee engagement through sport.
It's a perfect blend of fun, fitness and competition. So I invite all the corporate people out there to come to the court and showcase their passion for sports as well.
Top corporates are already in. Are you?
Presenting sponsor, Srinidhi University, Kindle the Light Within. Co-powered by Tata AG, with you always. Venue partner, Gopichand Academy. Sports medicine partner, CSSH, Center for Spine and Sports Health. Associate sponsor, Blue Star, built on trust. Dinshas since 1932. D-Beats, a diamond is forever. Tata New. Celebration partner, Big Bull, the future of clubbing.
आपके वक़्फ़ में एक भी नॉन मुस्लिम नहीं आएगा.
Waqf bill was passed by Rajya Sabha. Opposition parties have challenged the legislation in the Supreme Court. What is the biggest challenge of Amit Shah in Tamil Nadu? Can Muhammad Yunus be trusted because he met Prime Minister Modi? World will come to know India will come to know who were his handlers. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee met thousands of teachers and educators. Tharoor said that it took 21 months for Bharatiya Janata Party to impose president rule in the state.
Businesses are primarily in India known by their owners.
When you start a business, you don't realize how much you're putting the entire family at risk.
The trust is a big element.
And a typical symbol of trust is usually a banyan tree. And I used to, in my early days, wonder that how will a young company look like a banyan tree?
When you brought in this beauty product, Nykaa, you tried to make women look beautiful for themselves.
It's a message to women. Let the spotlight of your life be on you. And for that, we wanted her to be as confident as she wants.
India desperately needs that shift in mindset where women would be leading from the front.
They're risk takers and they do take open-ended risk, and a belief in yourself that you don't allow others to destabilize you and you keep pursuing your path.
Watch Radico Presents Duologue with Paruntas Season 3 featuring Falguni Nair at these times on News9. News9, English news as it should be.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
India at war with Pakistan-backed terrorists, says Indian envoy to US Vinay Quatra. A woman was killed and another injured in cross-border shelling by Pakistan in the Uri area of North Kashmir's Baramulla district. In a major boost to India's maritime strength, Arnala, the first of 8 indigenously designed anti-submarine warfare shallow water crafts, has been delivered to the Indian Navy. Amritsar's Sri Guru Ramdas Ji International Airport closed until further notice. Indian Army neutralizes over 50 drones launched by Pakistan in large-scale counter-drone operation. Hello and welcome. You have joined the roll-in coverage here at News9 about all the latest developments coming in on Operation Sindoor, and this is Sakshi Singh Litoria. First up, a breaking news coming in at the top of this segment. Board of Control for Cricket in India is in action mode after the IPL 2025 between Punjab Kings and Delhi Capitals was called off due to tension between India and Pakistan. In fact, players were safely evacuated after Pakistan's failed drone strike attempt near Pathankot, which lies just 85 kilometers from Dharamshala. So that's the latest that we have picked up.
भारत एक बहुत मजबूत देश है, इनको ये बताओ पहले कि इसके ऊपर अटैक इतने आसानी से नहीं होगा.
The BCCI is in action mode now after the IPL 2025 between Punjab Kings and Delhi Capitals was called off yesterday because of the rising tensions between the neighbours. Players were safely evacuated is what we have been given to understand as well after that failed drone strike attempt was done by Pakistan near Pathankot, which, remember viewers, just lies 85 kilometers away from Dharamshala. Everybody is safe, everybody has been evacuated safely. That's the latest that we have picked up. Let's also discuss the latest development that we have picked up from our sources with the experts joining us on the broadcast. Former Chief Spokesperson, Ministry of Defence, retired Wing Commander Praful Bakshi,
Also, former head of India's Western Naval Command, retired Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking to News9 this morning. Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, let me begin with you. We've been given to understand that the second series of drone attacks, over 50 drones, were successfully intercepted by Indian air defense system, sir. What do you make of it? And why is it continuously happening when on the other side, their contradictory words are still pouring in of de-escalation? They are demanding a de-escalation, but look at what they are doing.
Well, thank you for getting me on your show, Sakshi. Good morning to you. First of all, we need to understand that the terrorist groups are not Jaish-e-Mohammed or Lashkar-e-Toiba. The biggest terrorist group in Pakistan is the Pakistan Army and ISI combined. Till they are sorted out, none of this terrorist group will go. They are all hired laborers. Second thing, you talked about this, the anti-drone operation. The Indian Air Force has an army. They have got a very strong and very robust air defense system. It's an integrated system, and it begins to start acting. If it is a big missile, then it is hit by S-400. And thereafter there are layers, Akash, then shorter range missiles, and right up to the close-in weapon systems. And they are all automatic once the target is locked on. And this is exactly what we have been seeing for last 3 days, Sakshi, that none of the drones have managed to get in, none of the missiles have found their target, and they have all been intercepted. So I'm not surprised at all that what has happened just now. Now, why they want to de-escalate? Because obviously they are on the back foot. They will run out of ammunition. They will run out of drones. There's a limit to how many drones can be given. And I believe that Turkey has sent one plane load of these things yesterday. It will last. But Turkey is also saying that there should be de-escalation. Obviously, even Turkey is hard pressed to supply them the weapons for long. So I would think that de-escalation they are talking about, and we must not de-escalate. We should keep responding to everything they do in the same way, in the same domain, and with more vigor. If they have launched 50, we should shoot down 50, and at our own given choice and place and time, we should send more number of attacks on them. Whether it is drone or whether it is something else, that is for the commanders to decide. Sakshi.
Absolutely. Wing Commander Bakshi, let me now come to you with the question of this time India's retaliation. It's not only along the line of control. We have gone deep inside, sir. We have attacked them deep inside to threaten them enough to not mess with us. This time we have to teach them a lesson, a proper one, that too, on top of that.
Right, as you heard, Admiral, the question is, at the moment, the total war has to be declared. If the war is declared, then nothing stops us. Let us not repeat the Kargil episode. We have to be very clear. At the moment, we are a step short of war. They are sending drones. We are intercepting. Our interception system, air defense system is very well layered, very well formed. So there is no problem about it, and we are attacking by drones. Even our navy, which is closing in the Arabian Sea, is still yet not to go. There is no contact in the sense they have not brought in ship. There is no ship-to-ship contact. Yes, even navy is sending in their drones. Probably army is sending the drones. So it's a drone warfare which is going on. And let me tell you one thing: with the drones, the damage is limited, very limited. It is more or less. They'll be constantly irritated. They'll be put to test. Their air defense system will be put to harassment, like China is doing to Japan. They continue doing. They keep coming close, and the air defense system gets tired. That's what Pakistan tried to do with us, and now we are teaching them a lesson. Now they are actually, they realize that Turkey, which gave them Baraktiar, and 50,000 swarm drones from China. Now they have come, and that's what you're seeing. But China and Bangladesh are also planning out, along with Pakistan, a different type of warfare. We have to keep our intelligence alive on that. They have eyes on our northeast. They have eyes on the Siliguri corridor. Believe you me, they are on north of Uttarakhand. Nepal, Kalapani, China is already interfering and pressurizing Nepal to get into action I mean, in their favor. All but Bhutan, Nepal, or Bangladesh, they are trying to enter Bangladesh. They are already entered in the sense they have got the access to bases. They are very comfortable with Bangladesh. Habban Tota, Kachevetu, they are eyeing Kachevetu and Solomon. We're eyeing both the islands. So China is becoming strong. We are, of course, alert. We are overall alert. And we must continue. Our aim was anti-terrorist. We have to destroy the total terrorist and the 3 steps. Terrorists act because there are sleeper cells, very effective in India. We should not be shy in pointing them out and start getting them out like vermins. We have yet to start with only piecemeal steps we have taken. Then Pakistan is coming through the various bases in POK and other places, 18, 20 kilometers away. Yes, we have destroyed 9 of them, probably 2 or 3 more. We have to destroy and occupy. We have to start our occupation of POK. We are not attacking Pakistan. We are taking our POK back. And that's what that is what will pressurize Pakistan. We should not think in terms of marching our army into Sindh and all until and unless it's a war. When the war comes, then we don't hold back.
Right.
Yes, you play the chess as per your requirement. You move the king, you move the soldier, you move anything. But question is, we have to plan it out step by step. And we have to keep our overall eyes on. In the Srinagar area, we have very proudly say, we have unified command. Unified command doesn't do anything. Unified command means, you know what? Acha, hum tumhare se cooperate karenge, tum bhi karoge, we will do this. That is unified command. There should be one commander, one command and control. Then only things work. Otherwise, unified command, I've seen enough. The army corps commander will keep telling them to move the battalion. They will say, over my dead body. That's what the sentences are used. So please, we must understand. We have to change our way of thinking and way of working. And we have to pressurize Pakistan constantly. Please understand, we will not be able to do anything. But at the moment, we are doing very well. And let us also keep our news in control. 2 JF-17 shot, 2 pilots captured. Now these things, until and unless we are sure about what we are saying, I mean, we should say, because we are sitting out here supporting the media and it looks very, very funny. You know, the things which is not there, we are talking about it.
Absolutely, sir. Very crucial point made by you that do not post and do not go on commenting on things which are not absolutely confirmed. But let me quickly take a word from my reporter Deepak Badana there at the ground as well. Deepak, we've been given to understand that several states in India have been put on alert, including Delhi. Multiple schools have been shut. In fact, institutions have been shut. The leaves have been cancelled for multiple employees. Please walk us through the latest advisory, the details that you have picked up from your sources at the moment.
Sakshi, at the moment, state of high alert has been issued in several states, particularly ones that border Pakistan. Schools have been shut down in parts of Punjab, in Jammu and Kashmir, in Leh. Leaves are being cancelled across the country. Every single serviceman, the paramilitary, they are being called back. So India is in a state of high readiness. In fact, there's also an order that says for doctors to be, at the ready in case of any emergency. So the entire country, it seems, is coming together. Every single institution has been ordered to do its part in the ongoing crisis with Pakistan.
Right, Deepak, please stay with us. We will come back to you. Let me also read out some more developments that we have picked up here at News9, and let's take the chat forward on that as well with both the gentlemen joining us here for the conversation. Indian Army has successfully repulsed a swarm drone attack by Pakistan using its anti-drone weapons, ladies and gentlemen. This is, remember, the second such attack carried out by Pakistan. Extreme cowardice. The second wave began at 4 a.m., which was effectively taken care of by the Indian Army. Pak troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. We've been given to understand that the drone attacks were effectively repulsed and befitting reply was in fact given to the CFVs. The L-70 and Zu-23 guns were used to effectively neutralize the drones. Vice Admiral Sinha, let me come back to you with a question of what India has been maintaining so far. India has very categorically said that, we are not the one who initiates, we are not the one who provokes, we are only the one who knows how to properly and proportionately respond. And India has very categorically maintained that, we are using the same amount of intensity which is coming our way. We are only and only retaliating with that much amount. What do you say about that?
Is that for me, Sakshi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's for you.
Yeah, very much. Right from the beginning, we have only responded to what they have done. Maybe sometimes we have to give it back to them in higher intensity, but so far it is just one-to-one, and we are not going to provoke. We have not gone to any civil area. We have not hit any military targets. We have only hit the areas where the terrorist camps were. Whereas Pakistan has attempted to hit our military areas, and we should have started hitting the military areas. So, I hope that will happen. It is up the sleeve of the armed forces, and I think the armed forces have very clear directive not to attack any civil area, any civil structure, and just limit yourself to responding to what Pakistan is doing. And as I said, it is a war-like situation. The whole country is ready. People are supporting the Honorable Prime Minister, who is a strong leader, and so is entire defense organization. We like a strong leader on top because it becomes easier. Then the task is very well clarified, very well spoken that this is the end result. And once the end result is known, the armed forces will fight and make sure that those aims are achieved. So right now, it is only a political directive for which the armed forces will wait. It is quite possible that the higher ups have a different method of collapsing, or rather shrinking Pakistan. You see what is happening in their own country, and it is only time is not very far when you will find that those parts of the Pakistan will begin to wither away, and therefore we'll have to wait. It's not a short war. We'll have to have patience. We are not going to see results immediately. We have to wear the Pakistanis out. They don't have enough stock. Not like us, they've gone and sold their ammunition to Ukraine, and now they're running short themselves. So I would say that we have to be very, very precise. Don't hit civil structures, don't hit civilians. However, respond to everything they're doing. War will not be declared till the army crosses the line of control or the ships are fired upon. So this is the law. We will stick within the rule, and let us see what Pakistan does next. We will respond. We will not escalate. We want to keep the escalation ladder control in our own hands. When they stop, we will stop. If they don't stop, we will respond. So that is the overall thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Wing Commander Bakshi had in fact also highlighted something very crucial about how China is gaining strength amidst all of that. We will come to that point as well. We will discuss a breaking news that we have received here at News9 about, the recent series of attacks coming in from Pakistan's way, specifically in Poonch and Uri, and of course the fatalities over there. But we have got some international, reactions also coming in. Let's take a look at what the world leaders are speaking about, the Pahalgam terrorist attack and now the aftermath as well. But before that, we have a breaking news coming in, ladies and gentlemen. We've been given to understand that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has met CDS Tri-Services Chiefs. A very crucial meet currently underway. We will continue to bring you all the details with regards to that as well. Now let's take a look at the reactions coming in globally over what is happening between India and Pakistan at the moment.
As quickly as possible. We can't control these countries, though. Fundamentally, India has its gripes with Pakistan. Pakistan has responded to India. What we can do is try to encourage these folks to de-escalate a little bit, but we're not going to get involved in the middle of a war that's fundamentally none of our business and has nothing to do with America's ability to control it. America can't tell the Indians to lay down their arms. We can't tell the Pakistanis to lay down their arms. And so we're going to continue to pursue this thing through diplomatic channels. Our hope and our expectation is that this is not going to spiral into a broader regional war or, God forbid, a nuclear conflict. But sure, we're worried about these things. But I think the job of diplomacy, but also the job of cooler heads in India and Pakistan, is to make sure this doesn't become a nuclear war. If it happened, of course, it would be disastrous. Right now, we don't think that's going to happen.
What I can say here, a few more things, certainly. We continue to urge India and Pakistan to work towards a responsible solution in this, and we've been saying that certainly from the beginning. We also want to say that what matters in this particular instance right now where we're at is that the phone calls happened, that we are remaining engaged with both governments at, again, multiple levels. We, though, will not engage in the nature of discussing what the conversations have been or what we've conveyed. Certainly there's a lot already on the record when it comes to our reaction to what's been happening here. So there's some discussion that Pakistan wants an independent investigation as to what has happened regarding the terrorist attack. And of course, what we say to that is we want the perpetrators to be held accountable and are supportive of any efforts to that end. All right, Sean. Well, you know, obviously in today's world, that's a call that we've been making for decades. It is the dynamic that we've seen in the Middle East disrupting lives. And clearly, what happened in Kashmir is awful, and we've all, of course, we send our condolences. The world has rejected the nature of that kind of violence overall, of course, and certainly the President has and continues to. But at this moment in time, there's like one thing that has to stop, which is a back and forth and a continuation of this. And that is what we're focused on right now. Message from the Secretary, and I think from the United States as a whole in general, is that the violence should stop, that the military action, war, as we've seen in that region, and certainly in the Middle East, has clearly for generations proven that it is not a solution because it never ends. There has to be a change in that regard. So obviously, when it comes to solving a problem, this administration has made itself clear that war, the military, more violence is not a solution. Diplomacy is a solution. New ideas to stop generational violence and problems. Andrea.
So that was the reaction coming from Tammy Bruce and also J.D. Vance. Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, let me now come to you. What do you make of it, sir? Because we've been given to understand that we have spoken to Marco Rubio to pressurize, Pakistan to de-escalate in such situation. At the same time, in one of the interviews, J.D. Vance, who happened to be here in India when the Pahalgam terrorist attack also took place, first initially he condemned it. Now he's saying that fundamentally it's none of our business, but what we can do is also to just pressurize both the countries to de-escalate in such situations, sir.
Very sorry to hear that, Sakshi. The question is, if I want to run with hare and hunt with hounds, this will happen. Whoever told us to go ahead depends so much on America. They will play the game. They're not saying that terrorist attack in Pahalgam was detestable. No. They're saying, oh, we don't accept it anywhere in the world, and now parties should sit down together, and we don't want further escalation, slanging of terrorism, both sides. All this is hogwash. Please understand, America is there to do business with you. Pakistan is an area of interest for America. So you play the game with America as what they want. You make your diplomatic gestures nice. Be polite to them. If they want to supply to you something, it suits you, take it. Otherwise, tell them, keep them in their place. If you keep falling in their trap, they'll lead you to it like this. So please understand, we are a very big nation. We are no more Bhutan and Nepal. We are something which actually America is worried about. So America must know how to treat us. America has learned the lesson of terrorism. Had we told America that this tower attack which has happened to you, we'll look into it, inquiry and all. I mean, you should not retaliate with them. And if we had spoken the same language, would they have appreciated it? So, Sakshi, our foreign policy and our people who are handling our foreign policy know it very well. I'm sure the External Affairs Minister is fully aware of what is happening, and we should not fall for the trap. Everybody is looking after their own interest. Our interest lies where we have been talking about, that we have to kill the terrorism and we have to look after our interest. And that is why Admiral Sinha has brought out, yes, we'll wait for the instructions from the army. When the government gives the proper instructions, escalates the level, the appropriate action from Navy, Air Force, an army will be taken. At the moment, the thing is there. At the moment, paramilitary forces are doing it. The army is not even in front. The paramilitary forces are in front. That's right. So it is not a war, balloon has not gone up. Absolutely clear. So we play the game according to it. But we must understand we should not, say something and mean something if we are helping a friend, or don't call them friends. So that is what I mean to say. So we have to be very careful now. And once again, I reiterate, let's start concentrating on Bangladesh. We may have to do the same thing with Bangladesh. What's wrong with that? We don't have to wait for them to do to us. Actually, we have a very, very strange habit कि जब तक हम पर मार नहीं पड़ेगी, we will not react. No, that sort of a thing is not very acceptable as far as I'm concerned. But whatever the case may be, that may be a long-term policy or probably a doctrine. So we have to look at it. And by the way, when you're talking of doctrine, they will have to change now. The things are changing very fast. We'll have to do the rules of engagement to the armed forces will have to go for a change until and unless we want to get caught again, like Kargil. It happened to us in Kargil, or it happened to us in 1962. We should not get out of those era and be more alert. I think our three chiefs are in a position to advise the government likewise.
Absolutely. Commander Bakshi, please stay on with us because, the development, the breaking news that I just mentioned, nothing eyebrow raising here. We already knew that something of that sort is already happening, but this is what we have been given to understand, that Pakistan actually is using China-made SH-15 artillery guns to target Indian posts, and casualties have occurred here in India. We've been given to understand that the last night firing has claimed multiple lives in Poonch. There was one fatal, casualty. There is one non-fatal as well. In Uri, we've been given to understand that there has been one fatal casualty and 3 non-fatal casualties. So CRPF has now deployed additional battalions in Jammu and Kashmir to strengthen border posts and assist police in maintaining law and order in the key places. So that was the breaking news that I was speaking about when you said that, China is actually making their presence stronger and we need some kind of same treatment for Bangladesh as well. So let me also quickly take a word from Deepak also. Deepak, I believe you have some updates coming in from Amritsar. Please walk us through the latest that you have picked up on that regard and also other information that you have picked up from your sources.
Sakshi, Amritsar is on high alert. The mock drills, all the protocols that were being discussed as part of the mock drills are now in practice in Amritsar and virtually every single bordering district, on the border with Pakistan. Schools have been closed, measures have been taken for evacuations of villagers from the villages that are right at the border. Because to us, those lives are precious. The DPRO has further stated, he's brought out a statement urging everyone to abide by blackout measures when things go dark and to cooperate. But one thing has to be stated, and I will go at pains to say that this is a precautionary measure. There is no need for panic. The Indian air defense shields have worked better than anyone expected, and so far nothing untoward has happened at least on the international border. There is of course a lot of shelling on the LOC, and there are fears that shelling may actually happen and on the IB as well. Therefore, the district authorities are taking all necessary precautions. There is also some sort of urgency on part of the citizens. There are reports that a number of people are stockpiling rations, medicines and the like, which is natural in any emergency, natural or man-made. At the moment, the DPRO has therefore stated that there is no need to panic and the people need to support the authorities and our brave armed forces in their efforts by staying indoors and staying safe.
They have released some of the helpline numbers as well. In case people or the civilians spot anything suspicious around them, do not panic, but do report it to the helpline numbers provided by them. In fact, I believe that we have got a ground report also coming in from Uri about the latest developments over there. Let's take a look at that as well.
उड़ी सेक्टर में इस समय हम मौजूद है और लगातार उड़ी सेक्टर में शेलिंग जो है वो हो रहा है और हम यहाँ पर उड़ी सेक्टर को लगातार कवर कर रहे हैं और आप देख सकते हैं जो यहाँ पर लोग मौजूद हैं वो अब शेलिंग की वजह से बाहर भाग रहे हैं अपने घरों से और जो आसपास के यहाँ शॉपकीपर्स वगैरह है और अंदर जो है अंडरग्राउंड जो यहाँ पर स्पेस है उसकी ओर जा रहे हैं और आप देख सकते हैं ये तमाम लोग जो है यहाँ शॉप्स में, होटल्स में और बाकी जगहों पर काम करते हैं, तमाम जो बिस्तर वगैरह सोने का सामान है वो लेते हुए यहाँ पर भागते हुए पहुँचे हैं। और लगातार सरहदी इलाकों में नॉर्थ सेक्टर की बात करें खासतौर पर मैसिव शेलिंग जो है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से की जा रही है। और इस मैसिव शेलिंग में टंगधार, करना, केरन और ऊडी सेक्टर कुपवाड़ा लगातार दहलते हुए दिख रहा है। टीवी 9 भारत वर्ष टीम लगातार इस इलाके में मौजूद है और एक मैसिव तैयारी जो है वो इस पूरी स्थिति से निपटने के लिए है और भारतीय सेना लगातार जवाब दे रही है। लेकिन इस पूरे इलाके में शेलिंग से साफ तौर पर खौफ का माहौल है। इधर थोड़ा अंदर जाने की मैं कोशिश करूंगा। आप देख सकते हैं ये पूरा इलाका है। ये किस वजह से कैसे हुआ है ये क्रैक? ये पहले ये क्रैक हुआ है, ये जो स्थानीय लोग बता रहे हैं, ये भी जब मैसिव शेलिंग इस इलाके में इससे पहले हुई थी। तो ये जगह है जहां पर ये तमाम लोग बैठेंगे। इस तरह भी आप देखिए क्रैक्स, क्योंकि ये बिल्डिंग जो है, मुर्तजा थोड़ा आगे आके दिखाएं, ये बिल्डिंग जो है शेलिंग की चपेट में आया था और ये क्रैक्स अभी भी इस बिल्डिंग में मौजूद है। तो आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह की मैसिव शेलिंग इस इलाके में होती है। और जहां पर हम मौजूद है, यहां पर एक तरफ भारतीय सेना की पोस्ट्स है और दूसरी तरफ जो है लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो शेलिंग है वो लगातार इस समय यहां पर हो रही है और ये तमाम लोग यहां इस समय छुप रहे हैं। और टीवी 9 भारतवर्ष यहां पर लगातार मौजूद है। इस तरफ कुछ लोगों से बात भी करेंगे। क्या नाम है भाई आपका?
मेरा नाम मशहूर अहमद।
कहाँ से हैं आप?
गरकोट से।
गरकोट यानी ऊडी से ही है आप?
ऊडी से।
तो अगर आपकी बात हुई?
घर में अभी किया था फोन।
क्या सिचुएशन है
वो ये हालात, यही पूछ रहे थे हालात कैसे हुआ तुम्हारे।
तो आप डरे हुए तो नहीं है?
नहीं डरे नहीं।
हाँ, यहाँ आप सेफ महसूस कर रहे हैं ना बंकर में?
यहाँ जी थोड़ा।
तो लगातार कुछ दिन से शेलिंग हो रहा है भाई? आप
बहुत पिछले कुछ दिनों से हो रहा था, बीच में रुक गया था। आज अभी मुझे घर से आया फोन। मेरे घर के आसपास पड़ रहे हैं गोले, इससे बहुत जबरदस्त।
यहाँ भी इस समय पीछे वाली साइड से लगातार शेलिंग सुन रहे हैं?
हाँ, यहाँ चारों साइड से आवाज आ रही है। मुझे घर से फोन किया, मैं वो डर के मारे बात ही नहीं कर सकते अभी।
तो साफ तौर पर यह स्थिति यहां पर है और लगातार जिस तरह पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो बैक टू बैक ड्रोन अटैक्स जम्मू के कई इलाकों में, खासतौर पर जम्मू के एयरपोर्ट के आसपास, उधमपुर, अखनूर और वही पठानकोट तक लगातार अटैक किया जा रहा है, जिसे भारतीय सुरक्षा बल जो है लगातार नाकाम कर रहे हैं। और आज ये भी स्पष्ट किया गया आधिकारिक रूप से कि करीबन 15 ऐसी लोकेशंस है जहां पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन से और मिसाइल से अटैक करने की कोशिश की, तो उसे नाकाम किया गया है। लेकिन स्थिति गंभीर है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के इलाकों में और यहां फिलहाल लोग जो है वो सेफ्टी की ओर भाग रहे हैं। हालांकि प्रशासन की तरफ से, सुरक्षा बलों की तरफ से भी इस इलाके में काफी इवैक्यूएशन भी किया गया, जो कि खासतौर पर जीरो लाइन और रेड जोन इलाके के लोग थे। और सलामाबाद से लगातार टीवी 9 भारतवर्ष ने जिस तरह रिपोर्ट दिखाया, उसके चलते वहां से भी लोगों को निकाला गया, क्योंकि वहां पर काफी ऐसे मकान थे वो जो कि आग की चपेट में आए थे।
So that was the situation there at Ground Zero. Our brave reporters getting us first-hand experience of what things are actually looking like there at the line of control in the nearby areas, of course. I'll request my reporter and my guest to please stay on with us on the broadcast. It's time for a quick commercial break. We will come back with more latest developments here at News9.
Others see a teenage tantrum. I see you standing your ground. The world sees stubbornness. I see a soft, soft heart. I see you, my daughter, 16 and already owning your story. And I couldn't be more proud. For you, only natural diamonds.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
Smashing corporate boundaries through sport. The News9 Corporate Badminton Championship 2025, in collaboration with Padma Shri Pulela Gopichand, offers corporations a unique opportunity to boost employee engagement through sport.
It's a perfect blend of fun, fitness and competition. So I invite all the corporate people out there to come to the court and showcase their passion for sports as well.
Top corporates are already in. Are you?
Presenting sponsor, Srinidhi University, Kindle the Light Within. Co-powered by Tata AIG, with you always. Venue partner, Gopichan Academy. Sports medicine partner, CSSH, Center for Spine and Sports Health. Associate sponsor, Blue Star, built on trust. Dinshas since 1932. D-Beats, a diamond is forever. Tata New. Celebration partner, Big Bull, the future of clubbing.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Well, India's ambassador to United States, Vinay Quatra, has spoken to CNN. He said that we are at war with terrorists. World should be concerned about Pakistan's support of terrorists since last 3 decades. Listen in to that conversation that he had with CNN.
This was Pakistan's way of saying to the world, look, we stand with the terrorists. We will do what's good for the terrorists, not what's good for the rest of the country.
Is India at war with Pakistan?
We are at war with the terrorists. And we will, as I said, bring justice to the victims and hold them accountable.
Is this in part a religious war between Pakistani Muslims and Indian Hindus?
I think it is Indian action against the terrorists. The ones who carried out those killings of the civilians. Our frame of reference in doing these attacks, in holding them accountable, is holding terrorism accountable. That's our frame. It is India and terror activities backed by Pakistan, which were responsible for killing of the 26 innocent civilians.
You say you're at war with the terrorists. At what point will you be satisfied?
Well, as I said, when we did our attacks, measured attacks, proportionate attacks day before yesterday, that was precisely the point we were trying to convey, that these terrorists carried out these brutal killings of 26 civilians.
So are you done with the attacks, or do you think they're going to continue?
If I could just complete. So when we did this day before yesterday, our assumption was that we have completed what we set out to do ourselves vis-a-vis the terrorists. We, from our perspective, had brought a certain finality to it. But it was, of course, subject to whether Pakistan has brought finality to it. Pakistan chose to escalate it further. Now it's duty-bound for us to respond.
Very categorically mentioned by Vinay Quatra over there as well, that this is India's battle against terrorists. And some more breaking news now coming in. This is with regards to the statement coming in from India's envoy to the UK, again mentioning that attack by Pakistan-backed terrorists led to the escalation between the two countries. Our response was precise, targeted and also reasonable. India's envoy to UK has spoken about India-Pakistan tensions and the escalating situation. He has also said that we will punish Pakistan harder if the situation escalates further. Again reiterating to the point that this was an attack backed by Pakistan-based terrorists. Some more reactions coming in from the ground. Take a look.
That the original escalation is Pakistan's sponsored terror group's attack on civilians in Pahalgam on 22nd April. You know, our response thereafter was precise, targeted, reasonable, and moderate. It was focused principally and solely on terrorist infrastructure. We did not strike the Pakistani military establishment. We did not strike national infrastructure. And we made it abundantly clear, including in the briefing that was given yesterday morning by our permanent secretary, our foreign secretary, and by military officers, that the object of this exercise was clearly to avoid military escalation. The fact was actually acknowledged in a left-handed way, of course, by the Pakistani side in terms of their own statements, official statements, which said that the airspace hadn't been violated and that, no military establishments were attacked.
So that's Vikram Doraiswamy in conversation with Sky News over there. India's envoy to the UK again reiterating to the point that we are going to punish them harder if the situation escalates and if they do not back out and continue to violate the ceasefire. India's response has now triggered a panic in Pakistan, is what we've been given to understand. Sources are suggesting that mass evacuation from the Pakistan cantonments is currently underway. In fact, that shows very clearly that Pakistan army is currently in doldrums. They are facing what we call the panic situation after India has given them a befitting reply to every violation that they have been sending across the borders to our way. Mass evacuation currently underway in Sindh and Punjab bases is what we've been given to understand. Pakistan military in panic mode after failed aerial strikes towards India. Alert across Pakistan cantonments after the befitting response given back to the terrorist hub Pakistan from India's side. Equal amount of intensity back at them. Let me go back to my guest, Vice Admiral Sinha. Can we say now that, sir, going forward, the counter-terrorism strategy which will be opted by India is going to be more defensive? It's going to be like a head-on clash from now onwards. There will be no space of dialogues anymore if you're not learning your lesson properly?
Well, Sakshi, from the time Prime Minister Modi has been the Prime Minister of this country, he has taken a call, and India's strategy for terrorism is strategy of punishment, right? He has punished every act of terrorism. If required to go across the border, which happened in case of Uri and Balakot, we have gone across the border. But in this case, we are punishing them without going across the border, but probably achieving very similar aim, or maybe more aim. So there is nothing, it's not a new strategy. This is India's strategy, which is now in full scale. People can see. You do a terror attack, you will get punished. If you respond, you will get punished even more. And that's exactly what is happening. First of all, if we fight against terrorist camp, we did not hit anybody. Why is Pakistan Army responding? Obviously, they have a stake in it. They are the terrorist group. And I would think that if that is so, then they will get hit. And that's exactly what is happening. Sakshi.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, we have got a big breaking news now coming in. We have been given to understand that an alert has been issued in Mohali and air alert in Chandigarh as well. That's the big breaking news coming in. So some action for the civilians in India as well, sir. Because earlier in my bulletin, I also told you about the fatalities from Poonch and Uri. Now we have been given to, in fact, my reporter also told us about the situation panning out in Amritsar. Now we have been given to understand that alert has been issued in Mohali and air alert has been issued in Chandigarh. So that's the big breaking news at the moment. It's a developing story. We will keep bringing you more developments. Before we went for the commercial break, we also showed you what's the ground situation there at the ground zero, how people have started moving to the bunkers to save themselves after that heavy shelling that happened at the LOC. We also told you how multiple states and cities have been put on alert, how schools have been shut, how employee leaves have been cancelled, how severe security deployment has happened. And now this is another breaking news coming in, that alert has been issued in Mohali and an air alert has been issued for Chandigarh. Approximately 25 airports in India have been shut for any civilian operation at the moment. Multiple breaking news coming in. From Pakistan's side, we've been given to understand that they are in a complete panic mode. Mass evacuation is currently underway from the Pakistan's cantonments. This has happened after multiple failed attempts that they have made towards India to disrupt peace and harmony here, also to attack civilian posts, to attack civilians residing here in India. A befitting response from India. All of their strikes towards us proportionately responded with and also intercepted successfully. In fact, some more news coming in. We've been given to understand that the president of the World Bank Group, Ajay Banga, has met Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Thursday. In fact, he has also met Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman amid the suspended Indus Waters Treaty with Pakistan. The meeting between Prime Minister Modi and the World Bank chief took place at the former's residents at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg following the Indian airstrikes on the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, the precision attacks there, as well as Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This meeting took place, a very crucial one, ladies and gentlemen. On Wednesday, Pakistan also attempted to target Indian military installations in 15 cities, but failed miserably. About this particular meet between the World Bank's president and also Prime Minister and Finance Minister, we have been given to understand that he has assured both of them that there will be no intervention on the decision of abeyance taken by India as far as the world, as far as the Indus Water Treaty is concerned. So that's the big breaking news coming in. The front. Telling all our viewers, ever since India struck back with Operation Sindoor, that now there is going to be a war by the keyboard warriors on social media as well. You have to be extremely careful about what you are sharing, what you are receiving, what you are believing. As the conflict began, there has been a lot of misinformation that is in circulation on all the social media platforms. India has taken some stern actions. The advisory that came in, the executive order that came in from Indian government for 8,000 X accounts to be banned. We bring you, in fact, some of the fact checks to help you sort the real news from the fake ones as well. We'll bring you, in fact, some more breaking news also coming in. Alert sounded off in Mohali, and again air alert in Chandigarh, ladies and gentlemen. These are the visuals coming in. You can clearly hear. Let me pause for a moment so that you can hear the sounds of the sirens as well. That air alert has been issued in Chandigarh, and also there's an alert in place for Mohali. My colleague Deepak Badana is back with us on the broadcast. Deepak, we are hearing the sirens now going on. Alert in Mohali, air alert in Chandigarh, special instructions for people living in Amritsar. Walk us through more. What's the situation?
Sakshi, India is preparing for an incoming Pakistani raid should happen. So all these steps that are being taken are to ensure the utmost safety of our citizens. The air raids are a signal for people to evacuate the buildings that they are in. These may be their workplaces, their places where they work, such as say shops and the like. So this is a signal for people to evacuate them in an orderly fashion and go to pre-designated areas where they will find shelter from any damage that might come from the air. The second step of the evacuation done, blackout measures will be enacted. The people have been advised to stay indoors. Every single doctor in these cities and towns, in these regions in fact, has been asked to stay put, to be ready should anything unforeseen happen. The authorities are on high alert. The airmen are at high alert as well. The radars are actually scanning the sky at this very instant, looking for incoming threats, and our air defense shields are at the ready. So India is prepared for whatever may come in the coming times.
Please stay on with us. Let me also apprise our viewers over the developments that we have picked up since last night. On the intervening night of May 7th and 8th, India actually used the S-400 Sudarshan Chakra defense missile systems to take down the Pakistani drones, and missiles fired towards 15 Indian cities, heavily inhabited by the civilians, ladies and gentlemen, thwarting Islamabad's attempt to damage military installations here. Indian Air Force S-400 Sudarshan Chakra air defense missile systems were in fact fired last night against targets moving towards India. The targets were successfully neutralized in the operation. Multiple domain experts told news agency that India's integrated counter UAS grid and air defense system successfully neutralized multiple attempted attacks, preventing any damage to Indian assets. In fact, some more breaking news coming in. We've been discussing China's situation a couple of minutes ago, and now we've been given to understand that China has also cornered Pakistan in such situation. China has released a statement. They have said that remain calm, exercise restraint. China has also condemned any type of terrorism. China said that we are concerned with the kind of developments. Pakistan and India should understand that they are going to stay each other's neighbors forever, and in fact also neighbors of China. So we urge both the sides to act in interest of peace, remain calm and exercise restraint. China again has come out condemning any act of terrorism and has requested and urged both the parties to practice de-escalation. China has said, completely cornering Pakistan in such situation, that we are condemning any act of terrorism. Both the sides should maintain peace, should practice de-escalation. Big development on your screens, viewers, here at News9. So let me read out the entire statement as well for the better perspective of our viewers. On India-Pakistan tension, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian yesterday said that we have shared China's position yesterday on the ongoing situation between India and Pakistan. China is concerned over the current developments. India and Pakistan are and will always be each other's neighbors. They are both China's neighbors as well. China opposes all form of terrorism. Let me read it again. China opposes all forms of terrorism. We urge both the sides to act in the larger interest of peace and stability, observe international law, including the UN Charter, remain calm, exercise restraint, and refrain from taking actions that may further complicate the situation. We stand ready to work with the rest of the international community to continue playing a constructive role in easing the current tensions. Let's discuss this further. Deepak, something that we just discussed a couple of minutes ago, that, China's ammunition and artillery guns are being used by Pakistan in attack against India. But look at the public statement that China has given out. They have completely cornered them. The only ray of hope for Pakistan that they've been flexing their muscle on, depending on them, has also said that we are condemning any act of terrorism. India and Pakistan should understand that they are going to remain each other's neighbors and China's neighbors as well. So do practice all kind of restraint and do de-escalate.
Sakshi, there is a slight nuance to this that a lot of people have missed. See, when it comes to English media, China has come out with this very benign statement where it plays a peacemaker and urges everyone to be calm and, be reflective of their actions. While Chinese actions actually reveal their true intentions. Now, in the course of the last 2 weeks, China has actually supplied shipments of ammunition and missiles to Pakistan. This is the same Pakistan which actually sold its own stores to Ukraine in a bid to make a quick buck. Furthermore, China has, if you look at Chinese media in general, they have actually come out, the Chinese media in Cantonese and Mandarin, they've come out in support of Pakistan. But most importantly, we must understand the delicate situation that China finds itself in. The fact is that should Pakistan lose this misadventure, China has a lot to lose. And I'm not referring to the CPEC. The fact is that Chinese aircraft, Chinese tanks, Chinese artillery guns are being played. And this is a country that has never been at war in the past 50 years or 40 years. So this is a proving ground for them. So every time Pakistan claims a minor win, for China it is a cause for celebration because they will say their jets actually shot down, an Indian tank or whatnot. While at the same time, at a global stage, speaking in English, the lingua franca of the modern world. China professes to be this peacenik nation that wants global peace and stability. So there is doublespeak on part of the Chinese authorities. However, Pakistan will find it difficult because it finds itself kind of alone on the international stage, wherein no government, except for say the odd statement from China or from the statement of solidarity of Turkey, no nation has come out openly in support of Pakistan. India, on the other hand, has received the backing. A lot of leaders have actually sympathized with India's, predicament. We've lost the innocent lives, and these 26 lives weren't the first one. We've lost thousands upon thousands of innocents in all parts of India. We've had bombings as far as Delhi and Mumbai, and this is a scourge that India has faced for more than 3 decades. Before the world even came to understand what terrorism or the war on terror was, India is amongst the victims of terror, and we are people who've grown up facing this hostile threat from across our borders. It's high time that India nips it in the bud. It may be a long drawn out process, but the world will have to come to terms with that the Indian cause is one of righteousness, and it is India has a right to resort to any action to protect its own interests, its own people and its own sovereignty.
And this time around, Deepak, this is something that you and I were discussing in the morning as well. We are providing them each and every proof that they asked us last time. We are giving them all the video proofs that we have. We are giving them all the pictures proof. Something very, very interesting. A picture shown by Vikram Misri yesterday as well, that showed that, it might be a practice for Pakistan, to chill around with the terrorists, but it's not a practice here in India. We do not provoke, we do not initiate any kind of war, but we do know how to respond. Remember the coffins wrapped in Pakistani flags, something highlighted, by Vikram Misri. But Deepak, on that front, let me also read out the breaking news being flashed on our viewers' screen at the moment. This is something that Economic Affairs Division of Government of Pakistan has just posted. It is bizarre how they are trying to play the victim card in this situation. They have written, Government of Pakistan appeals to international partners for more loans after heavy losses inflicted by enemy. Amid escalating war and stock crash, we urge international partners to help de-escalate. Nation urged to remain steadfast, and they have in fact gone on to tag World Bank on it. This is bizarre, Deepak. Look at this, how they are trying to play the victim card in this entire situation created by themselves, begging out openly for money.
This has long been a trend. Pakistan goes with a exactly. Yeah. Pakistan has been going out with a begging bowl to countries across the world, even Latin America, and they will talk about, using aid for development and for the betterment of its economy. But look at the state of Pakistan at a time when the vast majority of the Pakistani people lives under, $3 a day. The Pakistani army seems just out of place. This is a modernized army which is now asking for submarines and buying new fighter jets. So there is this double speak on part of the Pakistanis as well. And it shows the imperial colonial nature of the Pakistani army that exploits its own people for its personal gain. All these generals, they've got properties abroad. Every one of them retires and, goes to massive estates. Parvez Ashraf Kayani went to Australia of all places. Bajwa lives in England. Every single one of these generals, they have no stake in this situation. At this very point, they're asking the Western countries and indeed any person who would listen for money to help them, and they will say this is for the betterment of the civilians who've been hurt by the war. But make no mistake, every single penny given to the Pakistanis will go into financing their illegitimate war that
Deepak, my apologies for interrupting you over there. My colleague Karthik is also joining us on the broadcast. Karthik, it's a big development coming in. In fact, we've been discussing this earlier as well, that now Pakistan is trying to play the victim card in this entire situation. Now they have openly asked for money. They are begging for money. They are saying that we are out of money because of the escalating situations and that we are the enemy. We are the aggregators.
That's Pakistan for you, right? I think that is quintessential, typical Pakistan going to the world with a begging bowl saying, hey, you know what, we are the victims here. We don't have money and we need your support and we need donation from you and we need financial aid from you to take care of our people and our economy. But eventually, where is that money going? I think, Sakshi, that's the question we need to ask.
To establish their family in London. Karthik, to establish their family in London, I believe
ensure
that is where
their
the money is
terrorists stay
going.
alive, then that is not the kind of money that any global multilateral agency should be spending.
Absolutely. Karthik, I believe the entire money is going to establish their families in London. That is where their money is going instead of
Absolutely. I mean, there is no denying the army runs Pakistan and they have a puppet democratic government installed under Shehbaz Sharif. But eventually, if Pakistan is broke, it is out of Pakistan's own doing and nobody else's. Today is also an important day for that tweet to have gone out and for that begging bowl to be out in Pakistan's arms again. Simply because today is the day when IMF has to take that critical decision on a $7 billion bailout for Pakistan. Remember, Pakistan already runs more than $100 billion in external debt. For an economy whose GDP is just a couple of hundred, billion dollars. So Pakistan's economy is just about $350 billion versus India, which is likely to close this year if things go well at $4.19 trillion. $1 trillion is like $1,000 billion. So India is $4,000 billion versus Pakistan just about $350 billion. And obviously the country is broke because the country is not running businesses. There is no capital investment. There is hardly any consumption. Inflation is high. Unemployment is high. Interest rates are high. All this because Pakistani generals and puppet governments have continuously taken the economy to the cleaners. The economy is absolutely rubbish. There is nothing left fundamentally in that economy. Compare that with India, which is the fastest growing major economy in the world.
Absolutely, Karthik. It clearly shows their economy is in shambles. Their infrastructure has gone for doldrums. They have just, artillery and ammunition left for 4 days of, in case there is any, escalated war in such
Their
situations.
forex reserves, Sakshi, are worth just 2 months. So, God forbid if this conflict was to continue for more than 2 months, Pakistan is going to be bankrupt well before those 2 months expire because the total forex reserves that Pakistan has, the amount of US dollars that it is holding is just about enough for it to sustain for the next 2 months. It's just about $7.7 billion of forex. Compare that with India's. India has more than $800 billion worth of forex. So Pakistan's economy is in doldrums. It is in shambles. And if it is going to the world asking for arms, begging with a bowl in its hand that, hey, give us money because, our money is drying out because we are engaged in an active conflict. Well, you are spending money on feeding terrorists. You are spending money on keeping terrorists and their terror camps alive and safe and kicking in Pakistan. And is that what multilateral agencies and banks around the world and economies, developed economies, need to pay for?
Absolutely. And then we become the enemy, we become the aggregators, and they become the victim. Karthik, thank you so much for putting all of that into perspective for our viewers. Time for a quick commercial break. Do stay with News9. We will be coming back with more breaking news and the latest development on Operation Sindoor on the other side.
बेबो का एक ही रूल, रोज खाओ अंडे विदाउट भूल।
Cause eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool. Summer में एनर्जी हो जाती है कम, खाओ अंडे एनर्जेटिक रहो हरदम। Strength और पावर मिले हर रोज with proteins and minerals का daily dose। Eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool.
संडे हो या मंडे, रोज खाओ अंडे।
Smashing corporate boundaries through sport. The News9 Corporate Badminton Championship 2025, in collaboration with Padma Shri Pulela Gopichand, offers corporations a unique opportunity to boost employee engagement through sport.
It's a perfect blend of fun, fitness and competition. So I invite all the corporate people out there to come to the court and showcase their passion for sports as well.
Top corporates are already in. Are you?
Presenting sponsor, Srinidhi University, Kindle the Light Within. Co-powered by Tata AG, with you always. Venue partner, Gopichand Academy. Sports medicine partner, CSSH, Center for Spine and Sports Health. Associate sponsor, Blue Star, built on trust. Dinshas since 1932. D-Beats, a diamond is forever. Tata New. Celebration partner, Big Bull, the future of clubbing.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
India is at war with Pakistan-backed terrorists. said Indian envoy to US Vinay Quatra in a recent interview. A woman was killed and another got injured in cross-border shelling by Pakistan in the Uri area of North Kashmir's Baramulla district. In a major boost to India's maritime strength, Arnala, the first of 8 indigenously designed anti-submarine warfare shallow water crafts, has been delivered to Indian Navy. Amritsar's Shri Guru Ramdas Ji International Airport closed until further notice. Indian Army neutralizes over 50 drones launched by Pakistan in large-scale counter-drone operation. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. We've been bringing you all the latest development here at the rolling coverage on News9 about Operation Sindoor, or if I can say, Operation Sindoor 2.0. Multiple developments coming in since last night. Indian Army has repulsed a swarm drone attack by Pakistan using its anti-drone weapons. This is the second such attack carried out by Pakistan. The second wave began at around 4 a.m., which was then effectively taken care of by the capable Indian Army. Pakistani troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. The drone attacks were effectively repulsed and befitting reply was also given to the ceasefire violations done by Pakistan. L-70 and Zu-23 guns were used to, in fact, effectively neutralize the drones coming to India's way. In fact, those are the visuals coming in on the latest development from early this morning from the VRs. Former Director General, Mechanized Forces, retired Lieutenant General A.B. Shivane is joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking to News9. In fact, we've been joined by Defense and Strategy expert, retired Major General Sudhakar Ji as well on the broadcast. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us here. Lieutenant General Shivani, let me first come to you with the question of something that I already asked my earlier guest joining me on the broadcast. That do you think that going forward, India's response toward all the terrorism operations conducted here, specifically against Pakistan, is going to be more defensive? It's going to be more like an head-on clash towards them? No more scope of sitting across the tables and having a dialogue, because enough is enough.
Thank you very much for getting me on the show. At the very outset, let me salute the nation and its brave armed forces for the professionalism and the good job that is being done, and also to the citizens of the nation who have remained calm, responsible, and trusted their armed forces. Having said that, I will make 3 or 4 quick points in response to your question. The first thing is, it is important to understand that it is India's just war against terrorism. And as far as Pakistan is concerned, it is an unjust war of denial and deceit. It's a cowardly act by playing the victim card, which is nothing new to them. The past is a proof of their denial strategy and they're not wanting to reform themselves. Look at the parliamentary attack, look at the Mumbai attack. We constituted joint investigations, gave them proofs, gave them dossiers, and what they do, they only delayed it and played a denial towards it. So I think Pahalgam was a message to them: you have crossed the red line, enough is enough, now no more patient, zero tolerance. That is point number 1. Point number 2, when a nation goes to war, its entire machinery, all instruments of power are synergized as an orchestra, and then they go to war. Look at Pakistan. Day 3, they are out with a begging bowl on their knees. In fact, I would say on their elbows, because when you go to war, you have to look at war endurance. You have to look at war stamina. It is not just about fighting. It's about sustaining, equipping, training, leadership, contingency planning, and you may look for a short race, but you got to plan for a long marathon, which I'm afraid with the economic condition, where the internal turmoil, they are in no condition to escalate. And therefore, what do? They employ cheap drones to keep the activity level so that they have a face-saving response for the nation. Point number 3. When you look at Pakistan, the Pakistan army is the center of gravity there. It's not terrorism. It's Pakistan army and its ISI, which is abetting, breeding, and giving birth to terrorism. So if we are able to discredit the Pakistani army in the eyes of their own nation, I think the problem, at least for some time, if not for much longer time, would get resolved. Point number 4, look at the response and the counter-strike matrix which is evolved, which speaks for itself. We struck them their terror hideouts, which are supposed to be protected with them, showing their weakness, and successfully executed. Repeatedly, they have responded with drones and missiles and aircraft, and what has happened? Their threats have been neutralized because we've got an integrated air defense architecture, which is multi-layered, multi-tiered, and a gun missile system. So they have gone, we have frustrated their attempts. And then what have we done? We have gone across and effectively neutralized a large number of military targets of theirs. So they are weak in offensive, they are weak in defensive, they are weak in strategy, where they are weak in leadership. And to top it all, Balochistan has started boiling. Now, if you look at strategically, the flank of decision is the sea. Now with Karachi under threat, Balochistan boiling, I think this will be a turning point for Balochis not to stand up and announce their independence. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Absolutely. Major General Sudhakar ji, on that front, it's very clearly highlighted by, Lieutenant General Shivani that they are bleeding from inside as well. BLA, in fact, earlier today also claimed that 6 of their location, they have attacked Pakistani army at 6 different locations. So they have a lot of things boiling at their own soil. Look at the recent tweet that they have made. They are begging for money from World Bank and other foreign countries as well to provide them loans, and they are blaming it all on us. Let's see. Our enemy has destructed multiple properties here in Pakistan, so we need money from you. They are begging for money, clearly, out in the open.
Yeah, Shakshi, good morning. Thank you for getting me to your show, and very deep regards to distinguished and esteemed co-panelist.
Pleasure to have you back on broadcast, sir. Pleasure to have you back.
I'm still in Greece, and the news going around here in the Europe is that there is a military coup which is taking place. Munir is under arrest, and General, I think, Shahid Mirza, or what is his name? Yes, Shamshad Mirza is taken over. He's supported by UK, US, and China, surprisingly, and likewise, Pakistan is down to 4 days of 4 eye of ammunition, 4 eyes intense rate of combat, and they have got only 2 to 3 days of fuel. I don't know how far true it is. So this may also be at the rate of the intense rate. And there is a rebellion which is building up in Pakistan, and Imran Khan is likely to be released from the jail, or by now, while you and me are talking in your panel, perhaps the process of releasing him from the jail is on, and Balochistan has declared independence, but it's not that easy. These are the inputs which are coming in here in a selective, in an incremental manner. Best picture would be known to you all. And like we spoke yesterday, Sakshi, we must follow whatever our government spokesperson in such a critical situation, whatever they declare, that should be taken as the truth, not the social media inputs which are making rounds. But having said that, as an extension of what General Shivara said, you see, the fact of the matter is, it is a long concept, or call it doctrine, call it under any name. The existence or the genesis of Pakistan should be looked back in the perspective of not two-nation theory, not two religion or two languages, because we get restricted to same concept and we don't go ahead. I would like to take the mind back to the handing over of baton from one superpower to another superpower, way back post Second World War, and mindful of the fact that any superpower in the world needs to have its footprint and dominance in a proportionate manner all over the world. And India being what it is, by virtue of its geostrategic importance, there was a requirement to create a buffer state at that point in time, because the USSR or Soviet Union was expanding its sphere of influence towards the Persian oil fields, as also the warm waters of the Arabian Sea. So in order to keep some distance from the subcontinent, as Congress was very articulate at that point in time during freedom movement, that non-alignment would be a kind of a long-term strategy as far as India is concerned. So therefore they were looking for a base, a strategic bomber base in Pakistan, so that they could deter the Russians or the Soviets at that point in time. Why am I highlighting is that the creation of Pakistan started with not Jinnah, or we have been talking about it, or Liaquat Ali Khan. It started with the concept of a strategic rivalry or the necessity at a global geopolitical apex level. And be that as it may, the dynamics have changed in 21st century. There is a new kind of a threat. Soviet Union is no longer there. But the new thing which is actually become a common or new normal is the non-state actor is gradually being legitimized in the world order today. Talk about Afghanistan, talk about Syria, talk about Bangladesh. This is a very fearful development which is taking place. And we should not lose sight of the fact that the epicenter of terrorism continues to actually remain at the same seat of power, that is Afghan-Pakistan corridor. Predominantly it is Pakistan. And non-state actors are being utilized as a tool of foreign policy. That is the sad irony. And if you go into the details, carry out a research on deep state of Pakistan, like the general has very beautifully articulated, it is the Pakistan army which is the center of gravity. The Pakistan army is divided today. Like yesterday I shared that 12 Corps for the first time in independent Pakistan has mobilized from Quetta towards further east, that is towards the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. There is a rational reason behind it. As per my understanding, they know that the IB sector, international border sector, India can play merry hell. We can play merry hell, whether it's Schuylkill Canal or no canal. We have that much of capability to pulverize, to decimate Pakistan by mere stand of attack. The ground offensive did not go in. Today, it is a warfare of the drones, warfare of the missiles, warfare of the aerial platforms, warfare of cyber electromagnetic, which we may not have attained a very supreme stage of expertise, but we definitely have all the capabilities to actually bring Pakistan to the knees. But that is not the answer. You asked a question, diplomacy and dialogue. No, there is no need to have diplomacy. We have tried enough for 77 years. How long? When are you going to protect your self-respect as a citizen of India? This country does not deserve to get any diplomacy and dialogue from anybody. Any country supporting, whether it is any organization, IMF. I heard little while back, Karthik gave out very excellent, I would say, facts and figures of the economics. Today, Pakistan has to cater for $131.87 billion just for external debt servicing as on today. So they don't even have. Now, this 7 billion which has been sanctioned by the IMF in September 2024, that must be withheld. India must prevail upon US. Please do not give this money. It should be held back. Similarly, $470 million, which has been sanctioned for upkeep and maintenance of F-16. They have around 80 minus 40 or 40 are virtually being grounded. 40 are just about, I think, limited operational capability. So likewise, we need to strangulate Pakistan from all sides. Balochistan has become active. Durand line also has to be activated. And in Hindustan, we need to actually capitalize on the rebellious movement, the civil unrest which is building up. Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir also need to be sensitized accordingly, and they should be leveraged to our advantage. There is no going back. There is no talking to this nation until we decimate and destroy. And like the general has brought out very nicely, that the golden opportunity for us is the seaboard, that is the western flank, Karachi side, that we need to strike hard. And also, this time there is no negotiation required. Lahore should have been captured in 65 or in 71. Karachi also should have been captured. So likewise, we need to negotiate from position of advantage after we reach the end state. And Hajipir Pass must be taken back. Line of control, alignment should be shifted westwards. And this should be taken as a golden window of opportunity to take back Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. I am not debating or contesting whether it is doable or not. Everything, the nation has taken a resolution in 1994. And it will do good to the national leadership to implement the same resolution. Only then that the commitment and conviction will be revealed to the entire nation and the citizens of the country. Back to you, Sakshi.
See, since they have tagged on their post, they have tagged World Bank in their tweet. They have also requested, the world to lend them some money for only them to, of course, use it again on their sinister plots and for them, their ministers to settle down their families back in London again. But having said that, we have got a big breaking news also coming in. We've been given to understand that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, in fact, is having a very crucial meeting with the Combined Defence Services as well as Tri-Services Chief at the moment. We will continue to bring you all the developments on that front as well. But after India's Operation Sindoor, Pakistan is continuously violating the ceasefire on the border. They have been violating it since Pahalgam terrorist attack as well. The Indian army, on the other hand, is giving a befitting reply to Pakistan each and every day. As the Pakistan army unleashed the most intense artillery and mortar shelling in years, targeting forward villages near the line of control, the Indian army is retaliating back and also proportionately. Motor vehicles are being sent from Pakistan's side to Naushera, Poonch and Rajouri areas, what we've been given to understand from our sources. They are also suggesting that Pakistani army is using Chinese artillery. Watch our report from Ground Zero, telling you the situation on ground, what exactly is happening with the civilians here, who exactly is the real victim in this entire situation.
जब भारत के एयर डिफेंस ने पूरी तरीके से पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन और मिसाइल को विफल किया तो पाकिस्तान लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पर बौखला गया। रजौरी, पुंछ, नौशेरा सेक्टर में लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से हैवी फायरिंग हुई। रिहायशी इलाकों को हमारे टारगेट किया गया। इस समय मैं मौजूद हूं लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के ग्रामीण इलाके में। लोकेशन क्या है मैं आपको नहीं बताऊंगा सुरक्षा कारणों की वजह से, लेकिन तस्वीरों में आप देखिए कि किस तरीके से इन इलाकों में भारी तबाही जो है वो यहाँ पर हुई है। हमारे सिविलियंस इलाके में पाकिस्तान की तरफ से टारगेट किया गया है और यहाँ तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि घर की छत, ये कंक्रीट छत थी, किस तरीके से तबाह हुई है। पाकिस्तान की तरफ से हैवी फायरिंग की गई पुंछ इलाके में, उसके साथ साथ नौशेरा, रजौरी इलाके में, कश्मीर के उरी इलाके में, कुपवारा इलाके में सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया गया, लेकिन भारतीय सेना ने भी पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि ये जो छोटे छोटे ये जो शेल है, ये साफ तौर पे आप देखिए, ये पाकिस्तान की कायराना हरकत के सबूत हैं। ये दिखाता है कि पाकिस्तान किस तरीके से बौखला गया है। ये दिखाता है कि किस तरीके से पाकिस्तान सिविल इलाकों में लगातार गोले और आर्टिलरी का इस्तेमाल कर रहा है। सूत्रों से मिली जानकारी के मुताबिक पाकिस्तान की तरफ से चाइनीज आर्टिलरी का जो इस्तेमाल है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। सूत्र बता रहे कि SH-15 आर्टिलरी गन का इस्तेमाल जो है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से किया गया है। लेकिन इन सब के बीच ये तस्वीरें बयां कर रही हैं कि किस तरीके से रिहायशी इलाकों को पाकिस्तान टारगेट कर रहा है। क्या हुआ था रात को? क्या हुआ था
रात को? सबसे पहले 1 बजे के करीब गोले 2-4 गोले आए हैं। उसके बाद हम सबको अपने जितने भी हैं वो सब बच्चों को अंदर लेके अंदर चले गए हम, कि उधर से गोले जब इधर से आते इधर से आते हमारे आसपास पड़ रहे थे, तो हम अंदर से बाहर नहीं निकले, तो हम अंदर ही थे। उसके बाद 3, 3:30, 4 बजे तक बराबर ही गोले चले हैं। और उसके बाद अपना 4:30 बजे से 5 बजे तक 12 गोले दोबारा आए हैं।
घर को भी डैमेज किया?
हाँ, घर को भी डैमेज किया है।
आप कहाँ थे रात को?
हम इधर से जब उधर पड़ा तो हम नीचे भाग के गए। ये बच्चा भी बीमार है, ये तो मरने वाला था, इसको बड़ी मुश्किल से बचाया हमने। मालिशें कर करके इसको सीधा किया। इसको महीने में 3-4 ब्लड चढ़ता है। अच्छा। जैसा इसने बम की आवाज सुन तो ये ऐसे बिल्कुल बेहोश ही हो गया। इसको बड़ी मुश्किल से हमने सीधा किया। तो हम तो बोलते हैं इधर होते तो मर भी जाते हम। उधर पड़ा तो जैसे हमने सोचा भागने क्या लगे, ऐसे नीचे ही उतरे तो फटाफट इधर ही पड़ गया पीछे से
अचानक से।
हाँ, अचानक ही पता ही नहीं चला।
तो ये देखिए गांव वाले हैं, बता रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से पाकिस्तान की नापाक साजिश जो है वो यहाँ पर रची गई, हमारे सिविलियन इलाकों को टारगेट किया गया। लेकिन इन सब के बीच भारतीय सेना भी पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि कंक्रीट की पूरी दीवार है। यहाँ पे घर में किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो तबाही है वो यहाँ पर हुई है पाकिस्तान की गोलाबारी की वजह से। ये सबूत है कि किस तरीके से पाकिस्तान जो है वो बौखला गया है। नौशेरा सेक्टर हो या फिर रजौरी सेक्टर या फिर पुंछ सेक्टर, लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया गया है और भारतीय सेना भी पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है।
उड़ी सेक्टर में इस समय हम मौजूद है और लगातार उड़ी सेक्टर में शेलिंग जो है वो हो रहा है और हम यहाँ पर उड़ी सेक्टर को लगातार कवर कर रहे हैं। और आप देख सकते हैं जो यहाँ पर लोग मौजूद हैं वो अब शेलिंग की वजह से बाहर भाग रहे हैं अपने घरों से, और जो आसपास के यहाँ शॉपकीपर्स वगैरह है और अंदर जो है अंडरग्राउंड जो यहाँ पर स्पेस है उसकी ओर जा रहे हैं। और आप देख सकते हैं ये तमाम लोग जो है यहाँ शॉप्स में, होटल्स में और बाकी जगहों पर काम करते हैं। तमाम जो बिस्तर वगैरह सोने का सामान है वो लेते हुए यहाँ पर भागते हुए पहुँचे हैं। और लगातार सरहदी इलाकों में नॉर्थ सेक्टर की बात करें खासतौर पर मैसिव शेलिंग जो है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से की जा रही है। और इस मैसिव शेलिंग में टंगधार, करना, केरन और उड़ी सेक्टर कुपवाड़ा लगातार दहलते हुए दिख रहा है। टीवी 9 भारत वर्ष टीम लगातार इस इलाके में मौजूद है और एक मैसिव तैयारी जो है वो इस पूरी स्थिति से निपटने के लिए है और भारतीय सेना लगातार जवाब दे रही है। लेकिन इस पूरे इलाके में शेलिंग से साफ तौर पर खौफ का माहौल है। इधर थोड़ा अंदर जाने की मैं कोशिश करूंगा। आप देख सकते हैं ये पूरा इलाका है। ये किस वजह से कैसे हुआ है ये क्रैक? ये पहले ये क्रैक हुआ है, ये जो स्थानीय लोग बता रहे हैं, ये भी जब मैसिव शेलिंग इस इलाके में इससे पहले हुई थी। तो ये जगह है जहां पर ये तमाम लोग बैठेंगे। इस तरह भी आप देखिए क्रैक्स, क्योंकि ये बिल्डिंग जो है, मुर्तजा थोड़ा आगे आके दिखाएं, ये बिल्डिंग जो है शेलिंग की चपेट में आया था और ये क्रैक्स अभी भी इस बिल्डिंग में मौजूद है। तो आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह की मैसिव शेलिंग इस इलाके में होती है। और जहां पर हम मौजूद है यहां पर एक तरफ भारतीय सेना की पोस्ट्स है और दूसरी तरफ जो है लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो शेलिंग है वो लगातार इस समय यहां पर हो रही है। और ये तमाम लोग यहां इस समय छुप रहे हैं और टीवी 9 भारतवर्ष यहां पर लगातार मौजूद है। इस तरफ कुछ लोगों से बात भी करेंगे। क्या नाम है भाई आपका?
मेरा नाम मशहूर अहमद।
कहाँ से हैं आप?
गरकोट से।
गरकोट यानी उड़ी से ही है आप?
उड़ी से।
तो अगर आपकी बात हुई?
घर में अभी किया था फोन।
क्या सिचुएशन है
वो ये हालात, यही पूछ रहे थे हालात कैसे हो जा रहे।
तो आप डरे हुए तो नहीं है?
नहीं डरे नहीं।
हाँ, यहाँ आप सेफ महसूस कर रहे हैं ना बंकर में?
यहाँ जी थोड़ा।
तो लगातार कुछ दिन से शेलिंग हो रहा है भाई? आप
बहुत पिछले कुछ दिनों से हो रहा था, बीच में रुक गया था। आज अभी मुझे घर से आया फोन। मेरे घर के आसपास पड़ रहे हैं गोले, इससे बहुत जबरदस्त।
यहाँ भी इस समय पिछली वाली साइड से लगातार शेलिंग सुन रहे हैं?
हाँ, यहाँ चारों साइड से आवाज आ रही है। मुझे घर से फोन किया, मैं वो डर के मारे बात ही नहीं कर सकते अभी।
तो साफ तौर पर यह स्थिति यहां पर है और लगातार जिस तरह पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो बैक टू बैक ड्रोन अटैक्स जम्मू के कई इलाकों में, खासतौर पर जम्मू के एयरपोर्ट के आसपास, उधमपुर, अखनूर और वही पठानकोट तक लगातार अटैक किया जा रहा है, जिसे भारतीय सुरक्षा बल जो है लगातार नाकाम कर रहे हैं। और आज ये भी स्पष्ट किया गया आधिकारिक रूप से कि करीबन 15 ऐसी लोकेशंस है जहां पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन से और मिसाइल से अटैक करने की कोशिश की, तो उसे नाकाम किया गया है। लेकिन स्थिति गंभीर है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के इलाकों में और यहां फिलहाल लोग जो है वो सेफ्टी की ओर भाग रहे हैं। हालांकि प्रशासन की तरफ से, सुरक्षा बलों की तरफ से भी इस इलाके में काफी इवैक्यूएशन भी किया गया, जो कि खासतौर पर जीरो लाइन और रेड जोन इलाके के लोग थे। और सलामाबाद से लगातार टीवी ने जिस तरह रिपोर्ट दिखाया, उसके चलते वहां से भी लोगों को निकाला गया, क्योंकि वहां पर काफी ऐसे मकान थे वो जो कि आग की चपेट में आए थे।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, with you always.
Smashing corporate boundaries through sport. The News9 Corporate Badminton Championship 2025, in collaboration with Padma Shri Pulela Gopichand, offers corporations a unique opportunity to boost employee engagement through sport.
It's a perfect blend of fun, fitness and competition. So I invite all the corporate people out there to come to the court and showcase their passion for sports as well.
Top corporates are already in. Are you?
Presenting sponsor, Srinidhi University, Kindle the Light Within. Co-powered by Tata AG, with you always. Venue partner, Gopichand Academy. Sports medicine partner, CSSH, Center for Spine and Sports Health. Associate sponsor, Blue Star, built on trust. Dinshas since 1932. D-Beats, a diamond is forever. Tata New. Celebration partner, Big Bull, the future of clubbing.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Before we left you for a commercial break, we told you about how China has also cornered Pakistan in such situation. Also, that post has also come in from Pakistan's side. They are begging for money and they have made us enemy again in this entire situation. When they were the one who aggregated the situation, they were the one who attacked us first. And now when they are facing the real befitting reply from India's side, the real retaliation that they might have ever seen in years, they are going out with cry of help and also trying to play the victim card in this entire situation. But let me again reiterate it to the point of what China has said in this situation. China has said that, you know, both the sides should practice proper restraint and also to de-escalate the situation, because Pakistan and India are going to be each other's neighbor and eventually China's neighbor forever. So there should be no further, escalation in this situation. China has urged both the countries to practice proper restraint. At this point of time, when China looked like the last ray of hope for a country like Pakistan, China in fact has also washed their hand. China has said that we are going to take a step back and we are going to just tell both of you to practice restraint, both of you to just, de-escalate in such situation and do not. And in fact, something very crucial in this entire thing is that China has also said that we are condemning any kind of terrorism. So China has again said this. Previously also the statement that came in post Pahalgam terrorist attack from China was that they had condemned the terrorist attack that happened in Pahalgam. This time around, again they have said that we are condemning any act of terrorism, would request both the sides to practice restraint. Let me go back to Lieutenant General Shivane, who continues to be on with me on the broadcast. So what do you make of it? China, like I said, was one of the last hopes of help for Pakistan. They have also very categorically mentioned in their recent statement that, look, we are condemning any act of terrorism, and both the sides, we are urging both of them to act on restraint, take a step back, de-escalate.
It is a very calculated statement. We need to understand that China always acts and speaks at the strategic level. And when you see the geopolitical position today. They are under tariff war from US. Their focus is Taiwan, and they realize that Pakistan is on no moral ground and exposed today globally to terrorism and deceitful behavior of denial. So therefore, they actually cannot support Pakistan. All that friendship talk is fine, but today the wars are on the screen, globally watched all over, with long-term ramification. China is looking at itself in the long term. With such short-term mistakes of supporting Pakistan, it will only impact itself. So, therefore, this statement comes in the light of that. Number two, China also has realized that the onus of escalation lies with Pakistan, and the responsibility of proportionate response lies with India. Three, they also realize that the Indian Defence Forces have mastered the art of multi-domain, high-technology warfare, whereas the Pakistan Armed Forces have mastered the art of proxy war, terrorism, and cowardly acts of targeting innocent civilians, whether it be in the terrorist attack, the tourists, or once the hostilities have broken out and cross-border firing on civilian installations and civilian villages in the on the border. So therefore, it's amply clear that no nation who has a vision for itself will ever support Pakistan. And so Pakistan is politically, diplomatically isolated, politically into fissures. Leadership, Pakistan's leadership, you don't see General Mullah Manir, I call him Mullah Manir. His voice and his face is not on is not there, he's disappeared, which is quite traditional to Pakistan military hierarchy. When they are in adverse conditions, they disappear and go somewhere else. So the leadership has collapsed. Domestically, they are going through fissures in Balochistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, TTP, northern areas. Militarily, they are taking a beating. So I think the nation is in a situation which is even worse than 1971, if I may say, because of all instruments of national power today, including but primarily economic, because a nation goes and does whatever it does, whether war or peace or development, based on economics. So they are in such a slippery wicket today as never ever since the independence have they faced such sort of multi-domain crisis while we are executing multi-domain warfare with technology. Over, back to you.
Absolutely. Major General Sudhakar ji, and it's very interesting because they are trying to, cry to the world this time around. They are showing several fake images on social media as well. They are saying that Indians are targeting civilians, see what India is doing to us, and crying for help. At the same time, a very befitting reply, a very straightforward reply given by Vikram Misri yesterday at the presser when he said that, look, your former foreign minister, your defense minister out in the open has accepted such links of Pakistan with the terrorist group. What are you exactly crying about? What happened in Pahalgam was not our fault. We had nothing to do with it. That they were innocent civilians, innocent tourists. They went for a vacation. They went for their honeymoon. You killed 26 innocent lives. You claimed their lives based on their religion.
Absolutely, Shakshi. I think kudos to we have come a long way, and our information warfare, despite the fact
sir,
that
my apologies for interrupting you over there, Major General. Just quickly adding a point, a breaking news that has just come in. Like I said, that they have the habit of crying foul. Amidst all of that, we have been now given to understand that after making that post, begging for money, they are now claiming that their account was hacked. They are saying that it was a fake post, and that they are asking X to just block the account for a while because the account has been hacked. That's a fake post. What is this, sir? What do you make of it?
This is the only strong point of Pakistan as on today, as also in the past, is the information warfare. That I would actually give it to them because conventionally speaking, as far as the tank versus tank on the aircraft and the vessels, naval capability, missiles, whatever, in 1971 was a good turning point for both Pakistan as also India. Pakistan realized for the first time, no matter how much of noise they create in different forums and platforms, they were convinced that it was impossible, simply impossible to defeat India conventionally. And consequent to that, with the Soviet invasion into Afghanistan, they got a golden opportunity with the help of America and the Western alliances to try out the concept of proxy war. And that proxy war is being validated. They're thinking that perhaps the same proxy war which, threw out the Soviets from Afghanistan and subsequently Americans from Afghanistan, perhaps they'll be able to, snatch away Jammu and Kashmir and liberate them and integrate with the Pakistan. So this is a very far-fetched kind of a dream, and I'm sure everyone in Pakistan today is getting convinced. The only strong point which they have is the DGISPR. To some extent, it's not that. And by, let me tell you, post-Galwan incident, the Ministry of External Affairs, the spokesperson, he carries out very regular kind of a press briefing. That is very, very important. Strategic communication and tactical level communication. Communication for the people of the country, for our own media is very important. The black and white has to be called out loudly. That is what is being done. The military operations were back in Kargil, I still remember. We used to have a colonel from the Military Operation Directorate on day-to-day basis, calling out what the actual facts were and what Pakistan was painting. Pakistan will be exercising the similar option. They are practicing the art of non-state actor in the world because the non-state actors are gradually getting legitimized. Take your mind back to 2006. What happened to Hezbollah? They brought the IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, onto the knees. 26 or 36 days of war. 2006, one non-state actor, Hezbollah, by means of information warfare, they brought a formidable armed force of the world onto the knees. They are still trying out the similar concept, and they have class 12, intermediate and graduate students being paid pittance, I would say, by ISPR, and they teach them different aspects of information warfare. There are handlers, there are offensive kind of components, there are defensive components. So this is one thing which India has to also evolve and develop a formidable structure, formal structure led by political leadership and have competent expertise under them. And we need to actually galvanize the resources that we have in piecemeal method in different organizations. So this is what Pakistan precisely is doing. They will do, flip-flop kind of, information warfare. They will pass some message today, they counter it tomorrow, they will pass another message tomorrow. Like here in Europe, people are saying no aircraft of India has been shot down. But Pakistan, I believe, some of the people here in Greece itself, whom I came across yesterday, they're making loose statements कि हिंदुस्तान के इतने हवाई जहाज को हमने गिरा दिया. Bugger all. I happen to be listening to it. I said, you better watch out. Stop really spreading this loose communication and information. So therefore, we have to guard against it. Our countrymen, you're doing a great job. Your channel is doing an excellent job. What we need to keep in mind is that we need to bleed Pakistan not with 1,000 cuts. With every single ana, take the mind back to the currency denomination. Pakistan has to be bled by not by military means, but by economic means, by political means, by constitutional means, by means of dividing its people, by means of actually, by non-conventional or non-kinetic means like the way we have adopted the Indus Water Treaty, revocation or suspension. The similar kind of thing, taking it to the FATF. And collaborating with IMF, that is prevailing upon US, and telling IMF to hold back this $7 billion. It has to be squeezed. There are some allotments, some sanctions which have been made, not economic sanction, I'm saying financial aids from UK, from a country like France, country like Germany. We need to look out for. there are different heads under which different kinds of money is being released and sanctioned to Pakistan. We need to carry out a bin count of all this one by one, need to actually progress the case in a systematic manner. I think our Minister of External Affairs is doing a fantastic job. The nation is actually standing together and in support of the armed forces. And this is the way to go. I am sure in times ahead, only thing that we need to be mindful of is that the global opinion is very vulnerable. It can change in no time. We need to take our mind back to Israelis when they started the counter-offensive against Hamas. And initially, Israel used to be in favor by the world opinion. But in no time, just about, I think, 30 odd days or 40 days, the world opinion was changing. So the window of opportunity must be taken advantage of by India. And we must go on relentlessly, carry out offensive action against the Pakistan, decimate the command, control, surveillance, intelligence, coordination agencies, and the top leadership, middle rank, and the low leadership as far as non-state actors is concerned. Time has come to shut the tap of terrorism, which is flowing from Pakistan permanently. That means it is Pakistan Army and the ISI headquarters, which is there in Islamabad, Pakistan Army headquarters in Rawalpindi, need to be addressed squarely and boldly, regardless of consequences and repercussions. Back to you, Saks.
Absolutely. I'll request both of you to please stay on with me on the broadcast since you have spoken about how the narratives have changed globally as well. Let's listen in from the world leaders, some of the international reactions also coming in about what exactly is happening between India and Pakistan at the moment, the escalating situation, of course.
To de-escalate as quickly as possible. We can't control these countries, though. Fundamentally, India has its gripes with Pakistan. Pakistan has responded to India. What we can do is try to encourage these folks to de-escalate a little bit, but we're not going to get involved in the middle of a war that's fundamentally none of our business and has nothing to do with America's ability to control it. You know, America can't tell the Indians to lay down their arms. We can't tell the Pakistanis to lay down their arms. And so we're going to continue to pursue this thing through diplomatic channels. Our hope and our expectation is that this is not going to spiral into a broader regional war or, God forbid, a nuclear conflict. But sure, we're worried about these things. But I think the job of diplomacy, but also the job of cooler heads in India and Pakistan, is to make sure this doesn't become a nuclear war. If it happened, of course, it would be disastrous. Right now, we don't think that's going to happen.
What I can say here, a few more things, certainly. We continue to urge India and Pakistan to work towards a responsible solution in this. And we've been saying that certainly from the beginning. We also want to say that what matters in this particular instance right now where we're at is that the phone calls happened, that we are remaining engaged with both governments at, again, multiple levels. We, though, will not engage in the nature of discussing what the conversations have been or what we've conveyed. Certainly, there's a lot already on the record when it comes to our reaction to what's been happening here. So there's some discussion that Pakistan wants an independent investigation as to what has happened regarding the terrorist attack. And, of course, what we say to that is we want the perpetrators to be held accountable and are supportive of any efforts to that end. All right, Sean. Well, you know, obviously in today's world, that's a call that we've been making for decades. It is the dynamic that we've seen in the Middle East disrupting lives. And clearly what happened in Kashmir is awful. And we've all, of course, we send our condolences. The world has rejected the nature of that kind of violence overall, of course, and certainly the President has and continues to. But at this moment in time, there's like one thing that has to stop, which is a back and forth and a continuation of this. And that is what we're focused on right now. The message from the Secretary, and I think from the United States as a whole in general, is that the violence should stop, that the military action, war, as we've seen in that region, and certainly in the Middle East, has clearly, for generations, proven that it is not a solution, because it never ends. There has to be a change in that regard. So obviously, when it comes to solving a problem, this administration has made itself clear that war, the military, more violence is not a solution. Diplomacy is a solution. New ideas to stop generational violence and problems. Andrea.
That the original escalation is Pakistan's sponsored
terror group's attack on civilians in Pahalgam on 22nd April. You know, our response thereafter was precise, targeted, reasonable, and moderate. It was focused principally and solely on terrorist infrastructure. We did not strike the Pakistani military establishment. We did not strike national infrastructure. And we made it abundantly clear, including in the briefing that was given yesterday morning by our permanent secretary, our foreign secretary, and by military officers, that the object of this exercise was clearly to avoid military escalation. The fact was actually acknowledged in a left-handed way, of course, by the Pakistani side in terms of their own statements, official statements, which said that the airspace hadn't been violated and that, no military establishments were attacked.
And some big breaking news has just come in, ladies and gentlemen. It's an alert coming in from DC Ambala. An air warning has been received from Air Force Station of possible attack. Sirens are being sounded. All are advised to remain indoors and also step away from the balcony. So that's a big breaking news now coming in, being flashed on your screens as well. An alert for Ambala as well. Sirens have gone on. Civilians are advised to remain indoors and to stay away from the balconies too. General Shivani, an alert again. That too in broad daylight. What should a civilian be doing, sir? Of course, stepping away from the balcony is what they have been advised with. They've been told to stay indoors. What else, sir?
I think the most important thing is to stay calm, to stay composed, and trust your defense forces. No panic, just be responsible. Listen to the official media, to what is correct, and for heaven's sake, don't bite the bait of rumors. 1. 2, as far as your safety precautions are concerned, don't expose yourself outside like in the balcony or in open spaces, primarily because if there is an unfortunate drop of a bomb or a drone attack, there will be some splinters which will be going all over. So you're best protected within the 4 walls, ideally in a basement, so that if there is a collapse, you are more protected. And more importantly, when all this is happening, make sure you and your environment and your family are together and calm. Do not spread panic, because panic will lead to a disaster, and disaster will lead to casualty, and that is what Pakistan wants. So these are my advice to the population. But having said that, you showed certain visuals of the global reaction. If you may permit, may I comment on some of them?
Sure, sir. Please, go on.
Look, it's very clear that India does not want to escalate. But at the same time, India is more than prepared to escalate and give a befitting assured response, which can even be of a higher trajectory. 1. 2, it's come out very clearly through these foreign briefings and the spokespersons of the countries that India will have to fight its own wars. India will have to fight its own wars, and therefore you see today's India with a different flavor of national strategy and military deterrence as such. Because there are 3 aspects which are important when you look at this strategically. One is the credibility of a nation, which is the political will. Second is the capability of the nation, which is its military prowess, the diplomacy and the economic strength. And the third C is the strategic communication, not only domestically, but also globally. I think on all these fronts, we have synergized and sent a very, very clear message that all these 3 C's are integrated and performing exceedingly well in a tri-service integrated, multi-domain, multi-layered and multi-tiered operation. My next point is that when you look at the application of national power, of which military is one subset, increasingly as the escalation levels will go up, you will see not only the military power unfolding to the next level, for which preparedness is all there, posturing is all there, plans are everything ready, but you will see the other instruments of power also proportionately getting activated, which is the diplomacy on the global front, which is the economic front, whether the IMF gets influence, the tweeting of the tap through the Indus Water Treaty takes place. Also on the political front, where we look at the Pakistani internal fault lines in Baluchistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and coordinate our overt, covert, and internal and external operations in a manner that Pakistan is hit in a very, very big way. Above all, in these operations, one thing is very clear. India has come up on a moral high ground. Pakistan has come up on a cowardly high ground. They have been defeated morally, physically, psychologically, politically, and economically. And they need to be ashamed of themselves as a nation, because it is so inbuilt in their DNA and character. Right from 1948, look at the models of two countries. One has grown economically and is on the global arena, not only a global spectator, but a global player today. The other is fighting coups, fighting proxy wars, and internal fissures. That is the difference between Pakistan and India of today.
No comparison at all. Thank you so much, Lieutenant General A.B. Shivane, Major General Sudhakar ji, for joining us here on the conversation for News 9. Thank you so much for putting all of that into perspective for our viewers, giving us a sense of clarity amidst the rising tensions between both the nations at the moment. Operation Sindoor, all the developments will continue here on the other side, ladies and gentlemen. That's a wrap from my side.
Thank you.
बेबो का एक ही रूल, रोज खाओ अंडे विदाउट भूल।
Cause eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool. Summer में एनर्जी हो जाती है कम। खाओ अंडे, एनर्जेटिक रहो हरदम। Strength और power मिले हर रोज with proteins and minerals का daily dose। Eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool. Yes, eggs are cool, cool, cool.
संडे हो या मंडे, रोज खाओ अंडे।
Smashing corporate boundaries through sport. The News9 Corporate Badminton Championship 2025, in collaboration with Padma Shri Pulela Gopichand, offers corporations a unique opportunity to boost employee engagement through sport.
It's a perfect blend of fun, fitness and competition. So I invite all the corporate people out there to come to the court and showcase their passion for sports as well.
Top corporates are already in. Are you?
Presenting sponsor, Srinidhi University, Kindle the Light Within. Co-powered by Tata AG, with you always. Venue partner, Gopichand Academy. Sports medicine partner, CSSH, Center for Spine and Sports Health. Associate sponsor, Blue Star, built on trust. Dinshas since 1932. D-Beats, a diamond is forever. Tata New. Celebration partner, Big Bull, the future of clubbing.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every seam, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
In a huge setback for bike taxi services in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu races ahead with 9.69% growth rate, India's fastest growing state this year. Good for Tamil Nadu. You may not be directly involved with what your son or daughter does, but your influence does well. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
वक़्फ़ में एक भी नॉन मुस्लिम नहीं आएगा.
Waqf bill was passed by Rajya Sabha. Opposition parties have challenged the legislation in the Supreme Court. What is the biggest challenge of Amit Shah in Tamil Nadu? Can Mohammad Yunus be trusted because he met Prime Minister Modi? World will come to know, India will come to know who were his handlers. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee met thousands of teachers and educators. Tharoor said that it took 21 months for Bharatiya Janata Party to impose president rule in the state.
Businesses are primarily in India known by their owners.
When you start a business, you don't realize how much you're putting the entire family at risk.
The trust is a big element.
And a typical symbol of trust is usually a banyan tree. And I used to, in my early days, wonder that how will a young company look like a banyan tree?
When you brought in this beauty product, Nykaa, you tried to make women look beautiful for themselves.
It's a message to women. Let the spotlight of your life be on you. And for that, we wanted her to be as confident as she wants.
India desperately needs that shift in mindset where women would be leading from the front.
They're risk takers and they do take open-ended risk, and a belief in yourself that you don't allow others to destabilize you and you keep pursuing your path.
Watch Radico Presents Duologue with Paruntas Season 3 featuring Falguni Nair at these times on News9. News9, English news as it should be.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
Hello and a very warm welcome to all News9 viewers. I'm Neha Bhan. Let's quickly take a look at some of the top stories making headlines this hour. All right, viewers, the Indian border with Pakistan is the hottest it has been in 40 years. A lot has transpired in the last 12 hours alone. And a lot will happen. Because we're dealing with a country that's simply beyond shame. We tried dialogue, we tried diplomacy, we reached out through every possible channel. But Pakistan understands only one language, the language of terror. We warned them repeatedly, do not wake the dragon, because once it's awake, it's impossible to tame. They still did not listen. Pakistan, viewers, the world's terror nursery, continues to peddle unrest in India. And when enough was enough, we showed them their place with Operation Sindoor. And guess what? They still did not learn. On Thursday night, Pakistan attempted to launch swarm drones across multiple locations along the line of control and the international border. India's response was swift and precise. Over 50 drones were neutralized by the Indian Army using L-70 guns and Zu-23 mm cannons. They're in fact in other advanced counter-drone technology. Now, this large-scale interception took place in Udhampur, Sambha, Jammu, Akhnur, Nagrota and Pathankot. Then came the artillery shelling. Heavy, indiscriminate shelling along the line of control in Punch, Rajouri, Uri and Chokibal early Friday morning. Several homes were damaged in Uri and Chokibal, and tragically, a woman lost her life in Uri. Shelling has continued relentlessly since the 22nd of April, the Pahalgam terror attack, in which we lost 26 lives, mostly tourists. Pakistan has intensified its cross-border aggression ever since, and India, of course, viewers, has responded with full force across sectors. In fact, this was the latest that that I brought to you. But on that note, we have some big breaking coming in. Made in India Akash SAMs effective. Akash missiles effectively neutralized Pakistan missiles. Akash, they're deployed at border with Pakistan. This is in fact the big breaking that I am bringing to all News9 viewers. And in fact, made in India Akash SAMs effective, and Akash missiles have effectively neutralized Pakistan missiles. They've been deployed at the border with Pakistan. On that note, I'm joined by Captain Alok Bansal, Director, India Foundation. I'm also joined by Colonel Anurag Shukla, who's a defense expert. A very warm welcome to you, Colonel. I'll start with you. 50 plus Pakistani drones shot down in a single night by Indian air defense from Udhampur to Pathankot. Doesn't this sort of send out a loud and clear message that Indian skies are impenetrable and we are more than ready for any provocation from Pakistan's side?
Obviously, it is already seen that India is a very strong nation and it is a very supreme military in front of a very weak nation such as Pakistan. Pakistan should understand that they have got a itinerary. Most of the material which they have collected through China, there is a substandard material and which they have used yesterday. It was shown to them without any iota of doubt that we were able to drown each and every swarm drone they have sent, and we have effectively neutralized each and every drone attack which came along with followed by the missiles also. All 8 missiles was down. So you can understand that about strong air defense system we are holding, and our system is very strong. Pakistan should understand that, and they should not attempt another one, otherwise they will be neutralized at their own land itself.
To you on that note, do tell us, what can India really expect from here on? What should we be ready with?
You're asking
Is this question for me?
Yes, sir. This question is for you. Captain Alok, yes.
Okay. See, we need to be very careful. I think there is no doubt that Pakistan has been retaliating because Pakistan's army knows that it has to show to its public that they are doing something. Even if those attacks have no impact, they would want to show it. While they want peace, but they can't show it to their public that they have buckled down. And that's a problem with Pakistan's army. And that's why they were hoping that either international community mediates or India sues for peace, both of which look unlikely, because at this point of time, the US has clearly said it is none of our business. So US has pulled out. And that's one of the reasons why they are targeting the civilian targets, because they feel that if civilians are harmed, maybe India may agree for a ceasefire or stop aggravating the situation. But the fact is, the government of India has made it very clear that we do not wish to escalate the conflict. But whatever they do will not go unpunished. So they did a terrorist attack. We targeted the terrorist homes. They carried out attacks on our military targets. We retaliated. And now they have again launched attacks on some of our military as well as civilian targets. And I hope we would see some reaction. It is very difficult to say, but India retains the right to retaliate, and retaliate in all mediums: land, sea and air.
To stay with us, Captain Bansal. Colonel Shukla, I'll come to you. You know, after getting battered in Operation Sindoor, is Pakistan now sort of resorting to desperate swarm drone attacks and artillery shelling to save face before its own people, to tell them that, you know, we're also taking action against India?
Obviously, a meek attempt has been made, and it is evident that they are just harming their own country. Of the attack which they tried yesterday, India has retaliated very strongly. They have dug deep down into their cities. We have struck most of the big cities like Karachi and other Lahore, and we have gone down to other places. So they can understand that our reach is much, much beyond their reach, what they can expect. Their drones are coming just around 10 to 5 kilometers inside the Indian territory, while we are able to hit them approximately 100 plus kilometers inside. And that too, when they claim that their defense system is very strong and they have been not been able to intercept any of our attack till now. All 24 missiles went deep inside their territory and exploded. Now we strike with with our drones, which went inside, and they were hovering around for almost 2 to 3 hours, and then they selected the target and neutralized the same. So our defense is much strong, and they should understand, and they have already understood. For the last 48 hours, you can understand 3 J-17 has been down, 2 F-16 has been down, 2 AWAC has been down. So they have, Pakistan has already taken very big hit on their military establishment.
All right, continue to stay with us. Captain Bansal, I also want to understand from you, you know, here we heard a lot of sirens there. In fact, you know, do tell us simply what is the significance of Ambala and Chandigarh, where most siren raids are being heard. How critical are these places?
See, Ambala is a very major military station. It's a core headquarters, and it's a very important facet. And I think discussing other relevance or other importance on television, I think may not be appropriate. But Ambala is a very, very major military hub, and obviously a prime target from enemy's point of view.
Okay, continue to stay with us. Colonel Shukla, I'll come to you on that note. You know, there were also reports suggesting that Pakistan is using Chinese SH-15 artillery to hit civilian areas. Sir, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, there are some missiles which are landed in our territory, and they have not even exploded. And what to say about causing a damage?
Sir, I want to understand from you, you know, there are reports suggesting Pakistan is using Chinese SH-15 artillery to hit civilian areas. How do you see this China-Pakistan nexus shaping up? And, you know, isn't it sort of time for the global community to call out this dangerous partnership?
It was already evident in all the forum, including United Nations, where the China has been supporting Pakistan for a very long time. But times are changing. Today, if you see, China is not openly criticizing the Pakistani act or Indian intrusion in their land. So the things are changing. And in the morning, if you have seen today, a plane from Vietnam of Turkey's plane has come to Karachi and landed with some more military hardware. So it is evident that China is currently not providing any support to this war to Pakistan. Whatever Pakistan is using, they have got their own inventory, which they have collected over a period of years, and now they want to bring it out. Maybe it is not functional, maybe it is not serviceable, but actually it is not performing, it is not giving the result which they are intending.
All right, and I'll come to you, Captain Bansal, on that note. You know, civilian areas in Uri and Kupwara have been hit, a woman killed. Why is the world still silent?
See, as I said, the global community has an apathy to this sort of conflicts. If their interests are not harmed, they actually don't want to be interested. And the most blunt statement has come actually from the US. The Vice President Vance's statement that it is none of our business to mediate between them shows how reluctant today's the Trump's United States is to intervene in any conflict across the globe. So this very clearly says that the global community is least interested in what's happening, except for those countries which have some interests or some they are affected by this conflict. Most countries are maintaining a studied silence as far as this conflict is concerned, and that's unfortunately because Pakistani attacks have resulted in loss of civilian lives, non-combatants. But if you start right from the beginning, from Pahalgam itself, they have been targeting civilians. The terrorism which they have used as a veritable instrument of their foreign policy has been involved in killing innocent civilians.
All right, I'm also joined by Wing Commander Praful Bakshi. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Sir, I asked this question to Colonel Shukla also, but I'd like to take your perspective on this. 50 plus Pakistani drones shot down in a single night by Indian air defense. You know, what message does it really send to the Pakistani forces? Clearly that India is not, where you sort of take panga, isn't it?
Yes, Neha, you're right. Pakistani knows very well. They don't have to try to find it out. They know it, that we have our graded air defense system, and we can take the heaviest S-400 can take the furthest target away, grading down to closer and closer with various types of missiles and SAM systems which can deal with the target. No doubt about it. The taste of the pudding lies in eating. Pakistan has eaten. They come to know now what we are about. That's okay. But the question is, this is only a drone warfare going on. So drone warfare will be met with the proper methods which we have. We have anti-drone systems, and Pakistan knows about it. So we'll keep shooting down. So a very spectacular figure of drones were shot down yesterday. Probably again they'll be shot down. And even if you get through, what damage do they do? Yes, damage will be done. Some building will be on fire. Some will break up. A few people will die. That does not carry the war forward. And let me tell you one thing about aerial bombing is when the aerial bombing was highest on Germany, the fighter production was the highest. Vietnam, you saw. Aerial bombing does not bend the knees of any country until you go and occupy their land. That only brings you victory. So if we are doing the drone warfare, it will be only very good on television, spectacular show. But if, yes, we'll destroy the terrorist camps, but more will come. They have no dearth of terrorists. Until and unless we select a target, their main father of all terrorism is Pakistan Army, GHQ. They have to be dealt with. And how do you deal with GHQ? You create a situation in which Pakistan Army finally buckles down the knee. And that will be only through when we give them a solid punishment in form of war. But war is not there. We should be very careful. So we are doing with the drone system. China is supplying actually drones to them. A big catchment of drones had come, swarm drones. Then Barakhtiyar from Turkey, a few, I don't know how many had come. They are also doing it. There are a lot of countries supporting Pakistan. At the moment, China and Bangladesh are waiting. Though China is keeping quiet, very diplomatic. It is not making any noise, but it is supplying to Bangladesh, making it strong. The naval activity has started all along the Bangladesh, Bay of Bengal, in Arabian Sea. They have started doing it. All right. Now we have to be very careful. They have already started interfering with Nepal on Kalapani. They are also pressurizing Bhutan. So we are surrounded by countries very friendly to you, but the situation is not very friendly. So this is what we have to watch out also alongside when we are getting into the slanging match with Pakistan. And also, madam, let me tell you that we have to be very careful as to what we announce. If we say the AWAC is shot down or the GF-17 is shot down, then we should be able to, speak on the television onto that. Otherwise, what happens is this becomes a media warfare. So that let's us not depend on that. At the moment, Pakistan is learning their lesson. That confrontation, as you said, Panga with India is going to be very, very costly for them. So now they are also thinking. But question is, when will they do? Because until we take POK, we are also not met our objective. So we should at least start taking POK or strike a base, occupy it. And that's what we have to do. For that, we have to have a political will. We have that. So only timing has to be there. So let us see what Prime Minister and the three chiefs sit down and how do they work out the timing. POK should be ours. Pakistan will be quiet and the terrorists will be neutralized to a very large number. But terrorism is a thought process. It is not a few hundred people. That thought process is coming from outside Pakistan also. Pakistan is being funded for that. So we have to live with this. Where we cannot eliminate terrorism. Let me tell you, we cannot do that until and unless we take very stern measures.
Wing Commander, Pakistan is also, resorting to these drone attacks and artillery shelling to save face before its own people, to tell them that, they're also taking some sort of action against India. I mean, in my view, if you ask me, they're only making a fool of themselves. But here we have some big news coming in. Wing Commander, hold on to that thought. BSF, in fact, has killed 7 terrorists. This is a big breaking coming in. Terrorists belonging to Jaish-e-Mohammed. Big victory for the Indian Armed Forces. Infiltration bid foiled in Samba. The BSF there has killed 7 terrorists, and these terrorist viewers belong to Jaish-e-Mohammed. Wing Commander, how big is this? Let me ask you this before we go on with our discussion.
I congratulate BSF for that. They have killed 7 terrorists. But let me tell you one thing, 7 will come more. Where have they come from? We have to make sure. Where are they coming from? Why aren't we now attacking that place? They have not come from heaven with parachutes. They have come from around. Our intelligence should be there. We have got multi-barrel rocket launchers, attack helicopters. We have got drones. We have got everything. So why should we only announce that BSF has killed 7? We are going to attack that base. I want to hear that news. That will make the news. Yes, BSF will go because terrorists are not only supplying arms, they are supplying drugs. Arms and drugs go together. Punjab is known for that. So, and by the way, when they are supplying, these drones come, attack, it's okay. But when they drop arms and drugs, who takes them? Where are they? Who are those people? We have to go after them also. Similarly, same is the case in J&K. Same is the case here. We can't do a half-hearted game. It has to be whole hog. And that's what we have to do.
Wing Commander, in fact, let me quickly take this big news once again for all our viewers. In a big win, infiltration bid there was foiled in Samba, and the BSF has killed 7 terrorists. These 7 terrorists belonged to the Jaish-e-Mohammed. I'll come to you, Captain Bansal, continuing with our discussion. With Akash missiles effectively neutralizing Pakistani projectiles, do tell us, how significant is this in showing the strength of India's indigenous defense systems in real-time combat scenarios?
See, this conflict has proved Akash. Akash was actually a very, very versatile anti-air defense system, and in fact medium-range SAM, and it had not been tested in battle scenario, though it had given great performance in trials, etc. This particular conflict has actually proved Akash and shown to the world how effective this missile system, which has been developed by indigenously, is there. We have seen that all the missiles that have been developed by our integrated guided missile system, Prithvi, Agni, etc., had been quite effective. But Akash...
Apologies, I'll have to interrupt you here. In fact, I am joined by my colleague Anju Nirvan with more details on this breaking that in fact we are flashing right on your screens. Anju, बहुत एक बड़ी victory है ये हमारी forces के लिए. 7 जैश-ए-मोहम्मद के terrorist को मार दिया गया है. बताइए latest क्या है इस पे?
जी देखिए, मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी कि ये इन्फिल्ट्रेशन की कोशिश जो है कल सांबा सेक्टर में जो है पाकिस्तानी आतंकी करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, और इस कोशिश को हमारी जो बीएसएफ फोर्स है उसने नाकाम कर दिया है। करीब 7 टेररिस्ट को न्यूट्रलाइज किया है और उनको वहीं मौके पे ढेर कर दिया है, और लगातार जो ऑपरेशंस है वो लगातार चल रहा है। और आपको बता दूं कि ये जो जितने भी ऑपरेशंस इस वक्त बॉर्डर एरिया में हो रहे हैं वो जॉइंट ऑपरेशंस हो रहे हैं। इसमें हमारी आर्मी, बीएसएफ और सीआरपीएफ जो है वो सब मिलके ऑपरेशन कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये एक बहुत बड़ा ऑपरेशन जो है हमारी बीएसएफ ने किया है, जिसमें पूरी घुसपैठ की कोशिश को जो पाक रेंजर्स के भी द्वारा जो घुसपैठ की कोशिश कर रही थी, यानी कि आतंकियों की आड़ में पाक रेंजर्स भी घुसने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, उनको भी हमारी जो बीएसएफ है उसने फायरिंग करके खदेड़ भगाया है।
जी अंजू, और इसकी ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स थोड़ा बहुत बता सकती हैं? बहुत सारी जो अलग ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स तो खैर शेयर नहीं करनी चाहिए, आपको माफी चाहूंगी ये पूछने के लिए, लेकिन एक सुबह से जो है हमारे पास बहुत सी खबरें आ रही हैं, जैसे पुंछ में कोई बहुत लाउड एक्सप्लोजन सुना था, जम्मू में भी कुछ एक्सप्लोजन सुने जा रहे हैं, उरी सेक्टर में भी चल रहा है, ट्रेजिकली एक औरत की जान भी चली गई है। ओवरऑल हमें बताइए अभी सिनेरियो क्या है?
जी देखिए, मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी कि ये जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो पूरा रीजन है, इस वक्त वहां पर पैनिक है, लेकिन हमारी जो फोर्सेस हैं वो डे एंड नाइट ऑपरेशंस कर रही हैं। और इन ऑपरेशन में आपको मैं बताना चाहूंगी कि हमारे एयर डिफेंस से हमारी जो इंडियन नेवी है और हमारी जो इवन हमारी जो इंडियन आर्मी है, सब मिलके पूरे तमाम तरह के ऑपरेशंस कर रही हैं। अगर हम जम्मू कश्मीर सेलेक्टेड उस रीजन की अगर हम बात करें, तो जो ड्रोन अटैक या मिसाइल अटैक की कोशिश जो पाकिस्तान कर रहा है, उसको हमारे जो एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम्स हैं वो लगातार उसको न्यूट्रलाइज कर रहे हैं, उसको विफल कर रहे हैं। तो एक बड़ी हम इसको एक जीत भी मान सकते हैं हमारी इंडियन फोर्सेस के द्वारा, क्योंकि जितने भी कोशिश जो की करने की कोशिश पाकिस्तान ने की है, उसको हमारी फोर्सेस ने ऑलमोस्ट जो है उसको न्यूट्रलाइज किया है। और सायरन, क्योंकि ये एक तरीके से लोगों को अलर्ट करने के लिए भी है कि वो पैनिक न करें और अपने शेल्टर्स जो हैं या जो हाइड आउट्स जो बनाए गए हैं वहां पर चले जाएं, जो लोगों के सेफ्टी के लिए बंकर्स बनाए हैं वहां पर चले जाएं, ताकि किसी भी तरह की जो मिसाइल अटैक या ड्रोन अटैक हो रहा है उससे लोगों को नुकसान ना हो। जहां तक हम ऑपरेशन की बात करें तो ऑपरेशन जो है वो लगातार चल रहे हैं, डे एंड नाइट चल रहे हैं।
जी हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए अंजू। आई एम ऑल्सो जॉइंड बाय माय कोलीग अंकित बट फ्रॉम ग्राउंड। अंकित, अभी बताइए लेटेस्ट क्या है इसमें? काफी एक बड़ी विक्ट्री है ये हमारी फोर्सेस के लिए, एक बहुत बड़ी इन्फिल्ट्रेशन बिट जो है वो फॉइल की गई है सांबा में। बीएसएफ ने 7 जैश ए मोहम्मद के टेररिस्ट को मार गिराया है। व्हाट्स द लेटेस्ट?
ये सबसे बड़ी खबर है, क्योंकि ये जो इलाका आता है जहां से आतंकियों की तरफ से घुसपैठ की कोशिश की गई थी, पाकिस्तान का शकरगढ़ इलाका आता है। ये वही शकरगढ़ इलाका है जहां पे आतंकियों के कई लॉन्च पैड्स एक्टिव है। माना जाता है कि सबसे ज्यादा आतंकी संगठन जैश यहां पर एक्टिव है। इसमें पाकिस्तानी रेंजर्स पूरी तरीके से इन्वॉल्व थे। पाकिस्तानी रेंजर्स की पोस्ट दंडर, ये वो पोस्ट है जहां से आतंकी घुसपैठ के प्रयास में थे, क्योंकि पूरी तरीके से बॉर्डर अलर्ट पर था। आईबी अंतरराष्ट्रीय सीमा सांबा सेक्टर 11 बजे के करीब जैसे ही आतंकियों की मूवमेंट इस इलाके में देखी जाती है तो पूरी तरीके से इन्फिल्ट्रेशन बिट फाइल जो है वो बीएसएफ की तरफ से की जाती है। माना जाता है कि 7 से ज्यादा लोग जो है 7 से ज्यादा आतंकी इन्फिल्ट्रेशन की फिराक में थे, लेकिन 7 लोगों को पूरी तरीके से न्यूट्रलाइज किया गया है। 7 आतंकियों को पूरी तरीके से इस इलाके में न्यूट्रलाइज किया गया है। ये बड़ी कामयाबी है बीएसएफ के लिए और ये दिखाता है कि लेवल ऑफ अलर्टनेस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा पर बीएसएफ की किस तरीके से है।
और सबसे बड़ी बात कि जबकि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ऑलरेडी अंडरवे है, हम लोगों ने पाकिस्तान को बीफिटिंग रिस्पांस भी दे चुके हैं, दे रहे हैं। अब ये जो 7 जैश के टेररिस्ट को मार गिराया है सांबा में, अंकित, पाकिस्तान इससे आपको क्या लग रहा है कि अपनी इन्फिल्ट्रेशन अटेम्प्ट्स को कहीं ना कहीं बढ़ा रहा है, इवन दो इंडिया हैज गिवन इट अ स्ट्रॉन्ग रिस्पॉन्स अंडर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर? ये पाकिस्तान के इंटेंट के बारे में हमें क्या बताता है?
पाकिस्तान का इंटेंस ये दिखाता है कि जब कल मिसाइल पाकिस्तान की तरफ से दागी गई थी, ड्रोन के जरिए हमले करने की कोशिश की गई थी, लेकिन हमारे पूरी तरीके से जो एयरबेस सिस्टम था उसने पाकिस्तान की पूरी धज्जियां उड़ा दी। किसी भी तरीके से कोई भी नुकसान नहीं हुआ। उसके बाद पाकिस्तान ने प्लान 2 यानी कि प्लान बी को एक्टिवेट किया, आतंकियों की घुसपैठ करवाने की कोशिश की गई। उसमें भी पाकिस्तान पूरी तरीके से विफल हुआ। उसके बाद पाकिस्तान ने प्लान 3 को एक्टिवेट किया। प्लान 3 क्या था? लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पर सीज फायर का उल्लंघन करना, आर्टिलरी से सिविलियन इलाकों को निशाना बनाना। लगातार हमने पिछले दिनों से, कई दिन से, आज तकरीबन 15 दिन हो गए हैं, चाहे वो रजौरी का इलाका हो, अखनूर का इलाका हो, नौशेरा का इलाका हो, उरी, बारामुल्ला, ये ऐसे इलाके हैं जहां पे लगातार पाकिस्तान सीज फायर का उल्लंघन कर रहा है। सूत्र हमें बताते हैं कि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से चाइनीज आर्टिलरी जो है उसका इस्तेमाल किया गया है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पर सीज फायर वायलेशन को लेकर। लेकिन भारतीय सेना भी पूरी तरीके से पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है। पाकिस्तान पूरी तरीके से बौखला चुका है और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर भी लगातार एक्सपोज होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है।
अंकित, मैं आपसे ये भी जानना चाहूंगी कि इंटेलिजेंस अलर्ट्स जो हैं वो ऐसे कुछ मोर इन्फिल्ट्रेशन अटेम्प्ट्स को लेकर के हमारे पास कुछ ऐसा रिपोर्ट आया है कि आने वाले दिनों में, गिवन जैसा आपने बहुत यू राइटली पॉइंटेड आउट कि पाकिस्तान बौखलाया हुआ है, फ्रस्ट्रेटेड है, अटैक करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, अटैक हो नहीं रहा, उसके वहां पे अटैक हो रहा है तो वो सोया पा रहा है। सो बेसिकली पाकिस्तान इज क्वाइट फ्रस्ट्रेटेड टू बी ऑनेस्ट। एंड इस मोमेंट पे आपके जवाब देने से पहले मैं अपनी फोर्सेस की सराहना भी करना चाहूंगी। The amount of hard work that they've been put in to make sure that we are safe, a big salute to our forces, and honestly, I mean, we cannot thank them enough. अंकित, आपसे मेरा सवाल ये है, क्या वहां हमारे पास कोई ऐसी रिपोर्ट्स है, कुछ इंटेल ऐसा आया है कि ऐसे कुछ मोर जो फ्रस्ट्रेटेड पाकिस्तानी फोर्सेस है वो कुछ और इन्फिल्ट्रेशन अटेम्प्ट्स कर सकती हैं इंडिया में आने वाले दिनों में?
देखिए, जिस तरीके से ये इन्फिल्ट्रेशन अटेम्प्ट हुई उसके बाद ये साफ दिखाता है कि जब पाकिस्तान लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पर भी सीज फायर का उल्लंघन करता है, पाकिस्तान का 2 मकसद होते हैं। एक, सिविलियन इलाकों को टारगेट करना, दूसरा इस आड़ में आतंकियों की घुसपैठ करवाना। ये साफ दिखाता है कि किस तरीके से लगातार पाकिस्तान सीज फायर वायलेशन करते हुए आतंकियों की घुसपैठ भी करवाना चाहता है। हमने कई बार देखा कि पाकिस्तानी पोस्टों के अंदर आतंकियों को ये रखते हैं, पाकिस्तानी सेना इनकी मदद करती है, आईएसआई पूरी तरीके से फंडिंग करती है। उसके साथ पाकिस्तानी रेंजर जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के उस तरफ है, यानी कि पाकिस्तान के इलाके में, चाहे वो सियालकोट हो, शकरगढ़ इलाका हो, मराला का इलाका हो, ये साफ तौर पे दिखाता है कि बिना पाकिस्तानी सेना, बिना पाकिस्तानी रेंजर्स की मदद से और खास तौर पे आईएसआई की मदद से ये आतंकी घुसपैठ नहीं कर सकते। आप अंदाजा लगाइए कि जब पाकिस्तान के लोग बॉर्डर तक नहीं पहुंच पाते, पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर में जो लोग हैं वो वहां पे पाकिस्तानी सेना से पूरी तरीके से तंग आ चुके हैं। जगह जगह पर उनके खिलाफ प्रोटेस्ट भी हमने कई बार देखे हैं। तो ये दिखाता है कि लेवल ऑफ फ्रस्ट्रेशन इस वक्त पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर में किस तरीके से बढ़ी हुई है, खास तौर पे पाकिस्तानी सेना को लेकर।
जी, और अंकित, मैं आपसे ये भी जानना चाहूंगी, ये जो 7 टेररिस्ट मारे गए हैं, क्या ये हेवीली आर्म्ड थे? क्या कुछ रिकवरी की गई है फ्रॉम द एनकाउंटर साइट?
देखिए, अभी क्योंकि इनिशियल जानकारी आई है उसके मुताबिक 7 आतंकियों को मारा गया है। जब जैसे ही आतंकी इन्फिल्ट्रेट कर रहे थे, मैं फिर कह रहा हूं ये सिर्फ 7 नहीं होंगे, उससे ज्यादा भी हो सकते हैं। लेकिन क्योंकि रात का समय था, इस समय लगातार जो बॉर्डर पर सिचुएशन बनी हुई है उसको देखते हुए पूरे इलाके में जो अलर्टनेस है, लेवल ऑफ अलर्टनेस बेहद ज्यादा हाई है। ये आतंकी लगातार प्रयास कर रहे थे कि हमारी सीमा में घुस सके, लेकिन बीएसएफ दाद देनी पड़ेगी, बीएसएफ के जाबाज कमांडोज को, बीएसएफ को, जिन्होंने पूरी तरीके से मुस्तैदी रखी और इन इन्फिल्ट्रेशन बिड फाइल जो है अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा पर की है।
जी अंकित, हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए। इनफैक्ट एट दिस टाइम आई वुड वंस अगेन टेल आवर व्यूअर्स दैट आवर फोर्सेस हैव शोन why they are among the finest in the world. In the face of danger, they stood their ground, eliminated the threat, protected our nation with unmatched bravery. The foiling of the infiltration bid, viewers, in Samba is not just another operation, it is a message to our enemies. And on that note, we have some big news coming in from Jaisalmer. A live bomb was found in Jaisalmer's Gajroop Sagar area. The bomb there is part of the ammunition dropped by Pak Air Force. And on receiving the information, the district and police administration team reached the spot. Efforts are being made to defuse the bomb. An army team is at the spot coordinating the operations to defuse the bomb. This is the big news that we're tracking for all our viewers. And for those who have just joined us, I'm quickly going to give you this update once more. A live bomb, viewers, has been found in Jaisalmer's Gajroop Sagar area. It was a part of the ammunition that was dropped by the frustrated Pakistan Air Force. On receiving the information, the district and police administration quickly reached the spot, and the efforts are currently underway to defuse the bomb. On your screens, visuals, the first visuals, in fact, from Jaisalmer. An army team there is at the spot coordinating the operations to defuse the bomb. Let me quickly go across to Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, who continues to stay with us. Sir, how do you really view these developments? You know, I mean, कितने ज़्यादा बौखलाए हुए हैं, कितने frustrated हैं, अटैक करना चाह रहे हैं, अटैक हो नहीं रहा, उनकी सरजमीन पर अटैक हो रहा है, वो रोक नहीं पा रहे हैं. What exactly are they doing? I mean, at this point, I have no words. I don't know what they're trying to do. I am sure even they don't know what they're trying to do.
Exactly, Neha. There's a confusion and total lack of, proper breakup of command in these terrorist organization commanded by Army of Pakistan. With that, they actually are doing their level best. Now, this bomb has been dropped by aircraft, or we have to find out which aircraft and all, because our air defense radar must have picked up the aircraft which has come and dropped a bomb here. We have to find that out also. And very, very happy that the bomb disposal unit is there, part of the civil defense, that they are going to now defuse the bomb. Very good. But question is, Pakistan Army is now desperately infusing and infiltrating more and more terrorists there. They are doing it, but perhaps the terrorists cannot do enough. That's why they're resorting to bombing also. And nothing much has come about any aerial activity in Jaisalmer. Though we did hear about some pilot being found, etc. and all, but that was, I think, a fake news. We have to now find out what Pakistan Air Force is up to, because which aircraft came which dropped this bomb, probably, or was it a bigger drone which dropped it? We have to check up, because we have to check up if the Pakistani has been given heavy arms carrying drone. Baraktiar can carry some limited weapon, all right. So we have to make about it, but we don't have to get worried about it. Nothing will change our plans. We have to go accordingly. Breakup of Pakistan the breakup of terrorist organization has started up. They're cracking up. And what BSF did, you see, when you break the leadership, then there is internal fight in the group as to who will become the leader, and then politics take place. A lot of things also take place like that. And Pakistan Army cannot handle everything, what they are doing. So we have to now start putting Pakistan Army under pressure. When we start taking POK, Pakistan Army will come out and fight. When Pakistan Army comes out and fight, madam, then the war is declared. Then you declare the war. Then the people who get caught become POW. The Geneva Conventions apply. At the moment, they are not applying because there is no war. This is only border skirmishes. So this we have to draw Pakistan out in war to break their will. Otherwise, they will not break their will. Pakistan public will not be able to throw them out. They will retain their position, and they want to retain the position, and they are taking the help of terrorists for that. So they go all out to get the terrorists, and supply from outside is coming. As you know, the Chinese-made weapons have been found. Where are the weapons coming from? They are coming from the China, and also these weapons are coming from Afghanistan, left over from Americans. They are all coming to Pakistan very easily. So that also is also coming into this area. Neha.
All right, sir. Also, Pakistan's use of these drone attacks and artillery shelling is clearly a desperate attempt to salvage its image domestically. And, after, of course, it faced repeated setbacks. It kind of, wants to send a message that, देखिए, हम भी कर रहे हैं, वो हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है, उसके, that doesn't matter, I'm sure. But in order to save its face, it also wants to send out a message to its people that we are also acting against India. Sir, interestingly enough, yesterday there was a video that went viral on social media platforms, and I came across that video where I saw General Munir, who finally dared to make a public appearance. He was speaking to the, addressing basically the Pakistan police and telling them that, you're all Allah ke, aap sab aadmi hai, India ek dushman nation hai, uske khilaf aap kare, hum aapke saath baithe hain. And all of that, sir, I'm sure you've also seen that video. What does all of this really speak about the kind of frustration that Pakistani forces are really facing?
Yes.
I mean, I'm sorry to use these words, but when General Munir was talking to the Pakistan police, it didn't look like that, it's a general speaking. It genuinely looked like that it's a Maulvi who's trying to instill some sort of confidence in the Pakistan police, telling them, beta, ghabrao mat India se, thode bahut hi marenge, par chale jao, because we have to save face.
Yeah, because, I'll tell you, Neha, first thing, his background is he is a son of a Maulvi, and he's from Jalandhar, so you must understand that. So he is there, and he's from Jalandhar. So he's got that, little inferiority that he's from outside. And people call him Muhajir. So if he's a Punjabi, he'll get away. If he's not a Punjabi, then he has got more problems. So one thing is there, that is that he is under pressure. And there is a breakup of chain of command in Pakistan. Even the army faction is against him. There is a danger of coup. And then there are danger of people who are against him, Imran Khan's party, youth, etc. So he has to pacify police. Police is a social organization. So he has to talk very sweetly to them, tell them, please, you are a son of Allah and like me and etc. And we should fight together, and Hindus and whatever the word, language he can use. Very unlike a general. I really marvel at the system which has created him, made him a general. Whatever the case may be, he is there, so he is there. But the question is, what we are going to do about it? We have to keep him under pressure. He may be overthrown very soon, quite chances. I do not know whether somebody will attempt a assassination on him or not. That's not our job.
That help India? Wing Commander, I'm sorry to interrupt. How does that help India? It's not Munir, it's somebody else. But the basic nature of Pakistan remains the same. They will continue to harbor terrorists. What should India really do to settle it once and for all, sir?
India has to bring the army of Pakistan down. They are the father of terrorism. All these Masood Azhar and all are their baby. So they are the stepping stone. Masood Azhar, the terrorists are stepping stone for them. So first thing is, army has to be annihilated. Army can only be annihilated if they face humiliation. And humiliation will only come through a war, not otherwise. Because otherwise, actually, to tell you the truth, most of the Western countries want a military dictatorship in Pakistan. They love it. They actually nurture it. Their lip service they give, we want democracy back and all, nothing doing. Their job becomes easy because more arms are sold, more conflicts are created. The defense market flourishes when there is an army commander who's running the country. So nobody will do it. A major war with Pakistan will humiliate the army. Whether Munir goes down, next chief goes down, that's not the question. But this aspect is absolutely clear that army was humiliated, then the terrorism will become absolutely, rudderless. Nobody to guide them. Because who will guide them? And government does not want to touch the terrorists. The youth does not want to touch the terrorists. Now they are ISI, terrorist mullah and army. There's a combination. They have to be broken. That is how to break it. And that is why I'm insisting, when we take the POK, Pakistan army will then come out to fight. Then we will get all the reason to attack Sindh also, everything, we'll start doing it. Our Navy, which is standing outside into the international water, will then close in. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
All right, Wing Commander, continue to stay with us. In fact, there is an air alert in Chandigarh. This was the big breaking that we were getting for all our viewers. But in the meantime, I'm also joined by my colleague Sakshi Latoria, and she is quickly going to give us an update. Sakshi is here with me in the studio. She'll, in fact, draw a comparison between the Pakistani and Indian jets. Let's quickly take a listen.
So much, Neha, for tossing it over to me. Let me break down all the detailed analysis of the jets that India possess at the moment, and Pakistan also has it. Let's give them a brief details to all of our viewers. All right. So first up, let's compare our Mirage with their F-16 Falcon. Mirage 2000, the name, it's a multi-role jet fighter. The origin of this particular multi-role jet fighter is France. All right, and it was made in 1982. Commenced in Indian Armed Forces, the induction in Indian Armed Forces was in the year of 1985. Now let's also speak about the range of this particular jet. It's 1515 kilometers. And if we have to speak about the max speed of this particular jet, it's Mach 2.2, which is about 2336 kilometers per hour. On the other side, now let's also speak about F-16 Falcon with Pakistan. Again, of course, it's a multi-role fighter. The origin of this particular jet is USA. It was first produced in the year of 1973, then was inducted in Pakistan's Air Force in the year of 1983. If we have to speak about the range of this particular jet and has to compare it with Mirage 2000 as well, it has a range of 4,220 kilometers. The max speed is Mach 1.2, which is around 1,470 kilometers per hour. So you see here, the range is much more than what Mirage 2000 has, but then you can also compare the speed there. The max speed is 2.2 with our Mirage, and their max speed is 1.2 with our F-16 Falcon. Moving on, let's bring the other jet into the picture. Let's speak about our Dassault Rafale, which is again a multi-role fighter jet. The origin of this particular one is from France. First produced in the year of 1986, inducted in Indian Armed Forces in the year of 2020. Then if we have to speak about the range of it, it's 1850 kilometer, which is around 999 nautical miles. Then if we have to speak about max speed of it, it's Mach 1.8, which is 1915 kilometers per hour. On the other side, if we have to compare it with jet J-17 Thunder, again a multi-role combat aircraft in Pakistan Air Force. The origin of it is China. First produced in the year of 2007, then inducted in Pakistani Air Force in the year of 2010. If we have to speak about the range of this particular aircraft, it is 3,482 kilometers, but the max speed is 1.6, so 1,960.1 kilometers per hour. Again, if we will have to draw the comparison of the max speed, our Dassault Rafale has Mach of 1.8, their J-17 Thunder has the max speed of 1.6. Moving on. Let's bring another jet into the picture. Sukhoi Su-30, big thing. Multi-role fighter aircraft, type of it. Origin country, Russia. First produced in the year of 2002. Inducted in the very same year to the Indian Air Force. Again, the range is 3,000 kilometers. Let me highlight this. 3,000 kilometers with our Sukhois. And then the max speed is Mach 2.0, which is 2,120 kilometers per hour. Comparing it with J-10 Dragon, multi-role combat aircraft, origin country, China. Again, first produced in the year of 1998, but inducted in the year of 2002. If you have to compare it with the range, it has a range of 1,850 kilometers. Compare the range, viewers, if you can see. The range for our Sukhois is 3,000 kilometers. The range for their J-10 Dragons is 1,850. If you have to compare the max speed again, it's 2.0 with our Sukhois, but Mach 2.2, which is 2,327 kilometers per hour with their J-10 Dragon. So that's the detailed analysis of the jets that India has at the moment and Pakistan has at the moment. Back to you, Neha.
Right. Thank you so much, Sakshi, for joining us with all of those important insights. Wing Commander, I'd like to come to you on that note. You know, as India successfully repelled Pakistan's strikes, reports emerged that Islamabad may have deployed its F-16 fighter jets during the attack. But sir, isn't Pakistan barred from using F-16s or even US-made weapons in conventional warfare unless US approves it? So isn't it the duty of the United States to ask Pakistan some tough questions?
Absolutely right. So America has to ask questions. Last time America did take a stern step in the President's Amendment Bill, and they stopped supplying of F-16. But and last time when Abhinandan's case, when the F-16 shot down, when news came up, America was very worried. America stopped, scuttled the news. That's what this is. And America does not want to hear about it. America knows Pakistan will use it, but America does not want it to come into public. Let me assure you, this has been given to fight the terrorists. Can you beat it? The most ridiculous thing that you are using F-16 to fight terrorists. So this is what I've not stopped laughing after that. So America thinks that Billy Bunter, that typical bully boy who bullies little boys. America thinks they're Billy Bunters. What he says, everybody will believe. So forget it. This is a nexus between Pakistan and America. Let's forget it. F-16 will be used against us, and America will not do anything. That's for sure.
Commander, continue to stay with us. In fact, let me also take out a moment and appreciate what our forces are doing for us. Because once again, our forces have shown why they are among the finest in the world. In the face of danger, they stood their ground, eliminated the threat and protected our nation with unmatched bravery. Be it the foiling of the infiltration bid in Samba, and in fact, or be it giving Pakistan a befitting lesson, the message to our enemies was clear. Cross the line and you will be killed. Hats off to our forces who acted with courage, precision and sheer determination. Every Indian today, I'm sure, stands tall and proud, saluting our guardians in uniform who never sleep so that we can rest in peace. On that note, in fact, I'm also joined by Colonel Anurag Shukla. Colonel Anurag Shukla, quick word for our forces from your end, sir.
I have no word for their bravery. Their bravery and professionalism is seen on ground. Everybody is appreciating the same. We are taking a calibrated attack and we are not striking inappropriate. Our targets are and were terrorists unless Pakistan forces provoke us and they get into direct confrontation with us. So all the full nation is behind you, behind our forces, and everybody here is looking forward for your safe return and very bad to the Paki soldiers. Thank you.
Right. Continue to stay with us. Wing Commander Bakshi, I'll come to you on that note, sir. Pakistan also is reportedly used Chinese SH-15 artillery to hit civilian areas. How do you really see this China-Pakistan nexus shaping up? And I also want to add here, isn't it time for the global community to call out this dangerous partnership?
Obviously, global community should call out, but let me tell you one thing, global community is not very interested. All the countries which are paying lip service to you, actually the countries don't want India to become very strong. All this America, Great Britain and all, it is detrimental to their interest. Because moment we overtake China, then we'll be the competitors to America. So America will always give us, shabash, very good, but otherwise they don't like it. So because our trade will overtake them, our goods will overtake them. All this is, madam, very few friends you have in this. Very few friends. I doubt all these people who have direct interest or clash will not be our friend. Yes, other countries in Europe which have nothing to do with us, Slovakia and all those, they'll appreciate us. Ethiopia, Sudan, they will appreciate us. I've traveled to these countries. I know very well what are their attitude towards us. Great Britain, never. America, never. They will not do it. Yes, but they will be very good. They'll attend your functions, programs, all that thing. But question is, we have to bother about that. China is giving very smart. It is not stepping forward. It is not doing anything. It is just preparing Pakistan and Bangladesh and waiting. America wants India to confront China. That is for sure. Till such time we live up to its thing, He'll be on our side. Moment we overtake China, it'll be different. So we have to watch out our interests, how we shape up. But other countries, democracy-loving countries, are all very full of appreciation for us. And everybody knows that ultimately the democratic country like India will come out victorious.
Right, and also, sir, you know, civilian areas in Uri and Kupwara were hit. A woman lost her life tragically. Yeah. Why is the world still silent when Pakistan openly targets innocents? Isn't this yet another act of state-sponsored terror, sir? What more proof do we need?
It is a state-sponsored terror that Pakistan is deliberately doing it. I'll tell you, there is a word called reprisal in the humanitarian law, Geneva Convention. Reprisal says, at one time it said that when the enemy is violating the humanitarian laws and attacking your civilian, you can do till such time they stop. But that has changed. Now it is, whatever may happen, if enemy is attacking your civilians, you will not attack the civilians. You will only carry out attack on their military targets. In fact, a person like me, when I was in Geneva, I challenged them. I said, then what is the reprisal about? Their military targets, I am going to attack as it is. So this aspect is now very clear that Pakistan will do, but nobody is going to find fault until we go to international court, criminal court, and say that so-and-so did it. And that will take years after that. 1981, America-Iraq war, the cases are still in the court. They're there. But nobody is very interested. The world will not tell Pakistan and China. And what will they tell? Well, somebody write an article, somebody will say in the parliament, it makes no difference to China, it makes no difference to Pakistan, because Pakistan is supported by all the countries which want dominance of their rule, the Islamic rule, the radical Islam. So nobody is interested in these finer points, what you're talking of. So I'm sorry, and United Nations, you know what it is now, what is left of United Nations. So who's going to come on in our aid? Nobody.
Right, Wing Commander. Thank you so much, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, for your time, for joining us with all of your valuable insights. Thank you so much, sir. It's time for us to sip a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back and give you lots more on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
Smashing corporate boundaries through sport. The News9 Corporate Badminton Championship 2025, in collaboration with Padma Shri Pulela Gopichand, offers corporations a unique opportunity to boost employee engagement through sport.
It's a perfect blend of fun, fitness and competition. So I invite all the corporate people out there to come to the court and showcase their passion for sports as well.
Top corporates are already in. Are you?
Presenting sponsor, Srinidhi University, Kindle the Light Within. Co-powered by Tata AG, with you always. Venue partner, Gopichand Academy. Sports medicine partner, CSSH, Center for Spine and Sports Health. Associate sponsor, Blue Star, built on trust. Dinshas since 1932. D-Beats, a diamond is forever. Tata New. Celebration partner, Big Bull, the future of clubbing.
Is life transactional by any chance?
Of course. Everything in the creation affects everything else.
You are not only an actor, you are an activist.
Through my cinema, I've tried to always project what I really felt.
You tried to make women look beautiful for themselves.
The message to women was, let the spotlight of your life be on you.
You are fiercely competitive in nature. but you come across as a typical good boy that every mother would like to have.
But it doesn't mean you're not raging inside, or equally euphoric.
You have donned many hats, but who is Kiran Rao?
I am a speck and I am not even a blink in time.
From being somebody to becoming nobody is the first step in enlightenment.
Even now, I don't think of myself as a brand.
You still move ahead with your beliefs.
Winning the game is what's going to make this decision right.
It's a kind of a barometer that you have internally.
It was lovely talking to Barun.
It was great fun, and I think you'll find it fun to watch.
I found the discussion very thought-provoking.
As befits such a conversation, one goes back with more questions and answers.
He gave me a formula which I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, which is something that you'll have to watch the show for.
Watch Radico Presents Duologue with Barun Das, Season 3 at these times on News9. News9 English News as it should be.
Businesses are primarily in India known by their owners.
When you start a business, you don't realize how much you're putting the entire family at risk.
The trust is a big element.
And a typical symbol of trust is usually a banyan tree. And I used to, in my early days, wonder that how will a young company look like a banyan tree?
When you brought in this beauty product, Nykaa, you tried to make women look beautiful for themselves.
It's a message to women. Let the spotlight of your life be on you. And for that, we wanted her to be as confident as she wants.
India desperately needs that shift in mindset where women would be leading from the front.
They're risk takers and they do take open-ended risk, and a belief in yourself that you don't allow others to destabilize you and you keep pursuing your path.
Watch Radico Presents Duologue with Barun Das, Season 3 featuring Falguni Nair at these times on News9. News9 English News as it should be.
आपके वक़्फ़ में एक भी नॉन मुस्लिम नहीं आएगा.
Waqf bill was passed by Rajya Sabha. Opposition parties have challenged the legislation in the Supreme Court. What is the biggest challenge of Amit Shah in Tamil Nadu? Can Muhammad Yunus be trusted because he met Prime Minister Modi? World will come to know, India will come to know who were his handlers. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee met thousands of teachers and educators. Tharoor said that it took 21 months for Bharatiya Janata Party to impose president rule in the state.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every seam, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
A very warm welcome to those who have just joined me. Indian border with Pakistan, viewers, is the hottest it has been in 40 years. A lot has transpired in the last 12 hours alone, and a lot will happen. Because we're dealing with a country, remember, that's simply beyond shame. We tried dialogue, we tried diplomacy, we reached out through every possible channel. But Pakistan understands only one language. That's clear to everyone, the language of terror. We warned them repeatedly, do not wake the dragon, because once it's awake, it's impossible to tame. They still did not listen. Pakistan, viewers, the world's terror nursery, continues to peddle unrest in India. And when enough was enough, we showed them their place with Operation Sindoor. And guess what? They still did not learn. On Thursday night, Pakistan attempted to launch swarm drones across multiple locations along the line of control and the international border. India's response was swift and precise. Over 50 drones were neutralized by the Indian Army using L-70 guns, Zu 23mm cannons and other advanced counter-drone technology. The large-scale interception took place in Udhampur, Samba, Jammu, Akhnur, Nagrota and Pathankot. Then came the artillery shelling. Heavy, indiscriminate shelling along the LOC in Punch, Rajouri, Uri and Chokibal early Friday morning. Several homes were damaged in Uri and Chokibal, and tragically, a woman lost her life in Uri. Shelling has continued relentlessly since the 22nd of April, the Pahalgam attack, in which 26 lives, mostly tourists, were lost. Pakistan has since intensified its cross-border aggression, and India, viewers, has responded with full force across sectors. I'm joined by Sanjeev Sood, former ADG BSF. In a short while from now, I'll also be joined by Group Captain Vienja, defense expert and ex-Air Force officer on this News9 special. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Sood. You know, I want to understand from you, sir. India is giving a strong response to Pakistan's provocations, shooting down 50 of their drones. Shouldn't this send out a loud and clear message that we are more than prepared for any kind of escalation?
Right, that is understandable, because once they had firstly attacked our tourists and killed them at Pahalgam, we needed to punish them. And this punitive action, I'm sure the authorities concerned, the military, the political leadership, must have factored in that Pakistan would retaliate or respond to our action against them on their soil. So this is to be expected, that we will continue to punish them until they stop their support to the militants. So extremely well done. We had thought, but point here is that we should never underestimate the enemy, because unless we have appreciated what resources they have got, we still haven't been able to appreciate what is in the minds of their military and political leadership. So we must continue to remain on guard, and kudos to the AD and the other army personnel and other services for having repelled these repeated attacks by Pakistani drones and missiles, as it were.
You to stay with us, Mr. Sood. In fact, we have some big news coming in, flashing right on your screens in a short while from now. What we're learning is that Indian Defence Minister Rajnath Singh met with CDS and 3 service chiefs. The meeting is currently underway. Remember, India gave a befitting reply to Pakistan's drone attacks last night. And what we're learning now is that the Indian Defence Minister met with CDS and 3 services chief. Given that the escalation is currently underway, Pakistan continues to violate ceasefire. It continues to provocate India, despite India giving it a befitting reply. Now here, India's befitting reply to Pakistan's drone attack. Drone attacks were effectively repulsed. This is a big statement from the Indian Army, viewers. Let me quickly take this. Second wave of drone attacks neutralized. A big shout out to our forces. The Pak forces launched multiple attacks using drones, but our army acted swiftly. Multiple attacks were launched along western border. India's befitting reply to Pakistan's drone attack. Drone attacks were effectively repulsed. This is a big statement. They're coming in from the Indian Army. Right on your screens now. In a short while from now, we will show you Defence Minister Rajnath Singh right on your screens there, reviewing the situation at South Block with CDS General Anil Chauhan, Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, Air Chief Air Marshal Air Chief Marshal AP Singh and Defence Secretary RK Singh. There, in fact, the picture right on your screens. Worth a million words, viewers. Smiles on their faces speaks it all. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, they're reviewing the security situation at South Block with CDS General Anil Chauhan, Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, Air Chief Marshal there, AP Singh, and Defence Secretary RK Singh. At this point, let me also introduce Group Captain V.N. Jha, defence expert and ex-Indian Air Force officer. Group Captain, earlier today, I also broke this news where 7 Jaish terrorists were eliminated by our brave forces in Samba. Pakistan is clearly setting up the infiltration attempts despite India's strong response under Operation Sindoor. The question is, what does this say about its intent, given that its own ministers are saying that they're ready to de-escalate if India backs down?
I hope they obeyed or they followed their own words that they will de-escalate if India stops. India had stopped after Operation Sindoor, which was against the barbarism that their terrorists had carried out at Pahalgam. And not only Pahalgam, even before Pahalgam, there were a series of attacks by the terrorists in Jammu Kashmir, some against the army vehicles, and some against the civilian as well, including targeted killing. So these were the type of nefarious activities being carried out by the radical groups, jihadists, at the behest of Pakistan armed forces. So it had to be avenged. The terror network, the terrorist groups had to be taught a lesson that they will have to pay the price for any misadventure that they carry out in India. And that was conveyed very well by Operation Sindoor. Matter ended there. It is unfortunate that what punishments were given to the jihadists for their misadventure within Indian territory. India had a right to defend itself. That is why it had struck. Pakistani organizations, Pakistani armed forces, as well as the polity, they chose again to side with their jihadists, with the terrorists. And that is why the pressure from the terrorists of the type of damages that were inflicted onto them, they prevailed upon the armed forces, their own Pakistani armed forces, and Pakistan declared an undeclared war. That is what we saw in the evenings of 7th, and that is what was in the ugliest form in the evening of 8th yesterday. Look, it is not a ceasefire anymore. Ceasefire happens across the line of control where you fire from the post to the post opposite. And here in this case, all major Air Force bases, army installations, they were attacked by Pakistan. It is not violation of ceasefire. It is a blatant offensive mounted against a sovereign nation. But India defended itself. When such attack comes in the concentrated form, you have to first save yourself, defend yourself. And we defended our air defense system and many other things, including the fighter aircrafts. They responded well. And again, to add on to that, Pakistani fighter aircrafts, they intruded within the Indian territory. And you are aware, some JF-17, and I believe one of their AWACS were also shot down. So this is nothing but the open war mounted against the Indian territory. I think time has come when India should adopt a posture, military doctrine, of being proactive rather than responding. Look, when Galwan happened by China, we were responding. When Pakistan had happened earlier in 71 or 65, we had responded. It is a time. This is a new India. I think government of India in consultation with the armed forces, should adopt a policy slightly different. That should be proactive. That should prevent any sort of assault onto your citizen and the armed forces. Here, in this case, our civilians, they died. Many places, Kupwara, Samba, and many other places, they died. There are civilians. But we were unable to defend them because Pakistan mounted a very concerted, concentrated attack by air, by missile, by drone, by...
Group Captain, let me interrupt you here. Like you rightly said that, civilian areas in Uri and Kupwara were hit, a woman lost her life. The question here also is, why is the world still silent when Pakistan is shamelessly, openly targeting innocents?
Look, this is what I was trying to prompt. Why the world is silent. Now look, it is our war. This war has been mounted by our neighbor onto us. Why should we keep on looking at the face of US or UN or the European Union? Who are they? Will they give us a nod and then we'll start acting? Look, we have come a long way. This is in the war, no one is going to come to assist you, to fight with you. We have seen America in the Ukraine, how they indulged their treachery against the Ukraine nation. They left them to vanish. Ukraine today is absolutely a perpetrated nation. It doesn't have a standing. Its feet are broken. It can't stand. And America had just dissociated themselves. So if that is the type of approach America or any P5 nation has towards India, we don't need that. Today's India has got everything that we need. So we should stop looking at the face and the expressions of US or UN or the EU. We should be proactive for our own people, our own civilians, our own armed forces, and be proactive. If Pakistan continues behaving like this, be proactive, hit them hard. Actually, last evening, I was hoping that the strategic command of Indian armed forces will be active, and before the sunrise today, the half of the bases from where the strike were mounted against India will be knocked out last night. But that didn't happen. Indian armed forces is still, I think, being very considerate to an extent that we can call it, that you lack that sort of authority. Are you scared of Pakistan? This is not the time to be so. Pakistan has been blackmailing India and the world with its nuke. Every time, right from 22nd of the last month, 23rd of the last month, they have been using that N word, N button. Let them use. How long we will be scared of this? They say, they utter N word, and then we draw back. That is what you want. We have the capacity to respond. The day Pakistan puts its hand onto that N button, India has got 10 times of that capability to destroy Pakistan. Next morning, Pakistan will be wiped out from the map of the world.
I'm quite sure, Group Captain Vienja, I'm quite sure that Pakistan understands it, and the country understands that India is not where they India is not a country that they take easy. India is not a country that they take easy. On that note, I'll quickly go across to Lieutenant General L. Nishikanta Das. He's a defense and strategic expert. Sir, I asked Mr. Sood a question. I said India is giving a strong response to Pakistan's provocations, shooting down 50 of their drones. Doesn't this send out a loud and clear message that, we are prepared for any escalation? We are more than prepared for a war. And Mr. Sood said that, it's understandable. I have a question for you, sir. It's understandable for you. It's understandable for me. What will it take to make Pakistan understand?
Thank you, Neha, for having me. See, Pakistan, right from the beginning, right from the formation of the nation, has tried to use infiltrators or terrorists as a force multiplier. If you remember, when we got independence, the Pakistani made the mistake of sending the infiltrators into J&K, as a result of which as a result of the Pakistani miscalculation, J&K became part of India because the Maharaja of Kashmir decided to join India. Similarly, they still have not learned a lesson that use of terrorists as a force multiplier really does not work. And as you said, what do we do from here onwards? Our aim of this whole operation is not only punishing the Pakistanis for whatever they have done on 22nd of April, but also to deter them from doing or doing such misadventure in future. I will put it this way, the punishment to be given to them, the punishment meted out on Pakistan has to be so severe that for next 5 to 10 years, they will remember that if you do a misadventure against India, this is what will happen. Remember 71. In 71, they were divided and they could never come up with a plan as to how to recoup. It's only recently that the Pakistanis have started interacting with the Bangladeshis. Similarly, now is the time for us to ensure that Pakistan really learns the lessons. In this, I would like to say that Balochistan does not want to be part of Pakistan. Gilgit and Baltistan and also area occupied by Pakistan in J&K does not want to be part of Pakistan. Qatar does not want to be part of Pakistan. Even Sindh does not want to be part of Pakistan. Hence, there exists a situation where all or at least a few of these areas could eventually demand their sovereignty. Recently, in about last 24 hours, the Baluchis have really risen and they have really acted. And there are reports that there is a lot of uneasiness in Balochistan. And even in Quetta, things are not very quiet. So I am of the opinion that whatever we have done, India has been very, very restrained in our approach. And so restrained that Pakistan thinks that this restraint or this being soft is part of India being weak. India is not weak. India has got tremendous amount of power, but we have been considerate with them. After all, we have to live. We cannot change our neighbor. They will remain our neighbor forever. And another aspect is that as it is, Pakistan is a country with hardly any depth. If one go to the west in about 100 kilometers time, 100 kilometers distance, the Indus is there. So beyond the Indus, there is no love lost between the Pakistan government and the people who are living to the west of Indus. So the depth of Pakistan at the best may be about 100 kilometers. So they have not really realized that whatever they have to do, they are within the stand-off distance of the Indian aircraft, Indian missile, Indian weapon system. So they have to be made to understand that whatever they are doing now is going to have a repercussions. And you are aware that today they are going to be on their knees begging to the IMF for some funds. And I do not know whether they will be given additional fund or not, because at a juncture where they are trying to target a peaceful country, I don't know which monetary agency will give them loan. In addition to that, the the International Monetary Fund head is an Indian, and there are a lot of Indians in that group which is going to be discussed. And I really feel that Pakistan by evening will learn that it really does not pay to be trying to smart, to try to say, no, we are not involved. It is done by somebody else. Let us take a look at 9/11. What was the proof? The Americans immediately attacked Iraq. After that, they attacked Afghanistan. They did not go for any international investigation, anything, because their country was being attacked. So similar in our case, attack on Pahalgam is the first shot being fired by the Pakistanis, and it is not we. They are trying to paint it the other way around. So I am of the opinion that The punishment this time should be adequate for them to be deterred for next 5 to 10 years. Thank you, Neha.
All right, sir, continue to stay with us. Gentlemen, in fact, my colleague Ankit Bhatt is getting us the latest from Rajouri. Let's quickly take a listen.
जब भारत के एयर डिफेंस ने पूरी तरीके से पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन और मिसाइल को विफल किया तो पाकिस्तान लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पर बौखला गया। रजौरी, पुंछ, नौशेरा सेक्टर में लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से हैवी फायरिंग हुई। रिहायशी इलाकों को हमारे टारगेट किया गया। इस समय मैं मौजूद हूं लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के ग्रामीण इलाके में। लोकेशन क्या है मैं आपको नहीं बताऊंगा सुरक्षा कारणों की वजह से, लेकिन तस्वीरों में आप देखिए कि किस तरीके से इन इलाकों में भारी तबाही जो है वो यहाँ पर हुई है। हमारे सिविलियंस इलाके में पाकिस्तान की तरफ से टारगेट किया गया है और यहाँ तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि घर की छत, ये कंक्रीट छत थी, किस तरीके से तबाह हुई है। पाकिस्तान की तरफ से हैवी फायरिंग की गई पुंछ इलाके में, उसके साथ साथ नौशेरा, रजौरी इलाके में, कश्मीर के उरी इलाके में, कुपवारा इलाके में सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया गया, लेकिन भारतीय सेना ने भी पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि ये जो छोटे छोटे ये जो शेल है, ये साफ तौर पे आप देखिए, ये पाकिस्तान की कायराना हरकत के सबूत हैं। ये दिखाता है कि पाकिस्तान किस तरीके से बौखला गया है। ये दिखाता है कि किस तरीके से पाकिस्तान सिविल इलाकों में लगातार गोले और आर्टिलरी का इस्तेमाल कर रहा है। सूत्रों से मिली जानकारी के मुताबिक पाकिस्तान की तरफ से चाइनीज आर्टिलरी का जो इस्तेमाल है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। सूत्र बता रहे कि SH-15 आर्टिलरी गन का इस्तेमाल जो है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से किया गया है। लेकिन इन सब के बीच ये तस्वीरें बयां कर रही हैं कि किस तरीके से रिहायशी इलाकों को पाकिस्तान टारगेट कर रहा है। क्या हुआ था रात को? क्या हुआ था
रात को? सबसे पहले 1 बजे के करीब गोले 2-4 गोले आए हैं। उसके बाद हम सबको अपने जितने भी हैं वो सब बच्चों को अंदर लेके अंदर चले गए हम, कि उधर से गोले जब इधर से आते इधर से आते हमारे आसपास पड़ रहे थे तो हम अंदर से बाहर नहीं निकले, तो हम अंदर ही थे। उसके बाद 3, 3:30, 4 बजे तक बराबर ही गोले चले हैं और उसके बाद अपना 4:30 बजे से 5 बजे तक 12 गोले दोबारा आए हैं।
घर को भी डैमेज किया?
हाँ, घर को भी डैमेज किया है।
आप कहाँ थे रात को?
हम इधर से जब उधर पड़ा तो हम नीचे भाग के गए। ये बच्चा भी बीमार है, ये तो मरने वाला था, इसको बड़ी मुश्किल से बचाया हमने। मालिशें कर करके इसको सीधा किया। इसको महीने में 3-4 ब्लड चढ़ता है। अच्छा। जैसा इसने बम की आवाज सुन तो ये ऐसे बिल्कुल बेहोश ही हो गया। इसको बड़ी मुश्किल से हमने सीधा किया। तो हम तो बोलते हैं इधर होते तो मर भी जाते हम। उधर पड़ा तो जैसे हमने सोचा भागने क्या लगे, ऐसे नीचे ही उतरे तो फटाफट इधर ही पड़ गया पीछे से
अचानक से।
हाँ, अचानक ही पता ही नहीं चला।
तो ये देखिए गांव वाले हैं बता रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से पाकिस्तान की नापाक साजिश जो है वो यहाँ पर रची गई। हमारे सिविलियन इलाकों को टारगेट किया गया, लेकिन इन सब के बीच भारतीय सेना भी पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि कंक्रीट की पूरी दीवार है। यहाँ पे घर में किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो तबाही है वो यहाँ पर हुई है पाकिस्तान की गोलाबारी की वजह से। ये सबूत है कि किस तरीके से पाकिस्तान जो है वो बौखला गया है। नौशेरा सेक्टर हो या फिर रजौरी सेक्टर या फिर पुंछ सेक्टर, लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया गया है और भारतीय सेना भी पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है।
Sanjeev Sood, former ADG, BSF Group Captain, BNJA, defense expert and ex-Indian Armed Air Force officer, and Lieutenant General L. Nishikant Singh, defense and strategic expert. Gentlemen, I request you to continue to stay with me. At this point, we have to step a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with lots more on the other side and give you the latest from across the country. Stay with us.
Others see a teenage tantrum. I see you standing your ground. The world sees stubbornness. I see a soft, soft heart. I see you, my daughter, 16 and already owning your story. And I couldn't be more proud. For you, only natural diamonds.
Smashing corporate boundaries through sport. The News9 Corporate Badminton Championship 2025, in collaboration with Padma Shri Pulela Gopichand, offers corporations a unique opportunity to boost employee engagement through sport.
It's a perfect blend of fun, fitness and competition. So I invite all the corporate people out there to come to the court and showcase their passion for sports as well.
Top corporates are already in. Are you?
Presenting sponsor, Srinidhi University, Kindle the Light Within. Co-powered by Tata AG, with you always. Venue partner, Gopichand Academy. Sports medicine partner, CSSH, Center for Spine and Sports Health. Associate sponsor, Blue Star, built on trust. Dinshas since 1932. D-Beats, a diamond is forever. Tata New. Celebration partner, Big Bull, the future of clubbing.
In a huge setback for bike taxi services in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu races ahead with 9.69% growth rate, India's fastest growing state this year. Good for Tamil Nadu. You may not be directly involved with what your son or daughter does, but your influence does well. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
Welcome back. Let's quickly go across to my colleague Sakshi, who's here explaining the air defense capabilities of India and Pakistan. Sakshi, over to you.
Thank you so much, Neha, again for tossing it over to me. And like you have correctly mentioned, let's try to map up, the air defense capabilities of India as well as Pakistan. And also just quickly pegging in the line that our air defense system has so far intercepted all the attacks made on it successfully. So let's now walk our viewers through, the technicalities of it. Ours is S-400 Triumph. Let's speak about what exactly is it. It's a long-range radar homing SAM system. So SAM is basically surface-to-air missile. Compared to HQ-9 of Pakistan, it is long-range radar homing, again SAM system, surface-to-air missile system. Furthermore, more technicalities here. The country origin of S-400 is made in Russia. And for HQ-9, it's made in China. Apart from that, it was first produced in the year of 2007 for us. Our system was made in 2007. And Pakistan's HQ-9 was first produced in China, of course, in the year of 1999. But when exactly did it come to us? S-400 Triumph. First, let's also speak about the max target speed. It's of Mach 14, which is 17,000 kilometers per hour. On the other hand, if we have to speak about HQ-9, the max target speed of Mach 6 is 7,408.8 kilometers per hour. So if you can see the comparison from 17,000 to approximately 7,500. Then S-400 Triumph, the target detection for it is around 600 kilometers. So can be sensed from around 600 kilometers if we have to speak about the target detection. But for HQ-9 with Pakistan, it's merely 120 kilometers. Furthermore, when did it come to India? The S-400 Triumph. It was inducted in Indian Armed Forces in the year of 2018. But when did Pakistan get its HQ-9? From China. It was inducted in Pakistani's defense system in the year of 2021. So these were a couple of, the technicalities of the air defense system with India. The S-400, of course, made in Russia, then given to us also, then HQ-9 of China.
Right. Thank you very much, Sakshi, for joining us with those details. Let me quickly go across to our panel of guests. Sanjeev Sood, former ADG BSF, Group Captain Vihenja, Defence Expert and ex-Indian Air Force Officer, Lieutenant General L. Nishikanta Singh, Defence and Strategic Expert. I'll come back to you, Mr. Sanjeev Sood. Over 100 terrorists killed, key terror hubs razed. Masood Azhar's family wiped out. Given how badly India's Operation Sindoor has dented Pakistan's terror infrastructure, did that lead to this frustration?
Could you repeat the last sentence?
Did that lead to this frustration? Is this why Pakistan is frustrated?
No, I think such kind of actions by Pakistan were only to be expected, because if we have assessed their capabilities, if we have assessed the minds of their leaders, then it would have been apparent to our authorities that they would retaliate in this manner only. The degradation of or killing of a few hundred militants does not matter to them. They have a whole tribe of militants available to them, and they can still carry out those operations against India. We need to actually focus on dissuading Pakistan from indulging in these activities, not only in the manner of carrying out physical assaults against them, but also in other domains. We need to work with the world leaders to diplomatically pressure Pakistan that they stop indulging in these kind of activities, they stop funding terror, because they need to be convinced that the terrorism that they are perpetuating on us is also bad for them. They are already facing it in Balochistan. We also need to, like in the Water Treaty, holding in abeyance is an extremely good step. And I'm told that we have released some water from the western rivers yesterday or day before. So these kind of pressures have to be brought upon Pakistan to tell them that severe costs will be imposed on them if they continue to resort to this. And as the previous speaker had mentioned, we must tell the world stage that funding Pakistan is not going to help, because most of the funds, instead of using it for development of Pakistan, they are using it to fund the terror activities especially in our country and elsewhere also. So I think it is not the frustration. The response by them has been on expected lines, and I'm sure the authorities must have factored in, and authorities must also have factored in the fact that if there is further escalation, how to deal with the situation. In the first place, the war doesn't resolve anything, and therefore we must persuade the world leaders to sort of pressure Pakistan and to convince Pakistan that they should not resort to these kind of things, because our punishment will be much heavier. And since we have much bigger capabilities in terms of arms, ammunition, strength of armed forces, and as was said, the depth that we have in dispersal of our various infrastructure. So we must, besides carrying out these physical assaults, we must also try to engage with the world leaders to persuade Pakistan to stop their activities, to stop funding terror in India and elsewhere.
Right, Mr. Sood, continue to stay with us. Coming to you, Group Captain Vianjay, do tell us, should India even pause at this point, or is it just the beginning of a long overdue reckoning that will dismantle Pakistan's terror ecosystem brick by brick?
You can't do that. The infrastructure is so huge, and the backing of that ideology is enshrined into every mind. Why do you think Israel is unable to get rid of Hamas in Gaza? That's the ideology. Even a small child is taken into the fold of that terrorism. Either he or she becomes the bomb themselves, or they stand as a shield to any attack onto the terrorists. This is something what the world must think of, how to get rid of this particular ideology. But as far as getting rid of terrorism in the territory of Pakistan, it is absolutely out of question. Today, there are about 60 odd terrorist organizations in Pakistan. I'll take you about 6 years back from now. When Imran Khan had gone to Donald Trump, he had mentioned on camera that at that time, there were 43 jihadi organizations, of which about 30 to 40,000 terrorists were there, to whom he had to feed in those crunch times. It is on the record. And recently, Defense Minister has made a statement that terrorism is flourishing in India at the behest of the West. So obviously, for whatever reason, West has been funding them or giving them some sort of oxygen. It is difficult to understand. But what we must understand is among the 60 odd terror group in Pakistan, there are about 10 to 12 who are absolutely India-centric, like Hizbul Mujahideen, Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Harkatul Jihad, Harkatul Mujahideen, Harkatul Ansar, Al-Badr, Al-Barq, Al-Faran, Al-Jihad. These are the groups who have got a sole vision to come and commit terrorism here in India. They are the one who have got this entire mindset of hurting India. Although many other terror groups, they all are built on the principles of hating others. These jihadi organizations, these are only meant for hurting others. They will not look within themselves that what sin they are carrying out against the humanity. They will not look. Jihad in Quran was said that you look within yourself also. Get rid of the sin that is within you. But the world today is witnessing all over. And it is unfortunate that the world is facing this jihad. There are more than 300 of the terror groups all over the world. We are only facing Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen. But they are just only 3 among the top 50 terror groups in the world. Abu Sayyaf, Al-Badr, Al-Barq, Al-Faran, Al-Qaeda and their regional affiliates. Al-Shabaab, Al-Ansar, Al-Nusra Front, Boko Haram, 3 terror groups in Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah and Houthi, Haqqani Network, Harkat Group, keep on naming them. They are spread all over the world. So what does world do? Today, don't count UN, UNSC or UN Human Rights Council to act against these jihadi groups. I think they have accepted themselves as a promoter of jihad. Otherwise, when Hindus and Sikhs had undergone complete genocide in Afghanistan, possibly HRC would have woken up. They would have done something. No, they didn't do anything at all. So today you consider that UN and UNHRC is with the radical Islam. Somehow or other we have got this impression. They are reluctant to work against them or to do anything against them. Having said that, right now what we are facing here in Pakistan, I slightly disagree with our BSF panelist. Look, you can't straighten the curved tail of a dog. You can't do that. That will not happen. Pakistan is today a state which is running on the fundamentals of the hate. It is enshrined in their principle. They will continue to exist. They will continue. Their sole aim is to hurt India. So it is the time that India accept this. That yes, Pakistan cannot be made as an ally at any time. It will hurt you. So what word both the panelists have said, mount a penalty onto their acts. They must be made to pay heavily for their acts committed here in India. So if there is any terror activity here carried out by them, we must ensure that it is they who have committed this, or at behest of them it has been committed. Hit them hard. Forget that Pakistan is a nuclear state. From the 22nd of the last month itself, we have been hearing all leaders of Pakistan saying that we are a nuclear state, our so-and-so missile is equipped. Have it. We have not uttered that nuclear word till now. No responsible nation will utter that word. Look at Russia. It has been fighting with Ukraine for so many years. But till now, even at times, Russia has been cornered, but they have not used that N button. So any responsible state who knows what are the what are the outcome of a nuclear button will not think of it at all. But Pakistan will utter, because they want to coerce you, they want to twist your tail, they want to blackmail you with a nuclear word. Recently itself, when Pakistan was hungry, they said take Quran in one hand and the nuclear arsenal in another hand and blackmail the world. That is the mindset that they have got. So we can't be kept threatened or blackmailed with the N word. Leave that. If Pakistan uses that, we have got so many of them. I hope Pakistani leadership know that India has got many of them, so many of them that Pakistan will not remain on the map of the world. Agni 1, 2, 3, 5, Prithvi, both day and night version, night strike capability it has. Pralay missile, Agni Prime, Shaurya. Remember, Shaurya is the hypersonic missile India has got. There is no countering of it. So many of that thing is there with India. Doesn't Pakistan know about it? That if it retaliates, Pakistan will not be left on the world map. And it is for sure, because India had put a self restriction on itself that it will not use no first use, but disproportionate second use. If India retaliates, Pakistan has got just a few of the cities which has to be destroyed, and that will be just destroyed.
Right, right.
Lahore, Karachi, Peshawar, Muzaffarabad, these are the places. About 70% of the population live there. So they all will be out of the world. And what you're right now, you had given a brief of how S-400 worked. India, in its defense capability, air defense capability, doesn't have only S-400. Prithvi system, what we call it, it's a ring of the Prithvi 1. It is very clear defensive equipment. It will stop ballistic missiles right up to about 180 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Advanced air defense system, AAD, what we call, that's the ring of it is called as Ashwin. That is equally credible up to about 40 kilometers of the range. We have got Barak 8 produced here within India with a joint development with Israel. Barak 8 can prevent your missiles coming up to about 70 kilometers of range. QRSAM, quick reaction surface to air missile, which is there to protect against the ballistic as well as the cruise missiles. INS Dhruv, in the sea, it is equipped there to detect these missiles, especially the nuclear capable missiles. So we have got a credible missile defense system as well as the air defense system. So many of them are there.
Right, Group Captain Vienja, please hold on to that thought. In fact, let me quickly go across to Lieutenant General Nishikanta Singh. He has been waiting to make a point for quite long now. Lieutenant General, you've seen ISI and police officials at the terrorist funerals. How much more proof does the world need of Pakistan's terror sponsorship? Fair to say, to implies that, India has stopped trying to convince and started exposing hard.
No, there is no convincing required. There is no convincing required necessary to prove that Pakistan is sponsoring terrorists. It is the mother of terrorism in the world. And as I had brought out earlier, right from its formation, it has been using this, the irregular forces for achieving its military aim, for achieving its foreign policy aim. Now, in this instant, what we have seen is absolutely clear that they have given all the respect which is supposed to be given to a service person or somebody who has fought for the country. But to them, the terrorist is an asset. To them, there is hardly any difference between a terrorist and a Pakistani service personnel. I would also like to add here that when the 22nd April attack took place, why did it take place? Though we can say that since Kashmir was prospering tourist visit and other things. They wanted to bring about some sort of a disturbance in Kashmir. But I will go a step further and say that all these were tools, but the basic aim is General Munir, his popularity was going down. He is on extension. He has imprisoned a very popular prime minister. Now his ambitions are to continue in this seat of power for a longer time, and I will not be surprised if very shortly or eventually there is a coup in Pakistan and the military takes over. In any case, the present government in Pakistan is one of the weakest in its history. The tiger, the man who could have taken a big decision, he has been kept in jail. So the whole aim of the 22nd April, it appears to me, is to establish the relevance of the army chief and also, if possible, a country which was fragmenting. They can be united by some sort of idea of patriotism. And we have to understand that if they are going to depend on the Chinese and others, the Chinese are going to face the same terrorists after some time. And we have seen the reaction from the Chinese, very, very mature, very, very balanced statement, like they regret what is happening. They would want things to be quietened down. And those who are banking on, the Pakistanis are banking on the Chinese really getting involved. Yes, they could get involved electronically, they could get involved in the air, but on ground, for the Chinese to be involved is a Herculean task. Bulk of the Chinese forces are very far off in the eastern coast. There is a small portion which is there in Tibet and Yunnan, and it is not adequate to take an adventure against India. And eventually the weather will change and the Chinese will really suffer. They are aware of it. The Chinese is aware of it, and they will not want to jump into this dirt which the Pakistanis have really created for themselves. So the Pakistanis are also aware that at the best the Chinese will basically give some sort of a moral support. But so far Chinese have not. Now let us look at the other international players, like the Americans. Americans have said very clearly, their vice president has said that we would like things to calm down quickly, and we have nothing to do. The word is we have nothing to do with what is happening. So all the hopes of the expectations that the Pakistanis are having, that due to nuclear saber rattling, the world will come to their rescue, has not really worked. Even the British and all other countries have really said that they would want things to end. But that's about all. That obviously no country will say that the war must continue till eternity. Obviously, every mature country will say that war must come to an end at the earliest.
Right, General Singh. Right, General Singh, continue to stay with us. In fact, let me quickly go across to my colleague Irfan Qureshi, who's getting us the latest from ground and showing us how difficult is it to live under the circumstances when Pakistan is continuously striking and India is giving a befitting reply. Think about those people who are living along the borders. Spare a thought. Take a look.
उड़ी सेक्टर में इस समय हम मौजूद है और लगातार उड़ी सेक्टर में शेलिंग जो है वो हो रहा है और हम यहाँ पर उड़ी सेक्टर को लगातार कवर कर रहे हैं और आप देख सकते हैं जो यहाँ पर लोग मौजूद हैं वो अब शेलिंग की वजह से बाहर भाग रहे हैं अपने घरों से और जो आसपास के यहाँ शॉपकीपर्स वगैरह है और अंदर जो है अंडरग्राउंड जो यहाँ पर स्पेस है उसकी ओर जा रहे हैं और आप देख सकते हैं ये तमाम लोग जो है यहाँ शॉप्स में, होटल्स में और बाकी जगहों पर काम करते हैं। तमाम जो बिस्तर वगैरह सोने का सामान है वो लेते हुए यहाँ पर भागते हुए पहुँचे हैं और लगातार सरहदी इलाकों में नॉर्थ सेक्टर की बात करें खासतौर पर मैसिव शेलिंग जो है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से की जा रही है और इस मैसिव शेलिंग में टंगधार, करना, केरन और ऊडी सेक्टर कुपवाड़ा लगातार दहलते हुए दिख रहा है। टीवी 9 भारतवर्ष टीम लगातार इस इलाके में मौजूद है और एक मैसिव तैयारी जो है वो इस पूरी स्थिति से निपटने के लिए है और भारतीय सेना लगातार जवाब दे रही है। लेकिन इस पूरे इलाके में शेलिंग से साफ तौर पर खौफ का माहौल है। इधर थोड़ा अंदर जाने की मैं कोशिश करूंगा। आप देख सकते हैं ये पूरा इलाका है। ये किस वजह से कैसे हुआ है ये क्रैक? ये पहले ये क्रैक हुआ है, ये जो स्थानीय लोग बता रहे हैं, ये भी जब मैसिव शेलिंग इस इलाके में इससे पहले हुई थी। तो ये जगह है जहां पर ये तमाम लोग बैठेंगे। इस तरह भी आप देखिए क्रैक्स, क्योंकि ये बिल्डिंग जो है, मुर्तजा थोड़ा आगे आके दिखाएं, ये बिल्डिंग जो है शेलिंग की चपेट में आया था और ये क्रैक्स अभी भी इस बिल्डिंग में मौजूद है। तो आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह की मैसिव शेलिंग इस इलाके में होती है। और जहां पर हम मौजूद है, यहां पर एक तरफ भारतीय सेना की पोस्ट्स है और दूसरी तरफ जो है लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो शेलिंग है वो लगातार इस समय यहां पर हो रही है और ये तमाम लोग यहां इस समय छुप रहे हैं और टीवी 9 भारतवर्ष यहां पर लगातार मौजूद है। इस तरफ कुछ लोगों से बात भी करेंगे। क्या नाम है भाई आपका?
मेरा नाम मशहूर अहमद।
कहाँ से हैं आप?
गरकोट से।
गरकोट यानी ऊडी से ही है आप?
ऊडी से।
तो अगर आपकी बात हुई?
घर में अभी किया था फोन।
क्या सिचुएशन है
वो ये हालात, यही पूछ रहे थे हालात कैसे हो जा रहे।
तो आप डरे हुए तो नहीं है?
नहीं डरे नहीं।
हाँ, यहाँ आप सेफ महसूस कर रहे हैं ना बंकर में?
यहाँ जी थोड़ा।
तो लगातार कुछ दिन से शेलिंग हो रहा है भाई? आप
बहुत पिछले कुछ दिनों से हो रहा था, बीच में रुक गया था। आज अभी मुझे घर से आया फोन। मेरे घर के आसपास पड़ रहे हैं गोले, इससे बहुत जबरदस्त।
यहाँ भी इस समय पीछे वाली साइड से लगातार शेलिंग सुन रहे हैं?
हाँ, यहाँ चारों साइड से आवाज आ रही है। मुझे घर से फोन किया, मैं वो डर के मारे बात ही नहीं कर सकते अभी।
तो साफ तौर पर यह स्थिति यहां पर है और लगातार जिस तरह पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो बैक टू बैक ड्रोन अटैक्स जम्मू के कई इलाकों में, खासतौर पर जम्मू के एयरपोर्ट के आसपास, उधमपुर, अखनूर और वही पठानकोट तक लगातार अटैक किया जा रहा है, जिसे भारतीय सुरक्षा बल जो है लगातार नाकाम कर रहे हैं। और आज ये भी स्पष्ट किया गया आधिकारिक रूप से कि करीबन 15 ऐसी लोकेशंस है जहां पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन से और मिसाइल से अटैक करने की कोशिश की, तो उसे नाकाम किया गया है। लेकिन स्थिति गंभीर है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के इलाकों में और यहां फिलहाल लोग जो है वो सेफ्टी की ओर भाग रहे हैं। हालांकि प्रशासन की तरफ से, सुरक्षा बलों की तरफ से भी इस इलाके में काफी इवैक्यूएशन भी किया गया, जो कि खासतौर पर जीरो लाइन और रेड जोन इलाके के लोग थे। और सलामाबाद से लगातार टीवी 9 भारतवर्ष ने जिस तरह रिपोर्ट दिखाया, उसके चलते वहां से भी लोगों को निकाला गया है, क्योंकि वहां पर काफी ऐसे मकान थे वो जो कि आग की चपेट में आए थे।
Sanjeev Sood, former ADG BSF, a very, I'll come to you, sir. A quick reaction from you. Given India's precise strikes, air defense strength and intelligence coordination, can Pakistan even afford to retaliate? Or is it already on its knees trying to bluff its way out of a humiliating defeat? Very briefly, sir, I request you to put it.
I think it is still retaliating. I think it also has some more days of ammunition or whatever you call it left with it. It may take a couple of days or 3-4 days before it comes down to its knees.
So much, Sanjeev Sood, their former ADG BSF, Group Captain V.N. Jha, defense expert and ex-Indian Air Officer, and also Air Force Officer, Lieutenant General L. Nishikant Singh, defense and strategic expert. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me on this News 9 special. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin, but news and updates continue on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Smashing corporate boundaries through sport. The News9 Corporate Badminton Championship 2025, in collaboration with Padma Shri Pulela Gopichand, offers corporations a unique opportunity to boost employee engagement through sport.
It's a perfect blend of fun, fitness and competition. So I invite all the corporate people out there to come to the court and showcase their passion for sports as well.
Top corporates are already in. Are you?
Presenting sponsor, Sindoor University, Kindle the Light Within. Co-powered by Tata AG, with you always. Venue partner, Gopichand Academy. Sports medicine partner, CSSH Center for Spine and Sports Health. Associate sponsor, Blue Star, built on trust. Dinshas since 1932. D-Beats, a diamond is forever. Tata New. Celebration partner, Big Bull, the future of clubbing.
आपके वक़्फ़ में एक भी नॉन मुस्लिम नहीं आएगा.
Waqf bill was passed by Rajya Sabha. Opposition parties have challenged the legislation in the Supreme Court. What is the biggest challenge of Amit Shah in Tamil Nadu? Can Mohammad Yunus be